Dason, Tuesday, November 18th. Hear the horns going off? Confirmation, I guess. I had a police sting on the other block this morning from like 4 o'clock until I went outside. They were just pulling out everything out somebody's SUV. I don't know what the hell is going on over there, but we're here again today on Europa. And I'll be your guest. Never these sworn stop. Shout out to everybody on the replay game. Shout out to the brother Ascending E on 3. Holla at your boy, part 5. It's raining in the desert, so you already know things are changing because it never rains in Southern California. And someone's lying. Someone's lying. They're saying the rain is coming from Northern California, so maybe, technically speaking. I just watched a cat kill a pigeon, just to let me know I'm still alive. The pigeon's been dying for the last 24 hours, though. It's like he couldn't fly, he couldn't move, and he just kept putting himself out in the open. And I told you there's 3 orange cats out here. So finally, one of the orange cats grabbed him up a little while ago. And I was like, speaking of lions and gazelles, we're not talking about the cats and the pigeons too much in New York. But yeah, definitely remind you, no matter how peachy things are, there's a pigeon out there getting snatched up by a cat for the last time today. Very humbling, very humbling experience. So, brother Composure Slim, whoa! How you guys doing, man? What a vibe. What a Tuesday, man. It's really dark out here. Let me see if we can get the sky report on this shit, because I want you to see how that mountain disappears. Something wrong. Goddamn, on Shang Tsung, something wrong. On Mortal Kombat 5, boy. Ain't no, where'd the mountain go? Yeah, so they fucking with the weather machine. That's cool. But these people don't know how to exist out here when it rains. We're way worse than the South. I thought the South was bad. I was like, oh shit, it started raining, or you get weather or snow or ice updates. People buying bread and milk and shit. People out here can't drive when it's a clear day. People out here can't drive if it's a clear day, boy. So stay safe, man, if you're on the west side, because Lord have mercy on us, boy. Shouts to the brother David. Hi. Some of the other brothers going to come through a little bit later. But what's going on in the world, man? Shout out to you guys. The wokest chat on YouTube, probably. If I had to wager. Shout out to the brother Ryder1149. Yo, what's up, bro? I don't know, man. I normally do these streams. I'll figure out something. Ain't nothing going on. Everyone's just being, what's that called? Contentious. A contentious timeline type of day. Usually the rains are resets of auras. In this case, it'll be local, but since you're watching me, it'll have a ricochet effect. So cleanse the timeline type beats. I don't know how to do it yet, given what the timeline's been about. Shogun L squad. Ah, shit. Oh, my white hairs are coming out. Oh, shit, I'm getting old. Oh, shit. On Enoch, I'm getting old. Shouts to the brother Radio Demon Fan. Oh, very interesting. W content, bro. Keep it up. Just gave you a like and stuff. I appreciate you, Ryder. Hopefully you have a great day, man. All of you guys. Shouts to the brother TBFB13. Salute your tribe, man. What's going on out here, man? I want to go outside in the rain. I know it might sound crazy. When the rain starts pouring on my face. Shout out to the Muslim Gang Squad. Shout out to the brother Jonathan Lee Squad. Appreciation for y'all for showing up to build. Come on now, we out here. I don't know what we're gonna build on, but I got the whiteboard. I can talk about something. I just want to know what to talk about. Since I don't want to be the negative Nancy. I don't even want to forward those emails to nobody. Because it's gang, we gang goofy out here. I'm watching the internet run out of content. I'm watching the AI bros predict the AI replacement of something that wasn't important. They trying to be mgthefuture real quick, but they're not good at, they've never been good at predicting the future, so I don't know why they try. Cut it out. Everyone's a goddamn economist and a goddamn Nostradamus suddenly that the corporate dream is dead, and that just ticks me off because all these same people would tell us all you had to do is get an education and get a job. Now all of a sudden they want to get into the woo. Cut it out. Cut it out. It's a beneficiary thing. It's crazy that people are, and if you're not subtle, if you're not catching or paying attention to people like trying to like sneak into the line of conspiracies or trying to sneak into the line of 3 a.m. suddenly, like they was down with us since the beginning. Nah, let them hold that L by themselves. Let them run back Tesla and Admiral Byrd from 20 years ago from scratch. Let them start all over because they ain't about to sneak into this line with their goofy ass way of seeing things. And that's just on me. We done been denied and ridiculed and ignored and shadow banned for far less. Nah, y'all not just gonna sneak into this line like that. Now on Israel, you're not gonna sneak into this line like that. You ain't gonna do that. But what it informs me though is that we're at such a time that content centered around being contrarian, rebellious, or anti-establishment, which was what you call conspiracy theorists, or anarchist, or all those terms we learned in the millennial kingdom, that being that way was alt, or being that way, thinking about if your authority figures are actually an authority, like that was taboo. Ooh, who do you think you are? What have you done? Like all the gaslighting. They can't gaslight them. You know what? Because that gaslighting had a price on it. You can't just throw cheddar biscuits at the circus no more. They ain't free T-shirts at the fucking WNBA games either. Stop playing with us. But at the same time, like I said, I'm grateful that people are not doing the old narrative, which was in the damn way. So listen, we can't win for losing, but hey, an L is an L for these. It's kind of sad though that they thought conspiracy theorists were like making up shit for years and years and years and years and years and years and years, and it just kept stacking and kept getting wider, and then your world became that. And then I wonder if they wonder about that. Like, damn, how long have I been not paying attention to any of it? Because like I'm sure there's some hits from the streets that they missed if they just join in. There's a lot of subtle moments, character building moments in this quest that they probably haven't gotten to yet. If they just stuck on emails, wait until they read Hillary's. Like, where were these people reading Hillary's emails? Listen, I got the pictures, huh? Where these people get Hunter Biden's laptop? Oh, he wasn't president. Oh, he was doing all the deals in Ukraine. And you know what Michael Flynn is saying? That the war in Ukraine is done. The United States has to figure out soon, this is his recommendations, that is, how to pull out of Ukraine because they're not going to win. I was like, oh, this is Afghanistan again? Why do they keep proxy warring with Russia but don't want to punch Russia in the face? But I don't understand that story. Like, y'all keep pump faking with Russia on Cuba and Venezuela, but instead of just punching them in the face and just be done with it, and then explain to white people or around the world, why are white people beefing? I don't understand nothing. Neither one of these countries are yours. Well, why y'all making everyone else in between you go to war for? Like, what's this proxy shit about? And that shit don't even work no more. Nobody want to live and die for them. For what? For the chance of AI replacing you? Like, that's goofy. Your country can't talk about it has a government if it's pushing technology and AI, right? We do realize that at some point the bullshit's got to stop. Because they're passing all these bills and laws for AI and tech bros who have no oversight, who we don't vote for, who's engineering the different life everyone's going to have, and then still try to play republics and citizens with everyone left while taking all of their jobs and like, oh, well, we're kind of done with this, so we'll be the government of the tech people now. Like, ass niggas, no, they can't. Don't let them pull the fast one on you. When you hear people talking like that, like, oh, in the future, fuck them. Go to your futuristic tech AI fucking Kaiser belt or some shit. Don't do that here. Take your ass to the underground cities. Don't do that here. We the people need. I thought it was a republic of the people, for the people, about the people, right? Everyone agree on that, right? The United States Constitution is we the people, for the people, right? Now we the foreigners, the immigrants, the rich people, the old people, AI people, trying to do another Ponzi scheme because we're fucking bored and miserable because we're fucking stupid and incompetent because we had a silver fucking spoon in our mouth for 150 years. It wasn't about them because they weren't even fucking there. So that's the only thing I don't like. It's like motherfuckers be forgetting where this country comes from every day, and then trying to predict where it's going. Goofy as hell. I'm gonna tell you where the fuck it's gonna go. It's gonna go on a big fucking loop. 40 years in the desert. All this shit sound like hot boy shit until it failed utterly. Till the sun turns up to blue utterly. Until they realize they ain't got enough power or until they telling you we got a brain drain. I mean, you can't figure that shit out. No matter what ChatGPT can do fast, they don't figure shit out. The shit that we're heading into is brand new shit. These people never considered it, so I know they programs ain't going to consider it. So like, they wasting time. I feel like we're at a weird point where your officials are just wasting time. They're buying time. They're holding the line to hope something else breaks or shifts, and then they can, it ain't gonna break or shift. You're running out of people, boy. Shogun L with the feathers. To God be the glory every day. Fear not. Shout out to the ancestors via God for the breadcrumbs. Manners from heaven. Come on now. Big ideas. Big ideas. Shout out to the brother Jonathan Lee. We're walking into a new life for real. Keep thugging it out. Support the support. Cashapp and mgthefuture at Gmail. Shout out to you guys. Appreciate you. Every little black and mild helps, bro. Mr. Fox 1111 says big time. They Biden their time. Biting and Biden. That's funny. Yeah, it seems. But the world is changing while they're trying to control the change, it seems. Because you see, like, the younger people abroad are just, like, using different play styles for life, I've noticed. More and more stories about 50% of them, Gen Z over there, no one's buying beer, yet all the millennials are drunk. It's like they don't actually have an actual number. They no longer have a number on the groups or the consensuses anymore either. Like a base for Democrats or a base for Republicans, like what that meant and what those lifestyles are like from those groups, that don't exist no more. You know how they say 50% of the women over 40 are on like antidepressants? I did not know that Gen Z is too. So we're in a sandwich of antidepressants, it seems, across our spectrum. And it's crazy to know that 50% of the kids, I don't know if the numbers are high, but it's antidepressants, and 50% of the single mothers are antidepressants. And why is everyone so fucking depressed, Bruce? Big Pharma thought they did one with that. And then it's like, it's backfiring, because you know how drugs are. Humans adapt to the load. We adapt. Especially if the shit ain't good for our body. You know our body gonna shut that shit down epigenetically too. A lot of people sleep on that shit. When Joe Dispenza, they sleep on that one. Placebo, nocebo, be damned. Your brain will finally not respond to it the same way because it's not thinking, it knows it's helping you. But as long as they keep getting money and healthcare and all that shit, the big pharma don't give a fuck. And that's ill. I don't like that. I don't like that you get to drug everybody and play in their fucking face. And then now that people got to sober up for one reason or another, nothing makes sense no more. I'm like, well, welcome to my fucking world, man. I can't smoke enough weed to get past that. Can't afford it. I'm not Wiz Khalifa level yet, man. I noticed it. I noticed something for years. It's like our government and corporations are conducting business without people. Like, I'm lost somewhere. If they're not worrying about people, then why the fuck are they the government, right? Why aren't they just a business, right? Like, just be a fucking business then, right? You know, business B2B, right? Like, why are you doing government and people policies? And if you're tech and you're like imagining this world where everything's automated and it's doing stuff, and you're like, for who? Y'all figure out how motherfuckers gonna afford the shit that's making you rich? That doesn't make sense. You think the government that's taxing the people who have no jobs is going to subsidize enough of your bullshit that you're 3D printing for the next 10 years to make fucking sense in 20? No. You have a deficit of people coming right behind you, stupid. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I can't see how they can't think like that. I understand greed and, you know, success and being blinded by the moment, but long-term wise, or shit, not even long-term, they can't pull it off. The illest shit is they couldn't pull that off anyway. Like, their idea to pull off something, they can't pull off, but they neglecting everything else that's still going to be there when it fails. That's where I'm at. Like, okay, this shit won't fail. We don't have an AI bubble, right? And then the only thing civilization is going to be talking about is what? Civil unrest and wars? Like, because we tricked off trillions of dollars to fucking microchips, but not feeding people who have to work irregardless? Fuck out my face. We invest more in unreal shit than real people, is what I'm saying, right? Like, that's the trend, right? They're putting all this money into shit that's not real, and none of it into the people. And then have the nerve to be we the people, fight the people, being sassy with the people for not having enough to people, right? Like, that spell right there going to break before the year over, I promise you. They're running out of time exponentially. It's not about to happen. It's probably already happened. Which is probably why these motherfuckers are having another emergency meetings today. You know how bad shit is? Shogun, imagine this shit. Shit is so fucked up in the money on the White House and all their friends' side that they got fucking Nicki Minaj addressing the fucking public from the White House today. Did y'all see that? Like, first Call of Duty habitual line stepper ass put the fucking Nicki Minaj BBL skin in one of the Black Ops or Modern Warfare, but now her ass is on the podium at the White House. And Cardi B, going bar for bar with Cardi B with everything but Grammys, right? Like, so why? When was Nicki Minaj MAGA? Hold on. It didn't even matter if she was, because what the fuck, as much as I love Lady Gaga's first song, what the fuck she know about Kodak cameras? And as cool as 2010 was with Usher and Nicki Minaj, what the fuck does she know about Venezuela? Man, and mind you, she's Trinidad and Tobago, so it's right there above Venezuela, but come on now, cut it out. I still have that video of her on the cell phone dressed up like a stud trying to call Remy Ma and have her remember the times. Cut it out. Cut it out. There's no reason why that girl from that video on World Star Hip Hop should be talking to me from the fucking White House podium knowing I ain't forget shit. That's how crazy shit is. Got Nicki Minaj addressing the public on behalf of Trump. Fuck out of here, boy. For an album rollout, nigga? American Idol wasn't enough. Come on now, she been famous off American Idol, so that means like white people famous. Like Chris Rock would say. She Chris Rock, white people famous with the music. And she gotta, nah. She had to take out the baby L and straighten out her hair and dress up like she was going to private school on the island back in 1999 and shit. No, I don't want to hear shit from her about no goddamn what the fuck's wrong with the United States, bro. They never put a local on that damn TV again. Don't miss it. Nicki Minaj ain't from no damn America. That's my point. Who's she speaking with? Cut it out. I know Trinidad and Venezuela right there, so like that's even iller when you think about it. Like when you really settle with the bullshit, when you're going to get some Negro or Negress, and then she's Islander, right? She's Trinidad and Tobago, right there by Venezuela. So she's talking, and all the people in the United States, especially in New York and New Jersey, are from Trinidad. They're looking at her and then taking her side about with some shit that's going home. Nah, that's bad. That's bad press. That's bad optics anyway. Because did you see how many ships we fucking got in the Caribbean right now, bitch? Do you know how many? Listen, I was thinking like, yo, they got like 3 warships, a junior double with cheese, extra bacon, some tomato, and some mayonnaise, and some hidden shit, right? These motherfuckers got Jordan in the Caribbean, nigga. They got at least 23 fucking ships out. They said they have a quarter. Yeah, anywhere from a fourth or a third of their entire naval fleet. So if you start a war right there, boy, and shit start going down, baby, then you only got half of your damn military, vehicles left, if you will, right? They sent a quarter. Nigga, they sent a quarter of their shit from around the world to the Caribbean right now for nothing going on. Like, nothing is going on. You got Mexico dealing with the Jewish president not being liked by Gen Z Jewish people, because you know it's not Mexicans on fucking Discord doing that. And then you got fucking whatever the fuck Colombia and Venezuela got going on. You gotta go through Colombia to get to Venezuela, so I understand that, Mexico. And then you got all them ships out there. You got all them ships out there. And listen, you understand how critical this is. This shit is serious, like dead serious, like dead ass serious. Like, this shit dead ass serious, like dead ass serious. Like, it's too many. You know how the shit is, like, if you got too many goofy people in the room with fucking pistols on them, eventually someone's gonna take the damn pistol out, try and be cute and glamorous, and fucking shoot themselves or shoot somebody just because the energy, the spirit itself. Now imagine that with 23 motherfucking Navy ships in the goddamn Caribbean, Bruce, by Trinidad and Tobago, with fucking Nicki Minaj at the podium today. We haven't heard Trump address Bubba yet. Like, why, how do we get Nicki Minaj into the White House that fast? First of all, she don't even like doing her podcast, but she woke up, permed her hair, and showed her ass up in the fucking Catholic uniform, addressing the people. Why? I'm niggas on White House Instagram, nigga. On the official page, they put Nicki Minaj. While they're not addressing all the goddamn ships next to Trinidad, they put a girl from Trinidad on the damn podium. Do you see how evil these fucking people are, boy? Yeah, I don't think I understand how evil those, just on paper, that seems. Like, you want to take a person from that island that you still colonizing and have them speak to the American people because of American Idol, because you know it's white people following it. And then we supposed to deduce from her something about Colombia, Venezuela, and cartels. What the fuck she know about cartels? What the fuck going on? Remember, I had just mentioned her. I just mentioned her and her husband and all that shit and how that changed everything. And here she go at the fucking White House. Can I live? Can I live? Because then I was like, yo, they didn't do a background check on her husband. If they did a background check on her husband, it'd be just like Trump. Never mind. Yes, they did. You know what I'm saying? Think about how messy it is. Bro. Nah, not Nicki. No. Even Cardi B would be too much, but Cardi B been, you know, she on Bernie Sanders. She's been trying to do the thing on Breakfast Club and the pandemic. Cardi's been consistent. She's been consistently wrong and off about politics, at least for 7 years at least. I get it. She's trying. Where Nicki, man, no, not no Anika Mirage, man. Nah. Trinidad and Tobago, nah. Off the coast of Venezuela, nah. Don't do that, Israel. Don't do that. Don't do that. I seen the nose. I get it. It's something in her family that ain't like the others. I get it. I see it. But still bad optics, boy. Especially you ain't telling us why there's so many fucking warships in the Gulf right now. Gulf of America, Department of War, and now that shit mad occupied. For nothing. And Donald Trump is just AFK. We need Nicki Minaj. What the fuck they about to do down there, y'all? We being cute and clamorous about the future of AI and all. Man, fuck all that shit. There's 23 warships down there, boy. And we wonder why it's raining everywhere. Yeah, that spirit tends to fucking stir up when niggas is bullshitting. All that damn oil and runoff in these damn boats all at once. And weather chaotic. Yeah, these big ass ships, boy, and these fucking scalar weapons. They know what the fuck going on. I know what the fuck going on. Harp be damned. What do you think's on that damn Navy ship? The fuck? They got little mini atom colliders on some of them bitches. I'm saying the ones that are like that. Some of them bitches in the ocean right now, right next to Venezuela. And I'm trying to figure it the fuck out. Like, wait. What do you need that for? Why do you need all of those weapons? Like, cause I'm confused. Like, I don't see how many of those that Venezuela got. You know what I'm saying? Like, I've played what's that game? You put the little dots. B3, and he's like, you sink my battleship. Like, I don't see no Venezuelan battleships to need 23 battleships. You don't even see that. You don't even see that. What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? What, you going through the Panama with that shit? What, y'all trying to go to Hawaii for a vacation? What the fuck? Mar-a-Lago, expenses paid by the taxpayer, man. No SNAP benefits, though. You got to reapply for those. The fuck you talking about? The amount of money they put on gas just now to send all those ships out there is way more than the goddamn SNAP benefits, bitch. The fuck are you talking about? What they really want from Venezuela, bro? It's not Venezuela, it's really Colombia they want. What, nigga, it is all the same fucking thing. Stop. Don't let them white people map lines fool you. Those are all the same fucking people, boy. Don't play with me. I know they came, these Moriscos came lately, trust me. I got the maps and the dates on who should be there and why. But still by now, even Maduro says that. We're one blood. The dude from Colombia said that. Nah, we one blood. Fuck all that other shit. If anything happened in Venezuela, we got them. Come on now. It's like they're brothers. It's their cousins, bro. They ain't totally, it's like, the fuck going on, man? It's like North Carolina and Virginia, nigga. It's like North Carolina and South Carolina, nigga. Stop playing. This is a slightly different accent. That is it. I'm Carlos V, my grandfather. What the hell they want with us, boy? They better leave us alone, boy. That's a lot of ships, y'all. So y'all should find that picture. I think I put it in my story. I should have used that as my damn thumbnail. Because nothing in the budget, nothing in the storyline, nothing in the plot against terrorism or fentanyl justifies that amount of force. You understand. If you do, you do. But if you don't understand what I'm saying, they took a month off and they couldn't pay their damn veterans in some cases. But they turned that shit back on and all of a sudden there's new ships in the damn ocean. That's crazy budgeting at the last minute. So if they're budgeting for war, if you will. You know what I hate about this idea? If that's really what like all the bullshit is. And that's probably why like they're forcing the Epstein thing and like everyone's trying to like find a different way to slow this other thing down. You know, I don't know, man. Because once he goes into war, bro. Oh, I'm sorry. Never mind. My goofy ass. I forgot a fact. We're cooked. Donald Trump, someone check this for me if you can. I don't know how to search it. I don't know what the terms are. But I saw this in passing and it wasn't a big deal because I was like, shit, no duh. But I didn't think about it. It said, after that lockdown, or towards the end, Congress had already, listen, Congress already granted Donald Trump wartime powers. Did y'all know that? I don't know what that all entails, but what it tells me, listen, you gotta look at all his moves, the military ones, not the shenanigans, the military moves. Rename the Gulf, right? Gulf of America. Listen, you should have asked for me. You should have put me on that bill, right? Cool. We got the Gulf of America. We named that department to the Department of War. Mind you, Benjamin Banneker says in times of peace, prepare for war. In times of war, create peace schools. I don't think white people follow the same directions as us. But I was going with it. I was like, maybe the Department of War is because they're trying to do peace. You know, this is old as a letter to Thomas Jefferson. I read it. Now, they ain't doing that. Department of War, Gulf of America, however many fucking ships, a quarter of their fleet, a third of their fleet, that's just too many for a Venezuelan is what I'm saying, under normal circumstances. So they doing all of that, and they already gave him wartime abilities, powers, you know, congressional shit, overthrow vetoes and shit. Like, he's Super Saiyan 1 president right now is what I'm saying to you. They already gave your president Kaioken is what I'm trying to tell you. So ain't gonna be no impeachments. He ain't getting out of office. You understand something? I need y'all to understand everything. It don't matter what the fucking gossip or the tea is or all the bullshit with the money and the hungry and the... No, guys. They're distracting us from this war. Because they fucked up their budget everywhere else, right? And you're waiting for your government to, like, you know, straighten the fuck up. And, you know, as hard as it worked and as smart as it is and all the education that it's got, maybe it should do a fucking surplus on its GDP and budget, right? Like, you think they dedicate 43 days with AI, nigga, with AI and Doge, nigga, with the neurodivergent niggas from Counter-Strike on their team. Elon gone, they're not. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got all of that at your fucking disposal. And a money printer going brr, obviously, fucking obviously, right? But the whole time, your ass is positioned in the military to South America? You got money for that? That's a lot of ships, bro. That's a lot of money, you understand? The way they charge you, the taxpayer, right? Don't miss it. Don't miss it why that's important. I know it's facetious. But it's facetious as fuck, because that's coming out of your budget for what they need to do for us, right? And none of us voted for a war. I could have sworn we the people, nigga. Which of the people was like, yeah, man, you know what the fuck we need? We need to go to fucking war with Venezuela. What the fuck are you talking about? Niggas don't even know what Venezuela is half the damn time. Let alone, right? You know, some basketball, soccer, girls, something, maybe some tacos. I don't know what they eat out there for real. I know Shine in Belize, but that's further to the west, man. Venezuela's on the east, so like, I don't know, man. I know it's on the way to motherfucking Guyana, though. That's why I know where that bitch at. And I help somebody who was from Venezuela too. They were in my life for a while. A rapper too. I got songs with them, so I know a little bit more about Venezuela than most people, right? But I don't know that damn much enough to be like, you know what? We need a president that's ready to press their ass with nuclear submarines. And, nigga, they got B-2s, B-50. Nigga, they got stealth bombers out there, my nigga. I need you to understand how ridiculous the game Contra is. Why the fuck we got Contra guns for if your foe is impervious to you destroying every fucking wooden boat that's come off the coast? You know they up to 20, nigga? They stopped counting. They blew up so many fucking people in those damn waters, bro. We was like, all right, one's too fucking much, you dickhead. 3, oh my god, 7. This is crazy. This nigga trying to catch up with Netanyahu or something on war crimes? Bitch, they passed 20. These are wooden Ricky Ticky Tavi ass boats too, boy. And you got stealth bombers on standby? Nigga, y'all ever play a game, a military game or some shit? We gotta level up and spend extra the secondary resource gas or plutonium or something. That shit's a little bit more rarer. You don't get as much. And you gonna rush and build that shit to go after some motherfucking stranded Marines in the forest, nigga? You know, you don't do that. That's a waste of money. It's a waste of time. That's a waste of power. Why the fuck would you need stealth bombers for Venezuela? For real, guys. No, I'm dead ass. The ships that are responsible for their advanced air force. Like, you understand? Like, they say it's a Navy, but it's really an Air Force. I don't know why they keep fucking playing with us on all the Zeppelins that crash. All right, so their Air Force of them, their Navy's Air Force, or the Air Force and Navy Joint Commission. You know how they like to fucking subjugate everything, Charlie's Angels. Same story. It's the Air Force, right? Yeah, they have the best of their Air Force out there. For what reason? That shit's expensive, boy. That's like calling in a kill streak, my nigga. They got 20 boats equals a fucking stealth bomber, nigga? Like, the fuck going on? Why the White House playing Call of Duty playing in our fucking face? They're not addressing none of our local issues, so I don't know why they're playing in our face about them. So tell us about this fucking war you got going, Bruce. That's all we need to know. Tell me why we going to war with Venezuela. Why are we going to war on drugs? We have a drug problem right now. I think the problem is drugs cost too much. Maybe we need to lower the price of drugs down. And I know it's not going to lower the price of drugs from Colombia, bitch. All of your fucking Air Force and those goddamn seas, bitch. Marines and everything in between us. That's the price of the brick. What, nigga? Look at crypto. Did crypto not fall? Did it not? Tell me now. I don't even pay attention to that shit's gonna get on my damn nerves, how much that shit's manipulated. But is it not falling really fast, right? And don't you know that less than 10% of Bitcoin ever is ever used for humans to actually transact and buy something? Meaning the majority of a Bitcoin liquid is used in the underworld, right? I've known that since day one, and I've talked about it since day 10. But right here, my friend, the price of the golden brick Bitcoin is dropping down because there's less people making transactions in the underworld. Ding, 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 ding. Ain't got nothing to do with your fucking business acumen, you fucking millennial dork. That shit is fucking parallel. It's quantum entangled to drugs, nigga. Bitcoin is quantum entangled to cartels, nigga. Black branches of your government, nigga. Drugs, and you can't have drugs without human trafficking. So what does that mean? What does that mean? What would that mean if the thing quantum entangled to the underworld, damn near exclusively too, by the way, is dropping? Rapidly too. Motherfucker, this ain't no halving cycle. Ain't no 09 sour diesel out here. The fuck? People complain about all the damn weed now. So you gotta think about it. Weed is a microcosm. This is the only thing you can talk about. You can't be talking about the quality of cocaine all willy-nilly out here. So you gotta do law of correspondence. Well, if the quality of marijuana is down, across the board, right? This is what they keep saying. Over and over and over again. It's not addiction, it's not tolerance. It's a different type of weed, trust me. Cool story, but it's down, right? All right, so I know cocaine's gonna be down too. You know, meth and its active ingredients, if you locked up all the Patels and sent them home, at least or threatened them, they'd probably go home because, you know, Sandeep ain't that damn deep with his hands. So he going back. Yeah, you don't have a fucking problem. You have a wild fucking problem on your hands. If the underworld is unstable, wow, you approaching the coast of where the drugs are coming in. All right, cool story, bitch. Fuck a Black Rock Palantir ass, pirate buccaneer, JP Morgan ass nigga. They ain't in the streets. They ain't in the trenches. I don't give a fuck about what they doing with the money. I know who they betting on. What I'm saying is you have to understand, your country going through hell. Europe going through hell. Everyone's going through hell on a parliamentary level, and you got certain smaller countries who can't deal with the revolts, right? Because they've misappropriated money on a government level of people fucking around with the underworld. Don't miss that. Please don't miss that, Mexico. Please don't miss that. Please don't miss that. Your politicians in the underworld is Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. It's always been that. Please, opium wars. Don't forget that. This whole era of humanity has been born off of drug dealers, homosexuals, and pedophiles. Please don't miss that. Please don't skip over the last 400 years of history when it comes to boats and militaries, okay? You ever wonder why that boat has fucking cannons on it, bitch? It's not because they're fishing. It's not because they have to worry about someone's going to attack their fish nets, nigga. They're not worried about how much fucking carp and tuna the other boat is catching either, nigga. There's guns on those boats, nigga, because they moving drugs. Understand everything. So, United States trying to help Colombia, Venezuela move something around or something? Like, goddamn. Because what you're going to tell me is, while the world was going to shit show socially, the militaries and governments around the world found it wise to put all of their extra hidden energy into a drug war, trade war, route war. Like, they're risking everything right now. Even with Epstein files, I hope y'all don't understand what I'm saying. Like, the fact that your government's releasing things as incriminating itself, right? As a whole, it doesn't matter if it's Republican or Democrat, the whole fucking thing is exposing itself. Look at it as a whole. It's exposing itself, it's pissing people off, money is funny, jobs are closing, they're hiding reports, they're not accountable. Nigga, we way beyond 1775 threshold of fuckery, my nigga. Please spare me the gory details if we got 6 years, right? But while all of that is true today, as I do this video, this whole fucking year, they have been positioning for a war with Venezuela. And then they released a quote, and Michael Flint's, we gotta get out of Ukraine. Shut the fuck up. Why you wake him up about Ukraine? Bitch, what's going on with Venezuela, nigga? That's down his street. The fuck you asking about Ukraine? Bitch, why is there so many ships outside of South America, bro? So when are you talking to me? Because you're gonna tell me that they all in on a drug play? This is a drug parlay. I ain't fucking nobody fucking stupid person. This is a drug parlay. We know it is. This is a drug parlay, bro. They don't give a fuck about no goddamn oil, nigga, or they would did the Dakota pipeline, nigga. Like, if they're really hard fucking pressed for some fucking oil right now, and rather than control, manipulation, and some other shit, then they go take their ass right to the north of damn Canada. All that shit that just looked like a rock on Google Maps. Notice it's more of that than this. Notice that most of North America is that, and not this, right? It's not. It was frozen until the Delaware. Remember, nigga? So it's just now dethroned. Nigga, the oil is up there. Go get it. You got LiDAR. You can detect the bottom of the ocean or some shit on another planet, nigga. But you can't find fucking oil reserves in Vancouver, bitch. Cut it the fuck out. And we already know they got Antarctica. Cut it out. Cut it the fuck out. They don't need no goddamn oil. Oil is why you have industrial revolution. That is what it is. It's a Ponzi scheme. Like yo, if we use oil and monetize oil, then we'll have people dependent on oil instead of other things, ass niggas. It's not because they need fucking oil. It's because it's a petrodollar, nigga. Cool fucking story. So yeah, their dollars dying with or without it. Have you fucking noticed your gas prices? So anyway. So it cannot be, oh my God, we do all of this and we spend all this money and risk every fucking thing on a parlay to get some more oil so you can have cheaper truck driver EV vehicles taking over real CDL holders in California. So the oil that you need for the economy that we don't use it for because Ford is moving to another country and so did Marvel, and all the oil that would help our economy because we will be able to sell it back to Venezuela from their backyard. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Oil. Oh my God. Oh my God. We retarded. Motherfucking United States don't build nothing. Ain't no fucking 1920, nigga. It's 2020s, nigga. Like, they ain't building nothing. Niggas talking about replacing Excel and shit with AI, bro. Niggas ain't about to build nothing ever again, bro. Y'all get what time it is for real? I hope y'all do. This is what happens, y'all. This is the wisdom of God, boy. This is why you don't skip steps, bro. This is the coup d'etat of why you don't beat fucking San Andreas with fucking cheat codes and then try to fucking win GTA 5 without them. Cut it out. You're skipping steps. You gotta beat Grand Theft Auto 3 without cheat codes before you talk to me, boy. You run through 5 without cheat codes? You run through 4. You was Nico without cheat codes? Because that's a different beast too. I hated that fucking airplane mission. God damn it. Drones sucked. But you know, they skipped some steps because they skipped in some steps here. They're trying to go into fucking. They need that movie with that boy from NSYNC. Disney, what's that boy name? Come on now, the dude from Drive, my favorite white boy, what's his name? He was singing Jodeci and shit when he was a kid. That's crazy. Jake Gyllenhaal's third cousin, you know what I'm talking about. Gosling. Ryan Gosling head ass niggas, man. They need one of, man, skipping, man, trying to go to one of his universes. No. Fuck y'all. Nah, you ain't going from civil rights movement to fucking Star Trek, bitch. Fuck you. Nah, they can't do that. Nah, they ain't gonna work. Not this time. Not this generation. Nah, you gotta sit the fuck down somewhere. Because you're telling me that something is so important to this administration through the military, through the Pentagon. Think about it that way. Not the White House, the Pentagon. Something so important for the Pentagon that with all these chaos and distractions and lack of confidence and morale and where's the money and everything's funny and then, remember, we have tons of geo changes too, right, bro? Like all the storms, all the floods, they haven't stopped. All the fires, they haven't stopped. They're just underreported. All kinds of crazy, chaotic shit. It's an insurance policy's worst nightmare, 2025, right? And they quiet about that. I don't appreciate that shit either. On Yellowstone, remember all the bears moved? They ain't tell us where they went after that either. And remember 2 months ago, all the birds moved? Where the fuck these birds trying to go? What are they feeling? They ain't give us an answer to none of that shit, but trust the fucking scientists. And bitch, where the scientists at? Who all these niggas that graduated from MIT, Boston, Harvard? Where are these niggas at on the timeline? They can't figure out how to do TikTok, bitch? But they could solve that shit that Edison had on the fucking blackboard? Fuck you. Nah, nigga. Stop fucking playing with me. Like the whole world changed something. That there's a value, a tweak, a edit, a variable shift, global and local, across every area of human concern this year alone. And you want to tell me on Christmas, on Thanksgiving, nigga, you want to start some shit that will trigger a world war event off the coast of Venezuela with your stealth bomber carrying warship and all this weather modifications and AIs and everything that comes with it, Jade Helm. For what? A fisherman boat worth of supplies? A fisherman's boat worth of supplies, right? Because it's one fisherman boat at a time, they striking. Like, that's how they giving it up. Like, that's their pipeline. Their drug pipeline is the fishing boats. Okay, cool. Well, you can weigh how much that boat is and how much drugs is and see how much each ship is worth, I guess. It's worth your fucking stealth bomber. Because you blowing the shit up, so you don't want the drugs. You ain't flipping it, I guess. So you really want to stop the import of the drug? THC from other countries? So let's find out where this THCA hemp was grown at, because that is an act of war, by the way. Like, who was growing the THCA? Who they shutting down? Don't tell me they shutting down white people farmers in Portland, Oregon again. Don't tell me there's some blue state people. You better be another fucking country for that decision. Anyway, so like, you know what I'm saying? How they gonna try to ban people turning hemp into fucking Delta gummies, nigga? The key way to your emotions in your journaling arc, my nigga? You gonna kill the journaling arc, okay? But you have 43 days off, and that's what you came up with. And not if Ecuador needed the $50 million to discover shit about weather, nigga. Talking about weather in a desert, nigga. Like, what are we talking about? Like, this is a crazy timeline for a motherfucker to be like sending me Nicki Minaj to the White House. This shit don't feel like fucking Who Framed Roger Rabbit to y'all niggas? Like, for real, check in. 3 in the chat. This shit's not starting to get a little bit more, like, it was already ridiculous because you're living a lie, right? That's a different ridiculousness. It's disorienting, cognitive dissonance. But this shit has went to Who Framed Roger Rabbit. We got fucking cartoon characters at the fucking White House. We got dick jokes. We got extortion. We got dead people. We got famines, floods, fires. We got people struggling to learn how to read, but debating on shit that you wouldn't have to debate it if your ass read it, right? Like, you have in every possible direction this cartooning that's happening, and then they blame it on Gen Z. I'm like, I see grown ass people looking retarded actually. But on topic of Gen Z, what they keep telling me about them is like, it's not that damn serious to them. They playing the game differently. Cool, that is new. That, by the way, that's new. By the fucking way, that's new. Every Gen Z, not the Gen Z in your high school. I'm talking about the Gen Z in Japan too, nigga. Like, they checked out part 2. All right, cool. So, you know, however much of the population of the world that is, and we don't know what that billion is, but it's a lot of them. They're like, fuck it. They ain't paying attention to us anyway. Actually, they are. They're always talking about Gen Z, actually. They're paying more attention to Gen Z than Gen Z's paying attention to anything. I understand everything. But in the midst of all of that chaos, motherfuckers gonna put Nicki Minaj from Trinidad. And I mentioned her, and I mentioned Trinidad. I knew it was coming. I knew the fuck it was coming. They don't bring her goofy ass and talk to us about nothing. I just wanted to thank Trump. What the fuck? You could have thanked him on Truth Social, bitch. Why did you have to come to the White House to thank him? Why did it wasn't an Instagram post? Like, why you had to get your hair done like that to thank him? What the fuck going on? Like, she in 6th grade, about to do a fucking presentation to the principal and shit. Nigga, no. No. She 40. Cut it out. Don't play with me. You have all these Gen Z people. Don't fucking play with me. Thus, where's Billie Eilish at, nigga? Stop fucking playing with us, man. On Taylor Swift, you didn't have Taylor Swift available. Cut it the fuck out. Besties, cut it out, nigga. Don't play with me. I'm bring fucking Nicki Minaj out the day every fucking ship you don't want to be in your war, because there is no war and there is no reason for it. Fucking fisher boats? Hell no, nigga. There's something wrong in fucking South America, nigga. Yo. They arresting witches in the Dominican Republic. Something wrong in South America, nigga. Y'all don't understand nothing. They trying to arrest the witches suddenly. You know the Masons and the Templars going crazy right now, boy. If they pulling up on South America with stealth bombers. I hope you understand what that means. I hope you understand. I hope everyone that hears this video understands what that means. When your government is pulling out its Air Force kill streak packages for no fucking reason. For no fucking reason, guys. Nothing discussing that bill yet. Nothing discussing them Epstein files yet. It's telling us why the fuck they got Venezuela and South America lined up like that. Why Mexico is going through a judicial revolt, if you will. And I think that's real. It seems real. You know how AI is, but maybe they really are. Causing them to re-question their shit with the cartel that's connected through fucking Colombia and Venezuela. It's all the same fucking people. It's all the same fucking people. So I know from there all the way down there, they're all surrounded by the same ships. You understand everything about math and science here. But you know what the problem is with that? They didn't tell us why. We didn't vote for that. You know how there's accountability, all that shit. The DOJ ain't asking nobody media's questions. Very fucking convenient. Look what happened the week after, right? The week fucking after. They're just ordering ship after missile. Silver in the, you know, the market, because of silver and shit, is supposed to be a certain way. So people are trying to move their money into silver and shit. They can't even fucking do it. Do you know that? Shout out to Brother Noel. He'll tell you more about it. But because gold was going up, then, you know, silver chases, because it's real legal tender, right? So they're quantum entangled to each other. Can you imagine? The same time they remove the penny from rotation, bitch. I ain't supposed to notice these signs, nigga. Hold on, we got gold and silver. They gonna take away copper, bitch. The fuck going on? This copper represents us. The penny represents us, the Indian, nigga. They said they're taking the penny out of rotation, nigga. I don't want you to forget the Alamo again, niggas. Remember the Alamos part 2, nigga? We was here. I just caught that shit. Them taking the penny out of rotation is taking us out of rotation. And even if you look at it, you know, geopolitically on the financial AI system, any jobs we could have had per capita, per 90% of us, is not even going to exist in the next 4 years. And they keep telling us, by the way. So what I'm saying is they setting up this war of something. I don't know what it is. I don't want to call it that because I hope it's not. But it's looking like a war of something. I played plenty of strategy games. I know this little sneak attack bullshit they got going on. But in 4 years, they said there ain't nothing left for us anyway. By the way. And we racing against they dumbass. And we're racing against the AI clock. And we're racing against, oh, by the way, United States, you're not the only fucking motherfucker with a goddamn agenda, Bruce. Man, we don't know what the fuck Russia and China are going to do in the next 4 years, nigga. I don't know what they did in the last 4, but I know every time I do a 24-hour 4K walk in one or the other, I see some shit from the Jetsons. I see the speed train in Japan hasn't gotten into one fucking accident yet. Bitch, where's my light rail, Bruce? Can Charlotte go to Raleigh in Wilmington too, nigga? Can Vegas go to Los Angeles directly one day, fool? Like, China got, nigga, Dubai. Like, who the fuck, besides getting pissed on in Dubai, like, we go to Dubai for? To say you went there, no one ever be having fun. I don't be seeing no bad bitches out there for real. But you go to Dubai and they buildings, bro. You don't even see them build this shit for real. I got questions, they ain't got answers. But they building this shit, boy, like they just stacking all their oil money, all they taxes, whatever, however the fuck they do it, on Muhammad and all the slave labor they have over there in Africa. I know how that goes. But they don't, but you can see where it's going though. Where the fuck has the United States been doing with this shit, nigga? It sound and feel like it's been going over there for real. It sound like we paid for that shit if you understand geopolitics. But we don't, right? Cool fucking story, bitch. We toast with these niggas in charge of me. With the way this game is going, we're toast. That motherfucker want to start a war. Nah, you can't do that. They already gave him the powers too. That's how I know your Congress already in on that shit too, boy. They already approved it. I forgot about that. That shit slipped under the radar. Boy, oh my God. I was like, why the fuck would they do a thing like that? Oh shit. Alright. So that's phase 1. What the fuck they playing in our phase 4 about this war? Fuck the other shit y'all be talking about. It's the war that's important. They're going to war because they're broke. We know they're broke. So how do they respond to that? Okay, cool. Cool story. AI data centers cannot be built in any hurry. With that silver shit, they need that shit for missiles now. The military is fucking up the silver demand. You heard what the fuck I just said? My nigga, we're not in a war yet. One more time, in case anyone missed this. Israel's been doing the most in a one-sided war. So that's goofy as fuck to me, right? That whole Israel and Gaza thing is just evil bullshit, stagecraft, and poor people, right? That's not a war for real. That's some bullshit. Ukraine and Russia is another story. Russia is letting Ukraine exhaust itself completely and by proxy deplete resources from the United States, right? So Russia's doing one bullet at a time for however long Ukraine with the secret Blackwater United States Beret Corps is doing there for whatever objectives. Usually cloning, human trafficking, and adrenochrome. Don't forget that. Ukraine is where they were producing all of that, by the way. Anyway, but even when you get past all that shit in the Donbass region, the historicity of Tartaria being ran by niggas, but white people are fighting about the landmarks. Once you get past that, you go, okay, so they're never going to win the war versus Russia. So this is a matter of trying to, strain Russia's resources, oil, and all that other shit I said earlier. Cool fucking story, bitch. It's not working on Michael Flynn. Now, while all that's going on, our military has been fucking with silver and all the fucking cool active ingredients to bust that shit down to make missiles. I need you to understand something, Bruce. Why the fuck is our military building missiles? What the fuck are you talking about? They not skipping a step. We locked into these markets now because of crypto bros and everything in between us, forex traders and a whole bunch of scammers and schemers. We know. But you tell me the silver ain't doing what the silver's supposed to do, or is doing too much because the military is already getting all of the fucking scrap silver it could fucking get already. I said all of it, nigga. I said all of it. I said they own it like white on rice, a glass of milk, a paper plate, and a snowstorm. Your military on silver like already. When the fuck we get shot at, nigga? What happened? Was it a Pearl Harbor or Gulf of Tonkin I missed? My nigga, they approving certain presidential powers. They gave him KO Ken strike. They approved the fucking Air Force fucking exotic ass aircraft and sonar systems for fucking Trinidad and Tobago. But let's skip Puerto Rico and Jamaica real quick, right? Let's not clean that shit up while we're out here. God damn it! And then you ain't got no money for the people, right? In your main system, because you suck. Waiting for AI tough, but in the mean fucking time, bitch. You preparing for war? Oh my God. But you just invited the heads of Al-Qaeda and that other shit to the White House last week, my nigga. Am I fucking retarded, guys? Did Donald Trump in the White House, and I'm talking about all the Pentagon and all the Hillary Clinton friends that are always there. I'm talking about them motherfuckers for our past 20 years. Did they or did they not just have the head of Al-Qaeda and ISIS at the goddamn White House? Shaking hands and shit. That was our whole childhood based on that shit. And they just casually just let them into the White House. Hey, nice to meet you. And then they had the guy from Saudi Arabia. He came here today. Hey, nice to meet you. Oh, he buddy with the ISIL and ISIS and Al-Qaeda, former founder, co-conspirators of 9/11, something, and that's connected to Israel somehow. I don't know. CIA training be damned. But they were at the White House this week, wasn't it? Why the fuck? Why, guys, on what schedule would you need them niggas in your White House anyway? Like, why would that come up today? Like, why would you bring them to the White House ever, but let alone after 43 government shutdown? The first thing on your mind is like, you know what? Let's call our old terrorist buddies that we fucking threw billions and trillions against for the past 20 fucking years and got nothing in fucking return apparently today. Cut out. On Dick Cheney's death, they didn't. Obviously, and that's after Dick Cheney's death. I want you to understand everything about math and science with these stories, boy. They ain't conspiracy theories. It's fucking incompetence. But, that's not what's happening. We're going to talk about something left, and we're never going to get to your question, ass niggas society. Anyway, so all that happened in 1 week? Wait, this if they got Al-Qaeda in rotation, nigga, they doing a little bit more than because Al-Qaeda is the opium fields, you know what I'm saying? All that illegal drug trade. It makes it over here through the Navy, the big pharma. You know what I'm saying? Those guys, right? The drug cartel of Afghanistan leader. He was at the White House this week. Can you fucking imagine the science on that fentanyl? That's our problem. But we're going to talk to the kings of poppy seeds. Like, we supposed to be retarded, nigga. Like, we supposed to be retarded. Like, I didn't say opium wars 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 for no goddamn reason. They got the kings of the opium wars at the White House this week, my niggas. Don't you miss that shit. They should have just had a Pfizer lanyard badge on or something, boy. Al-Qaeda? Fuck up, man. Hell no. They had the sand cartel, man, at the White House with Trump. Nigga, no. Y'all wake me up when this fucking horror movie is over, because none of this shit stack up. None of that shit stack up. You ain't got no fucking stealth bombers for no goddamn fishermen, bro. Fuck on my face. You ain't got no stealth bombers for no fucking fishermen, bro. No, you don't. You can do that shit with the Coast Guard. Cut it out. Nah, they're going into South America, period. They're going to try to take South America. They're not going to try to take Venezuela. They're going to try to take South America. They're going to try to go all the way down to Brazil, bro. That's what they're about to do. I feel it. Danush. Hey, broda. Congratulations on 1K days on Splash Damage Done Multiply. Squad TBFB. That's crazy. I got that many people again. Sizzle, shout to you guys. Sizzle 560. Composure Slim. Peace to Mr. Now. Glad I missed it. Peace, Mr. Now. 3. She was a random. A reporter tried to ask him and he said, "Shut up, piggy. Well, I'll send the video to you later." Nikki been away till today. She was 3333333. All right, so it feel like Tiny Toon Adventures out here. 3 is definitely a distraction. The PT Cruising, shout out to you. The problem sound way bigger than Venezuela, brother. That's my point. This problem sound way bigger than Maduro or anything like it. Those weapons do not stack up to what's going on in that Gullah Gullah Island. Ryan Gosling. Yep, I've been setting on Roger Rabbit bet since 2023. This is a 2DS character. Sizzle 563, watching the show, waiting for the credits. Desperate Housewives, Pieces of Harut, sending money to everywhere but its home, and now Sudan. Sudan might be worse than Gaza is, and I do not doubt it. On Nigeria, I don't either. I think Nicki Minaj was trying to talk about Nigeria too. I was like, I thought you were from Trinidad and Tobago. Talk about Venezuela right across the street from your grandma's house. The fuck you don't talk about Africa for? Your grandma live right there where them ships at, nigga. You don't bring the girl grandma. You don't have her talk about Nigeria. Man. Oh, man. This is a wild fucking time to be alive, man. My grandfather's CNN would have a fucking field day in just this week alone. They selling all kind of icy hots, man. They tripping, boy. The news ain't even newsing like it's supposed to with all this shit going on. Like, this is all the shit and all the clues we had to pay attention to until what? The damn pandemic. They forgot how to do journalism after the pandemic because they had to work from home, nigga. Man, they not even covering this, bro, correctly. Shout out to brother Taryn Art, Gorilla Gospel 3, at work, catch the replay stream. Peace to you, brother. Appreciate it. Oh, dang, 1K subs. Come on, man. It means something somewhere, man. Somehow, some way. Bringing the vibe back. Rest in peace to that pigeon. He was an old guy. The cat didn't stay long enough for biscuits. It's raining in the desert with flood warnings. That's usually a bad fucking omen, man. But I love the rain, so I'm gonna let it rock. If it rain around me like this, I'm very careful of paying attention to before and after what's next. Because Lord have mercy, it's very rare. During a Mercury retrograde, you're gonna choose Nicki Minaj to deliver a message from the White House. Nah. We being trolled, y'all. Someone trying to punk us or something, boy. It's not even distracting no more. Like, it is a distraction. I mean, that's the point of it, but it's not a distraction. It's not the quality of a distraction anymore. You know what I'm saying? The quality of distractions have gone mid. It's a mid distraction. And maybe that works. Maybe I'm overestimating people. My goofy ass. Maybe we just know too much. And it just seems obvious that that's a mismatch or a mistype of covering something up, right? Or maybe that people, enough people love American Idol enough to just be asleep on fatal waves when she talks. If they even fucking see it, bro. That's an ill story about all. There's probably more real people on my channel than in the damn White House comments. I forgot that part. The White House ain't getting spins. That's damn. On top of that, the White House itself need Nicki Minaj. Not even the message, not even the destruction, just the fact that, like I said, people want to start checking out. Quote unquote, unfollow, block, copy and paste, Epstein files, copy and paste, free Israel, copy and paste, Gaza. Like, you know, it's not a real fucking place. It's a chat room overran by bots a long time ago. I'm thinking I'm probably the most organic reach of that content right now. The fact that I even brought it up. But I knew it was one of those days, man. As soon as I saw Nicki Minaj on the White House page, because I follow the White House, you know what I mean? Like, shit, that's my grandfather's house, first of all. But, yeah, Nicki Minaj at the White House first thing in the morning, boy. Fuck your day up. Because it make you scramble, like, what the fuck is wrong? Wait. I was talking about Olivia Pope all goddamn week. Nicki Minaj is an Olivia Pope-ass move, nigga. What are y'all doing? Fuck what she talking about. What are y'all doing? This ain't over no Collie Park Bubba Sparks pictures either, boy. Nah, Nicki Minaj ain't gonna make me forget Bubba, man. First of all. The United States is afraid that it's going to be overthrown by South America via the cartels. The cartels have magic. They're going after magicians in the islands. I have the videos if you need them. So, what probably has happened is because this is not a national thing, this is a Roman statehood. So you're just waiting for a guy with a horse and a castle to show up with money, guns, and drugs. And I think they have enough for now, just to walk on in. And maybe the United States is doing its last stand thing. South Korea already trying to resolve issues with North Korea, again, amidst their tensions. And a lot of attention is on South Korea too, don't miss it. South Korea and people comparing it to being a United States colony. The guy in Japan said that to their female prime minister, like, are we a colony or something? Then how come we can't have the fucking northern territories of Japan back? Why Russia was like, yo, we'll let y'all have the northern territories as long as you don't have a base there from America. And Japan said no. So you got Japanese people like under the boomers trying to fucking figure out like, yo, so why we still playing patty cake with fucking United States? We need the northern territories. Let's talk about it. They're ours. Nope. And South Korea, like, oh no. It's like a fucking copy and paste of the United States for Koreans. That's crazy. Remember, I learned how to play StarCraft with them. I play StarCraft with South Koreans. Totally different world. But very United States compared to the rest of Asia. So, they're trying to get out their 360 deal. Japan is starting the rumbling. Probably a Zionist PM. Cool story. And she'll be out there soon. With the questions they're asking her ass, same thing happened in Mexico. The questions they ask her ass. It's the same type of people, man. It's the same type of underworld. It's the same type of Yakuza. It's the same type of not Yakuza. It's the same type of triad. Same time not triads. This is gangsters, boy. This is a gangster's paradise. On Luffy it is. That is the 1700s, man. This is a gang war. Yeah, so any minute now. Any minute now. There's too many people with guns out there, man. Any minute now. And that's the saddest thing about it, man. Everything we're talking about, everything we're worried about or trying to project into the future, I think a large reason why so many of us can't see that is because our future is missing an event. I'll explain what I mean. Thank you for the likes on the video. I'll be right. We have a problem, Houston. That rain cold as shit, boy. They lied about Nevada, boy. They lied about deserts, too. These bitches get cold. These bitches get cold. I don't know what the hell. They never been down south, that's what it is. You go down south, then go to the desert, then you'll understand, like, oh yeah, they can't. All right. Let's see. Then they hired Vic Smith, man. Yes, they did. They hired all their fucking favorite Las Vegas people. And that's how you know it's nepotism and, you know, all the other bullshit. Politics is what they call it when you're rich. That only works for white people shit, though. Like I said, if it ain't hard, don't get caught up in no gangster shit. And I think white people were caught up into gangster shit because Trump was caught up into some gangster shit. I remember. What the fuck going on, man? This shit crazy. They fucked up. Israel fucked up. The United States is just a proxy of that being fucked up, though. Because we funded it. We supported them fucking it up. To whatever end the white folks were promised. And I do not think those promises are cashing in. Even when they try to position Peter Thiel and Palantir as a good idea, like from a military, industrial, and military, or just that realm of veterans and stuff, you know, millennials shot that shit down right away. Like, this guy's connected to this guy, that guy's connected. Now they investigating fucking Charlie Kirk's wife. He had a fucking honeypot. As if you couldn't fucking tell she didn't love him. But you know how life is. So, no, man, these niggas. It's all stage for them. It's not stage for us. We really gotta live through this shit. Alright, 2025, What's going on in 2025? See, right now, we went through some weird fucking shit. This COVID thing hit at the end of the year. No one wanted to listen then. I'm like, all right, niggas, y'all better fucking get ready for it. By March, it was there. Cool fucking story, bitch. Artificial shutdowns was here, but that lasted for a couple of years. You know, that's that pandemic. Ooh. No one's dropping dead, but so pandemic-y. Most of the people died in the damn hospital. Ooh, very useful surgeons. And yeah, most of the people who got the PCR test, 78% wasn't accurate. No shit, Sherlock. But the guy who created the test told you that. So he had all these problems. And the mask. That's funny, the end of the masking, the mask, if you will, the narcissists have fallen off. Hate to say it. That's how spells work. Anyway, so 2025, what a hell of a year, man. You had a problem with people with Snap, and you have a bigger problem now, but at least some people got fed. Shit, on Thanksgiving week coming ahead, you had that shit right there, which is that's your lower class. The people who rely on you most, actually. Government codependence, right? That's why your government exists in business. And that's okay. That's what they're for. I thought that's what the damn law said. Anyway, so you got that. You had that. What else fucking happened this year, right? You had all this weird fucking astrological shit that no one's paying attention to because it's every fucking week now. And you have all the fucking environment shit. None of that was good news. But then Bill Gates was like, hey, we don't have to worry about climate change. Bitch, please. Everything that happened this year was worse than what you predicted with climate change. Fuck out my face. On Al Gore, nigga, we hit those marks this year. Cut it out. You got all those goddamn fires and floods. There's some biblical proportions too, boy. Or we just got better internet connection. All right, either way, we're noticing something. And you got the weird shit. We got some animals that never went extinct, and they removed the goddamn copper penny. I think they taking shots at us anyway. Got the animals being fucking weird. You got people being fucking weird. Just everything is just weird. You got a billion cajillion job losses. You know what I'm saying? And that's just an interesting number, although there's 80 million workers, but still, the fact that they're like, why is it negative? Like, that doesn't make sense. And then you got the fucking AI. Like, how useful has that been in my life to make money? Not very. But you know, if we could just get some more data centers, yeah. But we're running out of data, nigga. The fuck you need a data center for? If your AI is chomped through most of its data. Now they need access to the archives. It is habitual line steppers on your tax dollar. I know that's right. And they need more land. And they need your power bill and your water. Oh my God, they need everything, and you got to pay for it, but you don't get none of the dividends of the shit that they're creating with it. That's a weird fucking story, statehood. Anyway, then you got all the battles with the DOJ versus states, Las Vegas, everybody going crazy. Like, shit. And then you got the fucking Assault Typhoon hackers. What the fuck they want with all the goddamn telephone data, Bruce? Did they find who they were looking for? God damn. And then all the other hacks that they just not telling you about no more. Didn't Cloudflare just went down this morning, right? I think Mr. Now was showing me like all the pictures was missing. That was last night. So from last night to this morning, another big hack happened. Weird fucking story. So anyway, that's just the half of it. Minus all your personal shit that happened this year too. I don't have room for that. But I was trying to pay attention. And so you start like, all right, so where are we going next year? Like, well, based on this fucking shit, nigga, like, yo, like, it's a big fucking question mark. The shit holding together right now, so it's pretty fucking magical already. All I can guess is that there's going to be less. The fuck, it ain't going to be more. God damn. So there's going to be less of something. But the reason why you can't land this trick right here about how you're going to go from here to the mirror universe of yourself is that we're forgetting something. Like, you're not going to be the same person on the other side of this wall. Like, that's why you can't see it. There is no reflection yet. And what that means is there's something that hasn't happened yet. With the Y variable going on. And I'm telling you, you know what it is? You know why we can't calculate how none of this shit is going to land? And what does it mean for you on the other side of 2026 until? It's because the war hasn't happened yet. All this shit was pump faking war stuff, right? Like, well, if this happens, then people are definitely going to revolt. Well, if this happens, then definitely it's going to be like the Civil War. And if the Pluto's in Aquarius, then that's like the American Revolution. And then if people can't afford their jobs and things, then they're definitely going to be protesting at all the states. And if they just keep taking advantage of your fucking digital liberties and all your privacy, eventually you'll turn back against them. And then it's like, oh my God, if you can't make no money illegally, and then maybe you'll start doing something. And like, oh my God, if they just keep hacking everything, you're supposed to have been went to war per war standards. So Americans like, I don't see it going to war and on this standard, bitch. I ain't got that much to go to war for. So what am I going to war for, bitch? Ain't none of this got to do with you. That is your government. Anyway, but your government is wigging out of energy and resources, and it's obviously restructuring itself and where it's spending money and what's important to it, not you, to it. Because the government is trying to go to war, bitch. I already seen that shit a mile away. Listen, this is a story as old as the United States itself. They'll make up some reason to go to a war and somehow niggas lose something. Fuck that, man. I'm tired. I'm tired of losing something with these niggas, man. I'm tired. On Mohammedans, I'm tired of this shit. It's just take me to the Taj Mahal, nigga. Anyway, so the Department of War ass niggas. Yeah, all of this has to be interconnected to what this war is about. And we don't know yet. All we know is that USA is playing quarterback. I think Israel, Zionism is the fucking head coach. And it seems like we got our own version of cartels. Don't get it fucking twisted. CIA, drugs. I'll put oil there so no one loses their mind. And all that is money, but they don't need money. They print it. They have debts, but they're also doing a control. They're controlling. It's not about how much debt they have. It's about how much control they can have with debt over everyone else. It's a weird game on that level. Trying to control through debt. But then you got crypto going on. And that's supposed to replace everything from the old world, but they haven't really walked us through that yet. But in the meantime, these guys got some shit going on. Venezuela? What the fuck is Venezuela got to do with anything, boy? Venus. Vuela. That's it. Anyway, and then you know that's going to drag in Colombia because that's the whole top of South America. We already see weird shit going on with Mexico. You got Italy, got something going on. Same story. Yeah, fucking, who else is acting up? Nepal and all of them. They got something going on. There's some other countries I don't know that did the same thing. But they're all, you know what I'm saying? They're all falling to the same things. There's something wrong with their people, boy. I wonder what happened. I wonder what changed the whole fucking world for no fucking reason. You can't see the damn future no more. Anyway, so yeah, who else has some weird shit going on? The UK. Are y'all okay out there? I don't fucking know what's going on with Germany, boy. Germany is going through it. I know they are. Well, Russia, they are. They trying to stick together, doing new plans with China and shit. And then don't forget, amidst all the chaos, as if there was enough, now Africa wants to be fucking war-torn and fucking... They brought Coney back or something. Nigga, like Africa was chilling in Atlanta, Houston. I saw y'all. Fucking Ludacris, Sierra, and all of a sudden Africa want to be back on the fucking map. Like it's 1996 again. Bitch, what the fuck? That was a long time ago. How the fuck Africa get back in the over the same shit? Fucking slavery still. Jesus Christ, part 3 for these big companies. And they got the slavery problem. They got the holy war. They ain't no holy war. That's control. But yeah, they're gonna use a holy war. They got the witchcraft thing all down the Africans in the islands. And definitely, I saw the videos. There are Africans that live in those islands. And then what the fuck going on? They got some other bullshit Africa got going on. They the fucking slavery and the killing people and the fucking what is that shit called? There's a word for it. It's just bad. It's just bad shit. Bad interpersonal bullshit to the behest or benefit, I'm sure, of these guys. I'm sure they're behind it. Since they're the Department of War, and everybody's in the middle of a fucking war right now. Remember back in the day I told you, right around time 1775 happened, how like some weird shit happened over here. All of a sudden you don't see Indians no more. And then at the same time around 1868 you had a civil war, but so did fucking India. Yeah, because these dates, it happened everywhere. It was like all around the world, the same song. So all around the world, Pluto, Aquarius, be damned. So all around the world back then, the similar things that they tell in our story to why we have a United States government, those events happen in other continents and countries too, where the kingdoms were, for sure. What I'm saying is, these motherfuckers been secretly preparing for some war, one of the war. Like, I don't know which war. That's my problem. I don't know which war they're preparing for. But they've been preparing for it silently, getting all the silver and all the missiles and all that shit together. And they telling me it's about a cartel in Venezuela. Bitch, please. What's that got to do with Colombia? I got to put Brazil there because they acting up this week. Oh, my God. These three amigos right here, boy. These are the three amigos. They are right connected to each other. That is a fucking problem. That's a fucking problem because I'm telling you something. If anything wrong, if there's anything wrong, I'm talking about right coming up. I'm talking about if there's anything wrong there, if there's anything wrong here, if there's anything wrong there, there's definitely something wrong here. If all 4 of these people have something going wrong right now, leading to next year, guess what? Hell yeah, you about to have less. That's all that's left, nigga. China and Russia and all these niggas already cutting us off of some of the shit that we need that gave us more. They already got to save themselves. You understand? We're already getting less because our favorite white people got to save themselves. I promise you they do. They have a fucking problem here. Brewing. But the problem manifested here so far. Last week, I did not expect them to actually attack the president of Mexico. Like, I seen her ass and her nose, and she was trying to ban memes or something, and that triggered it. Like, why you trying to ban memes, bitch? And now they got the cartel on their ass. And then Colombia's like, yeah, the silent cocaine trade CIA Contra partner with Russia. I could have fucking sworn there was something. Anyway, and then Venezuela's some cartel, and you got a bunch of black magic with these niggas too. Don't remember that. This is some cartel. They practice voodoo, nigga, or anything like it. You know what I'm saying? They're practitioners. They practice magic, boy. So do they. Oh my God, so do they. Definitely they. And that, bad news. We got bad news. Just like how everything was fucking around and finding out back then, Everything is fucking around and finding out right now. And that's why this is what I'm saying to you. It's impossible for me to imagine what the fuck that looks like if any of this is true at the same time. And all of it's true currently on this timeline. Like, these are just the local things that people care about in your MSNBC topics. That's light. This shit's a flop because this is a flop. Bad data, but still, even you can turn around and fix it and multiply it in the future and borrow some money and hold yourself down with a real fucking agenda, one fucking day. But no, we had a ulterior motive already, and somehow these motherfuckers are popping off before you did. Ain't this the craziest story in human history? The reason why there be any unstabilization in Brazil, you got the same type of issues. Go to Philadelphia. Any reason why Nepal is like, I'm tired of this shit on Discord, I am. So do you. On Taliban, you do. And if you have any problem with gas prices and oil and heating your house with the data centers trying to use your oil, your power, and you can't heat your house, but they don't have jobs for you, like they're done with it. Africa, talk about people in captivity, occupied, religious zealots and everything. Hey, welcome to fucking me in 2025. But still, witchcraft and everything in between us. I'm tired of dealing with these witches. Like, everything's the same. But plus all of this shit. And we're chilling like, yo, I wonder what the fuck gonna happen this time next year. And I'm like, yeah, how? How is everything fucking in flux but the United States right now? How? Like, I'm confused. I'm confused how we're even standing, bro. On paper, I mean, like, all the losses not calculated. And how weird everything is. We chilling, bro. Somehow we still here. To God be the glory. But I'm just saying, that pandemic did us dirty. Now, coming out of this dirty ass for no reason pandemic, how? Now, they planned a war ever since. Obviously. You know what's interesting about this side of the list and this side of the list? There ain't so many vaccines in these niggas. But then, that's a different story. It's a vaccine gradient when you think about it. Anyway, so, no. Hacks and data centers. Can you fucking imagine how that's going to play out when you can't stop them? Anyway, weird. What if these motherfuckers just put fake data into there? Not steal, not take, what if they just fucking corrupt the data? Have they thought about this yet? Do they need me back in cybersecurity, bitch? Anyway, so you got fires, floods, climate changes, environment, astrological changes, snap, lower class. This is the one that you think is going to do it because that's what they do in other countries. But our lower class Gen Z is checked out, nigga. They in the bed, boy. They in the bed. They checked out. So that ain't gonna happen. That's different out there. They was outside. These kids are inside in comfortable clothes. For now, how? I don't know. But that Department of War, man. Yeah, we ain't gonna see the other side of potential possibilities until there's this other event looming. And it might not be now. I mean, they're drawing it out, but I'm telling you, as many ships as these motherfuckers got out in that goddamn ocean, boy, I tell you, that shit is like a crescent moon, right? And you got fucking Colombia on this side, you got Venezuela on this side, you got Trinidad and Tobago, you got fucking Florida's down here somewhere, and you got Puerto Rico, Guam, Cuba, and all them niggas and all that shit. And you're like, all right, cool. You're trying to get to these niggas to stop them from getting to the islands to these niggas. But you got to ship here, 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 ship, 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 ship. That's what it looks like today. That's what it looks like today. They all pulled up to the Gulf today, this weekend. So I'm like, alrighty. It's a matter of someone explaining to me, you ain't got no fucking $100 billion for Snap somehow, but you got enough gas for these. All right, cool. That's important. Why is it important? How you gonna get money in crypto from sending all of these to these niggas? But what you lining up Venezuela, Colombia, and Mexico for at the same time? Brazil? What's going on? The fuck going on? We don't know the result of that. And the result of that, bro, do y'all understand what I'm saying? The result of whatever the fuck happens on a gang level in Brazil and on the gang level of Mexico, and the gang level of those two cousins, they're winning. So if they win the people, if they win the control of the cabinets, then that's way less for your government. Because what end up happening is these cartels on the people side, on the blood side, they're going to end up throwing out Israel, which is what it is. They're going to end up throwing out Israel, bro. I know it is. And it makes sense. Like, if Israel's threatened with its little patsies and people there, it'll send its big brother down there, like, all right, listen, guys. Israel said, you got to leave her alone. Israel said, come on, Maduro, you've had it long enough. Let one of us in. Come on, Mexico, hold on. And Brazil's like, oh, shit, we saw what's happening there. So they're like, all right, we want to send some moral support, I guess, for Israel. It's got to be. It's got to be. Because your fucking president had drug cartels from Afghanistan pull up in the White House for pictures this week, including the fucking Prince of Saudi Arabia. I ain't fucking stupid. The fuck going on? Opium Wars Part 2, stupid. Alawite Dynasty Part who, nigga? I know what happened back here. Don't fucking play with us. So anyway, yeah, we're missing something. We're not distracted, though. I mean, how the fuck could you be fucking distracted? Distracted by what for what, nigga? These ain't distractions. This is real life. The craziest things are distractions is really bad. These aren't distractions. This shit's fucked up. That's not distraction. That's not a distraction. That's not a distraction. That is not a distraction. This shit really happened. While all of this is still fucking happening on its own, none of that ain't got nothing shit to do with you. None of that shit, nigga. The fuck, you don't even know what language they speak. They ain't got shit to do with you. Them niggas, oh my God, and all the magic and bad shit they practice. Holy, holy. Y'all don't go to church no more over here, but how? Anyway, Department of War, boy. We about to go to a world war. Oh, we skipping steps in this motherfucker. It ain't about no goddamn fisher boat from these niggas practicing some shit, nigga. Come on Jesus and on Abraham, nigga. Of course. But nah. Y'all buddy with them niggas, cartel, CIA, drugs, and oil. Y'all ain't giving a fuck. Y'all ain't giving a fuck about that. Y'all don't give a fuck about us. How? I mean, goddamn. But you know what I'm saying? Like, that's a lot of fucking ships out there, boy. It's a lot. We listen. With a Qatar base in Idaho, listen. A Qatar base in Idaho, man. They just tell us anything, nigga. Who framed Roger Rabbit? Twitter was new picture-wise this morning. Yeah, that was the cloud. That was that cloud hack. TBFB 13. 3. Coney was crazy. That rollout to make Coney famous, yeah. Composer Slim on Vince McMahon and on his wife. Very convenient. The local election is on right now in Denmark. About to be 5 straight days of thunderstorms, rain Thursday where I'm at right now. Y'all let me know if I missed something. That was all just this week. Y'all let me know if I missed something. That was just this week. That's what I noticed this week. That was just this week. If we had this much material in high school, boy, I'd have been did them reports. I wouldn't have waited till I was on the bus. I'd had a lot to talk about. I had to learn how to come up with 1,000 words about 3 ideas for no reason. Now I ain't got enough fucking words for the ideas. Jeez Louises. What the fuck is going on? Bro, you gotta watch those videos though. That military shit tough, boy. I don't want to see nobody use none of that. The United States or nobody else. Like I said, I don't want my brothers in that war, first of all. Because there ain't no wins. There is no wins for us. There ain't no wins. There's always wins for a corporation or another fucking pirate bank. It's not a win for the people. That shit evil for real, but them stealth bombers they got out there, boy, them shits move like kites. They look light, bro. That shit's scary. And because there's so many of them out there, that Venezuela, Russia group chat crazy because I'm pretty sure that China or Russia is approving a missile-to-missile system. I don't know what it's called, but it's something to do with missile-to-missile. So you fire it from a plane, basically, which takes down the B-52s and the bombers. You understand what I'm saying here? So the United States rolled out its kill streak package for Venezuela's fishermen. And like I said, that's overkill, because Venezuela is not in that, it's not like that Navy, and it's definitely not like that Air Force-wise. But it buys things from other countries just for its own practice, I guess, right? Russia's like, oh, this ain't practice no more. We won't put you in the game. So now they have the equivalent strike package, or it's not even a strike package. They now have Russia's and China's equivalent of a counter-strike package for that level of technology. That doesn't guarantee Venezuela wins anything. What it guarantees is that there's going to be a lot less ships in that goddamn ocean, no matter how this shit go. That's what I'm worried about. Nobody win this war. Nobody win this one. This is America. All of us is America. It's a continent, by the way, not a country. This about America. America is in a civil war. Can you imagine? Zoom out a little bit. So this Anglo-Civil War in America, yet again, 250 years later, same fucking story, part 10, buddy. Barbary Wars, part 10, nigga. Like, we at it again, Scoob. Jesus Christ, bro. And I'm telling you, the weapons they got now, these ain't cannons and muskets. Anybody can get it. You understand what I'm saying? Anybody can get it. That's crazy. That's why Venezuela is holding down Trinidad and Tobago, and they got Nicki Minaj on the TV. That's the all correspondence. I know what they're trying to say. I know what they're trying to say. I know why they pick her from that island. They saying one thing, but they said something else, so niggas paying attention. I'm like, yo, cut it out. They're that close. We're on the eve of it, bro. If the message is in Trinidad and Tobago, that's right across the street from Venezuela. They're right there. And that's the White House is what I'm saying. They're broadcasting. They're telling you something. If you know who Nicki Minaj is and you know where she's from, you're like, all right, that's the message. Pulling up to Trinidad tomorrow, nigga. Yeah, that war is that's an internal war. That's a continental war. You know who loses in those wars? The people of the continent. Every continental war ends in a different people on your damn continent. Don't miss that shit. No matter who win or lose this, it's another Trail of Tears for us, Shogun. Counter UAV online for real, bro. There's going to be a mass migration and immigration if they do this, y'all. I hope you all know that. Your city's already flooded. Your homeless already flooded. Fentanyl already too crazy now. And there's people coming from these spots because they got to get away from fucking that shit. Oh, trust me, they going to learn how to cook crack again in a goddamn Democratic subsidized apartment complex. Trust me. That's how they did it to us in the 90s. It wasn't the local black people. I was fucking there. Anyway, so like, it'll happen. You'll see it. Yeah. Oh yeah. They building missiles, man. That means they plan to go back and forth, is what I'm saying to you. They know there's gonna be some back and forth. We ain't see the mass UAPs yet either, man. Remember earlier this year, right in the middle of the Gulf of America, I called it Ursula correspondence was leaking out of the Gulf of America, man, and it caused the Northeast to freeze. It even froze in North Carolina. That shit persisted so long. Y'all remember that shit? I hope y'all remember that shit. That was before 6 a.m. That was right around February, right? Or March. where that fucking Gulf of America had that stream of on the Doppler radar, like it looked like smoke, bro. I was like, oh shit, done killed the Titan. It froze Toronto all the way down to North Carolina, and then it fucking, remember the Delta airplane was upside down and shit? And look at your damn airlines, they upside down this year, ain't they? Your airliners are upside down this year, ain't they, boy? Listen, y'all gotta pay attention to those patterns, boy, because they're not randoms. It's not the white people, it's not the Illuminati talking to you, man. I hate to say it this way, but it's actually the quote unquote code itself. It's because it's universal law, man. It's quantum feedback. There we go. Let's use that word. It's quantum feedback. The more angles you know, the easier it is for you to solve for the missing variables of the shape. That's all. It's a volume game. The more symbols you understand, the more clear the picture is. That's all. It's like going from 2K to 4K. That's it. But this shit in 4K lately. It's not even a Scooby-Doo mystery for real. It's a what the fuck you mean? Why won't they slow down? One bad decision after another, niggas. Like back to back to back. We haven't had a good decision. The United States has not had progress all year, nigga. Yo, and nothing we've talked about, nothing politically, nothing on TV, none of it has been like a solution that gave us more. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's no wins, I should say, in that level. They even investigating your boy LeBron James. Hang it up, guys. Millennial era is officially fucking over. They going after LeBron James and his cohorts. They took their phones today. Two of LeBron James people. I don't know, sometimes, it's the executive types, I think. The poker games. The rigging games, you know what I'm talking about. The nepotism, you know what I'm talking about. They going after LeBron's people, boy. That means they going after LeBron too. Don't stay woke now. He off for the rest of the season for some reason. Stay woke now. Oh, they shutting shit down, boy. That's underworld shit, ain't it? Gambling with the mafia. That's really fucking underworld if you think about it. Even fucking LeBron James is fucking with the underworld. Don't miss nothing, please. They say Jordan's dad ran into an unfortunate situation because Jordan was fucking with the underworld. This ain't the first time for the NBA. Listen, we saw Training Day. They don't always use Russians, nigga. Life is cheap. So, there's all kind of levels to this shit, man. That's what I'm saying. This is gang wars. This is weird. This is a illegal, illicit pipeline war. This is not maritime. Remember? They ain't got no kings and shit. So now this ain't because of the tariffs of the king and his territories and his plantations. This ain't because of Imperial Majestic needs his markers of attention. No. This is the reprobate leading the reprobate. This is the moment the world has been waiting for. This is like unmasking the reptilians, nigga. I'm telling you, this is cosmic. Your life is about to change forever, man. Forever, ever. We are at the end of a paradigm, a world paradigm. You understand? A world paradigm, Craig. Not local, not California, no. Nigga, they set it off everywhere. That spirit, whatever's causing this, whatever the quantum correspondence is to why everybody this year decided to say fuck it and not 2022. Why is this year, no other year, nigga? I'm telling you, man. There's too many moving parts in the wrong direction for anything to even resemble what we just left last year behind us. This is the last year and hence why there's so much nostalgia and content, because even the creative people can't. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's time's up for that paradigm. It's over. It's like life ending, but it's the beginning of another one. We're entering into a new paradigm no matter who enters it. Whether it's Palantir, whether it's AI, whatever it is, it don't matter what it is. All roads lead to nothing will ever be the same. So let's hope Maduro and Trump can have an arm wrestling match and split these drugs in half. So we can go the fuck on with what the fuck we trying to figure out. Because if not, if the United States loses this negotiation, how do I explain? See, it's one thing. Let me see. In Donald Trump and the white people of America's mind, you show up with all these weapons. You know how it is. You surround the ops house. You try and intimidate them, get them to come out by themselves. And then, you know, you do the things, and then it's like, all right, now I'm going to take over your trade routes, and you're going to take a hike, and Israel's going to put in a patsy. That ain't going to happen, right? Y'all know that, right? Like, at the very least, we know that's not going to happen. But that's what they would like to happen. They would like for this intimidation to remove the head of Venezuela, thus cutting them in on a bigger pie of the cartel underworld scheme, which I'm sure is international. And the United States can get their little illicit slush fund going back on again, but filter it through a foreign nation, which is what they love to do. No CIA, right? But that ain't going to happen. That's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. Maduro's talking about peace. Buddy, I'm used to double speak. He said, bring it on. Bring it on. Because he can't do a speech about peace. And then I read a headline today that he on the phone with anti-stealth bomber missiles. That's not how peace works. That means he ain't that damn confident in the diplomacy. He ain't that damn confident. He told his people, I saw the video 3 days ago. He said, hey, you know, Venezuela, the people, Colombia, and even the Colombia guy, they did 2 tours that day. It was like B2K and fucking Bow Wow going on tour again next year. They better hope they going on tour next year. They announced that shit today. B2K and Bow Wow, y'all don't read the room in this motherfucker. Y'all, you got that shit tentative for fucking March of next year, bitch. Y'all ain't get through Christmas yet. The fuck you talking about? You think the people who can't afford Christmas gifts are buying fucking B2K tickets? Nigga, cut it out. But we'll see. Hopefully I'm wrong. Hopefully I'm fucking wrong, because shit, all them single women out there my age who remember them from 106 in Park. We just said that. Yeah, they'll go. They'll afford it. They'll find a way to get fucking Chris Brown pictures. They'll fucking figure it out. But I'm saying that depends on where all those ships go next week. The United States couldn't stop. The United States cannot stop. The United States will not stop any retaliatory attacks. I need y'all to know that. The United States needs more people to go too. I hope y'all know that. It's an evil thing to say. I hate talking about it. But their agenda was for a population collapse, man. No Georgia Guidestones. That was in the documents, man. You've heard Bill Gates say it. You've heard the guy, the dickhead, not Teal, the other one. So many of them. Klaus Schwab at a World Economic Forum saying, hey, well, the good thing about the pandemic was that now the AI can do the jobs. And bitch, we talking about people are dead, and you talking about potential for what? Automation? Shut your dumb ass. So they're not in the let's grow forth and multiply business. These dickheads, right? The ones that are funding everything, at least. Everyone in between us might have a different idea. Compromises and shit. No, ain't no fucking compromise with these fucking psychopaths, bro. I need the United States military people to know. Those are psychopaths. You are not dealing. These are not like the other girls. So, these psychopaths are gonna get the United States fucked up, boy. All I'm saying is, as long as they don't actually use those weapons, I'm talking to the United States now. As long as you don't actually fire into Venezuela, as long as you don't actually target some cartel bases in Mexico, because you know he tried to get approval for that too. That's why he got wartime approval, because he's not just going to hit Venezuela. He's gonna hit Mexico, guys. Motherfuckers crossing the border willy-nilly without war. Motherfuckers had lesser reasons to come to America after 2015, and they still were. Now you're gonna add cartel bases, cities, and hotels as targets, and they gotta scramble somewhere. Where the fuck you think they going? To put a tent up in the desert, nigga? Shut up, man. Fuck out my face. Fuck out my face, boy. They crossing the border, boy. They want to, if you attack Venezuela, Colombia, or Mexico, those cartel people, you know, the actual, not the money people, but the people that cartel, like the people that do all the weird shit for them, they don't have to go somewhere, man. They'll move right into your fucking neighborhood too, boy. That's a crazy fucking story. I'm telling you, they're gonna rush the border, boy. So that's here, Cali, Arizona, Texas, Florida. You don't have a mass migration moment if they do. So I hope they don't. We literally don't have it, which is why I don't know why the United States thinks it can attack these targets and not have hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people move, migrate, mobilize. And that's without the attack, though. And what I'm saying is that's not even because of them counter-attacking. That's just people moving the fuck away from stealth fucking bombers, bro. Nah, ain't nobody trying to deal with that. So they'll be up here. They'll be crossing the border soon if they hit them. But then you have to think, how many of them are not them when they come over? And you just hit them. Exactly. Because you're talking about cartel, right? You're talking about cartel that's outfitted with Russian and Chinese weapons. Just, you know, something light. But, you know, the local Mexican military is, you know, not impervious to those bullets. So, thus, it's a standstill usually with them. It's a compromise. Ain't no fucking compromise. Ain't no fucking, bro. Listen to me very fucking carefully, United States. If Mexicans are already trying to overthrow their president, hold on. The same Mexicans willing to go against their own Mexican cartels and Israel president today, like as of now, they already did it. They're already pushing, right? I don't know what it's going to turn into. I don't know if they're winning or losing. I just know they're outside already on the bullshit. And then Trump wants to target Mexico, cartels, and Venezuela at the same damn time that you already got people in the street in Mexico acting up. Nah, nigga. They don't cross the damn street, nigga. Y'all crazy as fuck. This administration is silly. On Nicki Minaj, they silly. Hell no. That's why you can't see the future until that happens. Hold on. Twitter was nuked. UAV online. Ursula knocked down. It's the math of it playing out. The greatest before and after. Exactly, I saw it in my dream in 2023. Noel says, can't stop, won't stop, take that, take that. Trump got planetary authority? Plenary authority. Which word is it? Planetary or plenary? What does plenary mean? And when did they give him that and why? You try to evoke Space Force into this conflict over some fucking fishermen? Cut it out. Well, UFO Venezuela working with the aliens, nigga? Venezuela bringing the fucking disc back, boy? Oh, shit. Listen, what if all the goddamn UAPs in New Jersey came from Venezuela? And explain all the damn driving. Man. Yeah, man, I don't know. We've been waiting for something to happen. That's what the good white folks were saying. I saw another good white folk on the Instagram saying something to that effect. He said, you don't fit. People are noticing. How do you describe that? They said, can you guys sense like there's this weird feeling in the air? Like right before the pandemic happened? Yeah, it's not the same thing, but you know, it's just this weird, empty, creepy feeling, bro. Like, yes, welcome to my TED Talk. Yes, that feeling is called intuition. In my village, we call that spider senses. And your spider senses are not clear right now because that speaks to distance. But the fact that your spider senses are early, that means it's a big fucking deal coming towards your way if you feel it. If you can't identify where that feeling's coming from, it's just loose, it's kind of just airy. That means its frequency is huge. You're just not close to the eye of the storm of it yet. AKA, as time will go on, you will see why you felt that way. Pay attention. If you feel that way, that's what white people saying. White people talking, they tapping into their feelings and spider senses, boy. They doing parallels to the pandemic. Now, understand that life manifests based on how people feel, by the way. that's why this is kind of critical. That if people are starting to feel energy and it's not a good energy, then it's going to manifest a corresponding, oh, that's why I felt like that. You know what I'm saying? It'll create a nocebo for you. Trust me, it does. That's why people fucking overreacted to COVID. Because how people felt about the headlines, how people felt about getting a cold. It wasn't the thing itself, apparently. So, we got some strong feelings on the horizon for something similar to COVID. That does not mean another pandemic or virus, though. Just something that affects your whole civilization at once, which would be a war, by the way. Even if you're not in it shooting missiles every day, your country will switch its whole news. You know how it is. Because it's so close as well, and the border as well. Because it's local, it'll dominate the airspace if they do this. So they don't have to have media ready. They don't have to have the TikTok algorithm ready. They're gonna black out everything. I'm telling you, they don't ever tell you the truth during a war. First of all, they haven't been telling us the truth before one, so it's gonna be a little bit more. You'll notice it. You won't even watch it because it'll be so full of shit. So hopefully they're ready, man. You see how they couldn't deal with the Bubba emails. They just moving on. Hey, we'll put up Nicki Minaj, send Trump out there to Mar-a-Lago. We're gonna send down the Navy people. We're gonna email Michael Flynn this morning. Like all kind of shit going on. You talking to old generals? No, the fuck you're not. What Michael Flynn want to tell us about $50 billion in debt today? Nothing. So that means the United States has no option left but war, by the way. So if you notice that all they're going to talk about is military stuff soon, that's like preloading, that's like preconditioning people. Because we went from food stamps, scarcity, Trump is gay, where the money at, jobs and AI, to military. All right, niggas. I get it. They're not going to be able to do the patriotism play, because patriotism is the poor being willing to die for the rich. The pride of dying for the rich. Because everything else is too expensive, even bread. They had some quotes back in the day about this shit, boy. On Socrates. Anyway, so yeah. We'll end up, at least we know they're steering the ship towards a war. And that would make this year make so much sense. If it actually manifests a war. Then you would have lived through the Anne Frank storyline, the American Revolution storyline, and the Day After Lincoln storyline, all in one fucking year. Shit. That's what we get for asking those stupid ass questions in high school. Misery Pandonian, he's the Pope. TBFB 13. Well, if you don't give me a complete sentence, what are you talking about? When was Trump given the authority of the Pope? Because now we got the Holy War calendar, which means we're talking about UFOs. What's going on? When did that happen? When was he given that authority? What's it called? It's called plenary? What does that mean? Deadass. That's the most important title he could be given. You deadass? You deadass. They put Trump in control of the Templars. You deadass. Verify that for me. What are you talking about? Because that's a whole different game they're playing then. They're not even doing oil. If they need the damn church involved, they're not. And I know that church is a bank. I ain't sleep. But still, the reason why the church does things is totally different. Because it's aware of way more things going on. All right. God damn. Catholics in Mexico. Catholics in cartel regions. It's Catholics. Duh. When he posted the meme, I don't know what meme you're talking about. So he posted the meme and then what? I'm talking about was he really giving those degrees though? Is that a real thing? Is that a real headline, brother? I know Trump just be posting stuff. On Bubba he do. I ain't worrying about what he posting. Trump posted a meme dressed like the Pope. Yeah, but what is the documentation associated with that? Did they acknowledge that as a degree? Was it acknowledged? Not him being silly. One of his staff leaked it while speaking to Fox News. Okay, we getting close. So, all right, so it's not an assumption then. Good. Do you remember what word he said? Yeah, because they got that Jesus statue in Brazil too. That means they out there too. Okay. Oh, they trying to put the band back together. They ain't gonna work. They got crypto now. They don't need them. Stephen Miller says Trump has plenary authority. Can you do me a favor and define plenary? Plenary? P-L-E-N-A-R-Y. What is the definition of that? Plenary. Noel says, damn, I'm behind. Oh, that's all it is. What is plenary? Plenary authority. I need to know what that means because I don't like what that means. I already know, but I don't. I gotta get my Edamon life together. When they start throwing words like minister, patinary, and shit on Benjamin Franklin, when they start throwing them terms around, they dealing with treaties. First of all, we got a treaty problem. If they ever elevating his pen, complete and absolute power to take a particular issue with no limitations. And it's crazy that they equivalent. Somehow the United States has that, and it's somehow interconnected with the Pope. Cut it the fuck out, American history. It just writes itself. Cut it out. Cut it out. That's what we were talking about with unum sanctum and dum diversus. That word right there, same story. That is unum sanctum. That word, that definition is unum sanctum, by the way. That is what unum sanctum, that document is about. Awarding the Pope that right there. So I see why it's a synonym, but it means something different depending on if you're the Vatican Bank or if you're a United States CEO, president that's in with a certain clandestine group that runs everything behind the scenes and has since 1492. So I don't know what side Trump is on of those stories, but goddamn, how you go from sucking dick to Pope status? This story just writes itself over and over again, yo. Some freaky ass church boy. Mr. Now says a complete and absolute power to take on a particular issue with no limitations. War. Plenary. Entire. Complete. From Latin, plenus. Full. Filled. Greatly crowded. Stout. Pregnant. Abundant. Abounding. Complete. Yeah. Oh, so there's no arguing basically. There's no vetoes. There's no resistance to a decision that he has to make on that level. But that level sounds like treaties. That sounds like that this problem is not cartel based. You don't sign that to do something foreign anyway. Like, why would he need complete power to do something illegally in another? It's illegal to another country, so you know what I'm saying. Like, you don't need power to be a dickhead, but it's for the recourse because he's gonna have to move people. Yeah, they're planning that people are gonna move. They're planning mass casualties. That's why you award them that, because now your life is literally in Trump's hands. If you just got that update. Oh, wow. Support the support, man. Let me get me one last Chinese food dinner, man. Cashapp, money sign, mgthefuture. But anyway, because I'm telling you told me they put the life of everybody in Trump's hands after exposing the Bubba emails. No, nigga. No. We didn't vote for this, first of all. The people that vote didn't vote for that. How did they pass that? But they didn't pass food stamps? No. They had 43 days to think about that? No, nigga. What? Someone leaked their slides. I want to see what the fuck Congress was looking at in their emails this whole time. Because ain't no way they try to filibuster Obamacare and then turn around, blame Trump for everything wrong in the health and finance and citizen sector, but then the same motherfuckers gonna give him the complete authority? Get the fuck out my face. They wasted our whole damn year then, blaming Trump for nothing. What the fuck talking about Trump gonna goddamn do? Y'all got a different fucking problem if the same people complaining about Trump is then talking about, yeah, you got the juice now, Trump. No, you can't have the juice and then be the problem with the squeeze, bro. That's bad math. That means we got another problem. They're trolling. They're fucking, what's that word? They're playing a game, bro. No, they always do, but this one's ugly. You can't stop that. That's what Hitler did, by the way, guys. Stay woke the fucking woke out here. This is that. This is Nazi Germany part 2, but without, everyone's not blonde hair and blue eyes. But that type of, these type of measurements for official record. Yes, very eerily fucking similar. Damn. If you want to be cooked for the rest of your life, never make Donald Trump your wife. So from my personal point of view, get a Clinton boy to marry you if you want to be. Shit crazy out here, boy. That's an unusual thing to give Trump. So it corresponds to how unusual the problem is. bigger problem than they're letting on. What are they fighting for if they want people to die? They're fighting over control. They're not fighting over the United States. The planetary powers smoking glizzies. That's crazy. Also, the other picture of Trump walking away from the press that morning appears with flag lowered to the ground on the pole. Yeah, someone has said, why is the flag on the ground? Trump fell asleep. He an old man. He fell asleep in the Oval Office, just like the Pope's funeral. The DNA structure co-discoverer James Watson died today. mRNA Part 2 loop. Also, One Piece director passed away. Yeah, him, artist, an editor, all kind of people. And that football player, right? They being quiet about the guy that died at 30 or something. Please don't tell me he was vaccinated, because y'all don't piss me off. Like, oh, because they're giving him a lot of 20 ibuprofens for pain management. Oh, we talking about a systematic racism then. Because they give everybody else the fucking okie doke pills if they white, but they gave this black guy 20 ibuprofens. All right, how you want to spin this story? Yeah, it's an evil world, boy. Literally the epitome of they did it to themselves, too. They fighting over some shit they did privately. Fucking up the game publicly. That's crazy. Where are our military bases on the Gulf? Does anyone know? What would they target if they had to hit the United States back to get the United States to back off or to rethink? They have plenty of ships to stop anything going north of South America. I think that's why they scrambled like that. Kind of like having linebackers and shit like that. They're doing deep coverage, pause. So understand their coverage, just in case. But that means they are aware that they can strike back, which is scarier. And I already told you those missiles that Russia got do not require a carrier, just a pickup, just a CDL. Can you imagine? And they banned all the people with CDLs. That's crazy. That shit keep happening. Every time I talk about this damn stupid ass war, there's a correspondence. Yeah. Of course you'll fucking stop all the damn foreign tractor trailer truck drivers from coming to your fucking country through Mexico. Of course you fucking would. Russia could put a whole fucking problem in one of those things, bro. Like they make them like that. Like they make that truck to do that. Them shit's already in this damn country. They better stop playing with me. But it doesn't help if more and more and more, you know what I'm saying? I get it. You don't want one of those to get loose. You fuck around and think it's avocados on that shit. There's like 4 ICBMs come out and shit. Launched from San Diego. Fucking hit everything on the East Coast. Yeah. And that's without using their nuclear submarines. That's just out of a fucking truck. And then you can blame it on anybody for real. You want to get the justification you need. But they already gave Donald Trump all the justification he needs. So there's that story. Trump ain't the type of person you get that kind of power to, guys. Not in war. Because if they hit him anywhere, he's going to be sore and sour. And you know what I'm saying? He's not going to know when to stop is what I'm saying. So he's going to order a lot of things. If it's a war. If it's a war and if they get hit back, he's the type that will order some very emotionally driven bad decisions from a military campaign standpoint. You don't give a nigga who can't play StarCraft those kind of powers, boy. I feel like that's a pre-fucking requisite. He was playing Roller Coaster Tycoon. He needed to play StarCraft. This is a different game. they deployed the Night Snatchers out too. Y'all heard of that before? What is that group called? It's a Spanish word. I forgot it. They already deployed them in Mexico. So you hire these guys to kill everybody. But on the government side, kind of like Spetsnaz or that one group that Russia got, the Wagner group. Well, Mexico got a similar version too that they would use on cartels, right? Because you would have to, right? And they only deploy them at night. So you don't see them. There's not a lot of noise. Whatever the target is, they usually get them. And I mean dead. If you're trying to figure out why 38 of her oppositions to run for Mexican president turned up missing. You understand everything? So they got that group out there looming. Russia's group is looming in Venezuela that does the same fucking thing. So you got the most lethal version of organized militias that we know about that are allied to their state, if you will, out there just willy-nilly today. One terrifying group fucking authorized in Mexico, and another terrifying group authorized by Russia in Venezuela. It ain't nothing but Colombia between, for real. All right, we headed somewhere, man. Panama, Mississippi. Yep, also a white rapper died at 21. Damn, rest in peace to everybody. Cuba, Puerto Rico, Florida. Panama, Mississippi. Oh yeah, they have all the ships in the Panama Canal, then those Chinese and Russian ships going through Panama from the Pacific to the East Coast are probably. But they're already not doing big enough business with the United States officially for that to matter. But it would matter to everyone else they're helping, including China helping Jamaica. It would slow down the relief that Puerto Rico and Jamaica gets for damn sure. It would prevent from military using that opportunity. I get it. Strategically, that makes sense, but it's fucked up for the Jamaicans. Mad coverage. Cover 2, your lecture, deep middle coverage. He said deep middle coverage. For real. They got them islands surrounded, boy, like Hungry Hippo, boy. That shit crazy. I was like, God damn. When I heard it was just 3 of their warships, I was like, oh, that's pretty intense for a fucking fisherman battle. Like, no, they got way fucking more than that, actually. Quarter or a third of their force. Damn. Yeah. And then Trump has the power to do whatever the fuck he wants. With that, no thank you. We saw what happened to the budget. No thank you. He won't have to borrow a lot of money for this war, boy. I don't know how he gonna pay it back. That exchange rate with the bank, whatever the bank wants with South America, it must be huge. Whoever, the people behind the bank is. It's usually not an organization. It's usually for a handful of dickheads. But yeah, we'll see. My coworker is from Colombia, and she showed me footage of a car bomb being used in her family neighborhood. Yeah, that shit ain't fun. But that's another day in cartel land. They, like I said, those countries had fucking renegade problems with beef and how they handle that. But they're not compatible with our military. So I'm not worried about our military dealing with the people. I'm worrying about the excuse that they're using and what that means for everyone else. Because there is no winner. Either way this goes. So for the Continental War shit, it always changes the whole fucking map. Always. Look at our fucking scenario. We are not exempt. That's what happened to the Cold Crush last time. That's the annexation of Texas right there. If they cross this line, it's a perpetual war. Well, They cross Mexico into fucking South America. So, you ain't never gonna get that balance back. Mexico already overthrowing their own damn president. The fuck? Mexico got to their president before anyone from January 6th got to ours. That's crazy. They want that digital ID everywhere, especially for immigration. That's what it is. They're trying to convert the whole financial system. They're trying to make them have to rely on them, especially with the AI thing, because North America has the advantage with the people, I guess, they're influencers, but South America has the fucking advantage with the resources. Which is strange why these faggots will come to fucking Delaware to take something and they skip South America. It's very personal, Jews. So fucking car bombs, Cuba. Cuba's friendly with Russia. Jamaica just met up with Israel. Game over. Their fucking leader's a Mason. And now the white people are starting to expose all the Masons in the civil rights movement. And you find out all the civil rights were Freemasons, including fucking Booker T. Washington, Rosa Parks. I already told you about Jesse Jackson. And quite a few others. And Martin Luther King's dad, which probably makes sense why he was able to go to Germany and get his name switched when he came back, because he visited there with Masons. No fucking wonder. Lutheran movement, my ass. That was some fucking ritual. Back in the home territory. Jesus Christ. These people, boy. What is this shit? A legacy of lies. Lord have mercy. And whoever wins has to define all the new social trends and rules and stuff, and then your old ass gotta adjust to it. Man, if they don't go to Hades in a handbasket. One Piece. But yeah, what a time be live. What else going on in your lives, guys? What else you guys been noticing outside of the fucking everything on social media? Anything interesting local happening? Where are you in the world? What's been on your mind? Please call in. Fucking Nicki Minaj. They crazy, boy. Nothing? You guys all asleep, ain't you? Shout for all the likes. We got 29 and 31. Shit. Who were the two extra people? Where did they go? Shout out everybody else that didn't like, because if there's 2 extra people, there's probably 5. That's why. But there is no evil, only infinite good, so speculation is probably more intense than the manifestation. Except for fucking Sudan. That shit is gruesome. Evil. That they do it to themselves that way. Like, that's evil. I don't like that. Nothing major, but I seen a St. Lucie parade already here in the town, Mr. Now. This is Mike from Kentucky. Prices are hot. And less food. Well, Mr. Now says, they getting ready with the letters and wishes a month before the actual date of December 13th. Oh. St. Lucie's Day Parade early. Oh yeah, that's right. Y'all ain't got a North American Thanksgiving to decorate with. The Betray All the Indians Day is coming. Ooh, what a ritual to remember, man. Nah. Karma resolves all her cases. Trust me. It just might take her ass a long time, but she'll get to it. They early with that shit too. Nope, Halloween, then Lucy, then Christmas. Okay, Scorpio, Venus, Jupiter. The rain looked like it wanted to stop out here. That's a weird looking plane. The fuck? The hell you got going on with your wing, bro? Let's see if it comes out the other side of that cloud, though. I ain't crazy. It's the after effect of those chemtrails from yesterday, by the way. They ain't slick. Like all the Christmas stuff already out after Halloween. Out there in Denmark? I don't know what Christmas is gonna be like for me, buddy. I don't really have Christmases since I've been 30 something. It's been a while, I should say. At least a good 6-7 years. I don't know, man. Hopefully everyone else enjoys theirs though. Might as well. Fuck it. Definitely enjoy time with the people you can enjoy time with still. That's one thing we don't get back. Might as well make the best of it, because if it came to humans and citizens having to figure out to fix something, to do something, to be something, it ain't gonna happen this year. They gotta get back to us after the pandemic's really over. Come see me in 2030, shit. Planning for holidays. Okay. Shit, fuck it. Yeah. Hopefully we don't have no bigger powder kegger moment. I think we'll be all right. I just think the United States is gonna lose something. They're losing something. Trying to see if I should check. Nah, because YouTube is not, my YouTube algorithm doesn't show me this shit. Instagram does. Never mind. TikTok to Instagram pipeline. Remember the Alamo, guys. What else is going on? What else can we draw out? Any other problems you guys are working on in your spiritual journey, in your life journey, and what the fuck is going on in 3 a.m. journey? Let me know. I'm the guy. I'll channel a complete sentence. But you guys all type at once. Y'all make me fall asleep if y'all don't say that crazy, man. All 33 of you. Make this the quiet before the storm moment, man. Y'all make me paranoid. Fuck around, this really is the eve of it, man. Don't do it, man. Composure, slim laughing. No, I'm serious. This shit quiet. What they say is quiet. It's a little too quiet. It's a little quiet out here. Yeah, a little too quiet. That's the fuck. It feel too quiet. Even those headlines was like, those aren't the main the consensus is not talking about that stuff. Like I said, that's the deep in the trenches, early in the morning post, and then the algorithm switches over to all the goofy shit. Then red pill stuff, whatever the fuck's left of that. There's not too much red pill left. You got girls talking about, I hate to say it, but Kevin Samuels was right. Mom, you're 48 the fuck years old. The fuck? We didn't. No, you don't. You don't say. You know what her reason was for saying Kevin Samuels was right? Yo, sisters, y'all petty. She said, what woke her up, right? Imagine this nutty shit. Her language model, because it's deeper than that. She said it was 30 degrees in Texas. And being independent will have you cold in bed by yourself. I was like, she been here almost 50 years. And I'm sure she's been cold in bed before. And it took Kevin Samuels in 3 years after for her to realize that being super single and anemic was a good fucking idea for sleeping in Texas. Cut it out. If they don't cut it the fuck out, that was the breakthrough moment. Like, I thought she was going to say something about her reprobate ways, her disagreeabilityness. No. She need a man because the team moves catch fire or something. I don't understand nothing about math and science with these people, boy. Just using hashtags for no fucking reason. That's a hell of a way to say you lonely. It was cold. Shut your ass up. It's gonna be cold tonight too. Fucking around. Like someone's gonna jump in her DMs. Like, hey queen, you don't have to fucking... Because imagine how deep the list is for why she's still single, right? The list that she created to keep her ass single, right, had everything but warm on it, right? Now she like, maybe I need to not have a list and just figure out this cold problem. Cut it out. Nah, don't fall for that shit. Nah, it'll be 60 degrees by March. Don't fall for that shit. Can you fucking imagine? Yo, as soon as she get warm again, as soon as she up again, she outside again, boy. That's crazy. That's nasty work. Then they had that other girl, don't call me white girl, that scammer chick. She got people coming to her live events, reminding her that she scammed them. She was telling, like, if you like those bum guys, all you gotta do is buy him a PlayStation and lock it down. And she talking to women in their 40s. I'm like, It's gonna take more than PlayStation. That Steam box just came out, first of all, so you're giving them bad data. The women late. By the time girls figured out it was PlayStation and 2K, the game already moved on, sis. Black Ops 7 was your last try. Nah, we going PC hybrid console matches next year. Don't play with us. Got PlayStation games on Steam. You gonna buy this man a PlayStation? If you don't buy him a damn Steam box, cut it the fuck out. I told you I'm playing Counter-Strike again. Nah, it's not even Counter-Strike I want to play. I want to play Day of Defeat, Source. Fuck it, I'll play Day of Defeat, the old one. Whichever one got 64 players still, I'm playing it. Give me a goddamn Steam box to play some damn Day of Defeat with a controller. Shit. Team Fortress, nigga. The first one, not the second one. Team Fortress 2, nah. The graphics are cool, but Team Fortress 1, that was it, nigga. Gotta pick a class. Come on now. They've been teaching us this game our whole life. Gotta pick a class. Shit, nigga. With a controller? Shit. Logitech can never in 2002. You know what I'm talking about? So yeah, the women are scrambling. The older women are trying to figure out concessions, man. I don't know, man. They telling each other in the comments, it's not tricking when a girl does it. They say, listen, the girls are saying they got the money to spend, man. More and more of those are popping up too, who apparently did very well for themselves, but well, that high-speed dating left them lonely still. That's how that equation works. When you're trying to be a man, you end up operating in the dating field like a man. City boys. City boys. They looking for city boys in Atlanta, boy. If they don't get their ass on somewhere. Nah, we cook. It's a thought that counts, though. Thank you, sis. It's not the PlayStation no more, though. That was the last time. You're supposed to do that 3 Christmases ago. We going to Steambox. I'll see Spider-Man on there. It'll be okay. I think that's the only PlayStation game anyway, ain't it? Goddamn Spider-Man. And Metal Gear. I played Metal Gear. What is it? Phantom? What is it? Fucking Phantom Pain? Which one was it? When you outside like Red Dead Redemption, I might get that one. I might fucking need a Hideo Kojima update. Shout to the brother. Talk about a jealous God versus everyone else. Oh, snap. That's a bar. Just working on a beat in the background, rooting track. Oh, shit. Okay, I like that. That's what I need to do. I need to get into my Dilla Donuts bag because I can at least try to do that with no bass lines. I don't fucking know. I don't like those drums no more. To do that. He said, talk about a jealous God versus everyone else. Look, if God is orchestrating this, like on that level, like that's what this is, oh Lord. They say fear God. I get it, man. It's not fear because it's like you know, it's fear like, what the fuck? You can't predict nothing. You better be afraid. Anything could go wrong. That type of fear. That's Saw 6 fear. That's what they're talking about. Gotta make you tie your own noose, bro. That's crazy. I ain't got time playing with the spirits, man. Y'all got it. It ain't fun. This ain't fun. Whatever happened to us in this country, in this year that the Lord has made, I quit. I be praying for marching orders. I'm like, shit, no Epstein. Wait till I get the marching orders. Wait till we get marching orders from the big guy, man, because shit, ain't nothing I play in stick. I did not change this Mayan calendar. I don't think I did, so. Talk about a jealous God versus everyone else. To God be the glory, part 5. I don't know. I don't know if there's a... I don't know, man. I don't know how to talk about that. I don't know what God they working with. It don't seem like the other side got a God to work with. This really seemed like some AI, the best thing that computers could come up with, studying a whitewashed version of Julius Caesar. That's all I can get. I don't think they're invoking. I don't think they can invoke divinity to the way they can anymore. Spirits require exchanges too, man. You can't go in debt with the unseen. That's goofy. Especially if the whole story is they live off of human blood, right? Like the Molech in them is like the big human sacrifice champions. It's like, we're going to war. Like, oh, I wonder what that's for. What the fuck going on out here? Molech in debt, boy. Baal in debt, boy. They owe somebody. They owe somebody's big homie. If them magic spells they casting ain't cashing. Because the government's being exposed faster than ever, too. All those little secret money things and the emails and all that, like I said, that's the government exposing itself. Because people figure out what these names and who these people are and they make the other connections. You see how fast it's happening with the TikTokers. Like, oh, did you know that this person's going to this person, this, that? And then you zoom out and you go, oh, shit, this is the FBI with the red strings on board. Oh, shit, it's a pentagram. Like, I know these people. Oh, they're all connected to the same thing. Cool fucking story, bitch. dropped the cost of living out here, boy. They could have just did that. He would have won 5 more elections. He would have won the next election if he would just did the right thing. He could have went to war with anybody. Shit, he could have built a Mar-a-Lago in fucking Israel if his ass would have just took care of the people. Nope. Everyone's asking what's wrong with the United States, and all answers end in Israel. That's a new problem right there, boy. Even the young Turks and them are like, yeah, Israel, this is the first time we've seen in history that people were waking up to Israel, and it's because of online, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, all right. All right. Shout to online, then, I guess. I don't fucking know. I know who's been speaking about them the whole time, but that's me, I guess. Whatever. Yeah, so they still putting that shit on our credit card. They'll learn how to read one day. For real. Even if their kids can't. Shit. Even following teachers is depressing. The way they talk about students or their classrooms. What the fuck? What's wrong with these people? Shout out to Mr. Now, Noel, Eamon Ra, Harut, Composure Slim, PT Cruisin, Jonathan Lee, Dayson, mgthefuture, and 20 other guests. Hey, 20 other guests. What are you guys up to? You guys never fucking type. We always see the same 8 names. Jenny from the block. You. How are you doing? Where are you from? Age, sex, location. Where are you guys from? Talk to us. Or is this all the Department of Justice? Say hi. Are you all 20 other people agents? What's up with you? It's narcissism. It's knowing it, not causing it. The silent 20 nation. The silent 20 nation in the chat. Maybe they're just all YouTube bots for real. YouTube just trying to, keep me encouraged. Anyways, I've seen them do worse. $20 miscellaneous bots that don't have a script or a fucking token. Forgot to log out. Shout out to India, man. I gotta see my metrics. I gotta download YouTube Creator Studio and see where people are coming from. It'll tell you. Or no, it's just shitty statistics, but give me an idea. I wonder where my demographic is, being on the East Coast. I wonder where the algorithm places it now that I'm not. That I mark the West Coast when I go live. Maybe it changed. I'm just lurking. Oh, rocking this cigars all good, bro. There's June Zam. What up, everyone? I'll be lurking. All right, rocking the lurker. All right, this is still 8 people, though. That's still the same 8 people. That's this. We know these 8 people. Shout out to the OVO team lurking. Shout out to CIA. Shout out everybody. You stay on top of Drake's head, boy. Every time Drake drops something new, it's another damn law of correspondence. Maybe because he's a Scorpio. Maybe it's the Scorpio thing, man. He might be tapped into the same Pluto. I don't know. He might be. He's millennial. Drake's brand doesn't fit into this timeline currently, though. Like, the shit that he's doing is, you know what I'm saying? That's probably why he tries to do it internationally, so he doesn't have to read the American room no more. But Drake does not know how to read the room, bro. He's carrying on with the carry-on. And you can't blame him. He's a businessman. I get it. He's a businessman. He's never pretended to be something different. Businessman turned actor, artist, something like that. He's Donald Trump for real. But without the drums. He's Donald Trump without drums. That's all. It's either telepathic or self-protect. He could be watching. I've had people of his, I've had his classmates watch. don't know how the fuck they find this channel, but it's not impossible. I ran into his classmates on this thing called YouTube and Discord, so we have quite a few. We have quite a few of those industry types. Shout out to all my industry types out there. How you guys doing out there in the YouTube chats? Is the world crazier or less crazy than the first time you come across my channel? You thought 3 a.m. was wild before 3 a.m. started. I know that's right. Me too. Me too. Mr. Now says at least he got the counterclockwise shit right, unlike Team Guacademics. Yeah, everyone's spinning left now. Before they get left. Set off to the left. Go. OVO lefty. That's crazy. Peace to the tribe, DJ Georgie Porgy. How you do? How you do? How you do? Mr. Debonair says it gets crazier by the day, especially looking through it with Swiss lens. Shout out to you, Mr. Debonair. 26-8. It is, man. It does. This shit is. This shit keep me up in the morning at least. It don't keep me up at night, but first thing in the morning, that shit hit me like a ton of bricks. Someone want to send me a text message. Somebody. Or Jonathan hit me up. And then I got to channel that energy where it's like looking at life like the local variables of changes and shifts and like how that corresponds to the bigger picture too. It's like, God damn, boy, I forgot. This has been a hell of a personal year. Fuck all this other shit we talking about. My personal year's for the books. This is the best, worst year of my life, bro. This is probably the worst year of my life technically on paper, but it's been like the best year of my life for me. I know it ain't supposed to make sense. It ain't. It's the worst, best of the year of my life, I think. I finally got answers to my fucking questions. You feel me? I finally started getting answers to my fucking questions. That's the only thing that didn't, piss in my Cheerios is that every event and every twist and every fucking setback was connected to an answer. It's like a Georgia guidestone for real. When you learn to cooperate with the flow, and then instead of thinking we can control or dictate it at all times, that is. There is no go, go, go. There's spirit swoops in and be like, stop. There is no passcode, ain't no are you sure? Especially if you've been listening to all the symbols that got you to that point. For me, I've been tapped in with the nudge system for years. When I started my other YouTube channel, it was a lot easier to, it was just a lot easier, period, to do something. Like, what am I going to do today? All before the pandemic, easy money, because I knew what to do, what I love to do. And then listen to the call and response of the people, basically, like any content creator ought to do. Like, you start with your ideas of how you want your channel to go, and then you get an audience, and then your audience will make referrals and recommendations and ask questions, and then you find a way to pivot off of that, and then by the time you have enough people, that's every day. And then you'll start having so many people just randomly hit you up about the same thing, and then you focus on that. Like, these 3 random people said Omnisphere 3. I'm buying Omnisphere 3 today. And then you just go from there. And then that story and that video and those followers, it grows and it becomes its own thing if you do it that way. If you're not pushing against the grain, trying to make your point to be a certain way, or, the look or sound or a certain type of theme, then you don't have that, what I was using. I was using the impulse of people. It's like, be hard to make anything up 1,000+ videos at a time anyway. I was in thousands of videos by then, so I learned how to listen to the streets of the digital web. Same type of thing. Just listen to what people are talking about, even if it's fucking text messages and comments. Even when you go through the algorithm, you see like 3 people you know like this type of post, and you just think like, oh, they want to know how to mix in Pro Tools. Fuck it. Let's mix in Pro Tools today. They're like, man, I was just thinking about that. I was like, I know, I saw it. And sometimes I don't, and still be knowing. So you get used to that call and response. And then the spiritual side of it too, it does the same thing. It'll tell you when to move on. It'll tell you when it's time to move. I just never had it tell me to sit still. That's been the opposite of the last 30-something years of my life. Everything was go, 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 go. Oh, you getting used to something? Change. Oh shit, you want to leave this school. Guess what? You want to stay all 4 years in this school. What the fuck? When I want to stay, I can't stay. When I want to go, I gotta stay. What the fuck going on with this damn universe? It just, you start seeing it play itself out that way. Like, ah, there's me and then there's it. And it is doing something different with me. All right, fuck. Say goodbye to all of this. And the crazy shit was that I was cool with it. Because I already did. That was the longest movie to load. I already knew it was over. I already knew. I knew all the doors that closed in my life, bro. I already closed those doors. I was just going through the motions until, it was time to turn in the keys. It was a long last day of school for me. Now I don't even have that dream no more. My dreams are different now. Like, they changed again. They're more detailed? I don't know. They're different. It's like I got a different camera in my dreams. I can't fucking explain it. The colors or the lighting or something's different. There's always this goofy fucking girl. I don't know who the fuck she is. It's a different girl every time, but it's the same kind of goofy shit. I don't trust them. They're always on the other side of the corner. I don't have no idea what the fuck that means, symbology-wise. But I'm gonna fucking figure it out, because that's what era of the life I'm in. And that girl could represent so many things. It could be something that's around the corner that I don't trust, period. Wow. So then you listen to your dreams like that. You'll start to see, it'll be a theme. And if you journal, God bless you. You'll be able to go back one day and be like, I remember a time just like this one day. You go read about it, you're like, shit. Let me read some days before and after. Like, damn, this whole fucking word cloud is right now. Yep. Yep. It'll repeat. The energy repeats, not the thing. The symbols repeat. The type of things repeat. It's never the same. Mm-hmm. I just wish I did it sooner. I did though, but I didn't. I did it without knowing what to look for. I didn't think I was looking for a pattern. My goofy ass was really trying to figure it out. Like, I'd literally figure something out. Nah. There's no such thing anyway. It's all subjective to the observer. So, you notice a pattern at least. And follow it. That's your life. Everything else you're trying to do, someone else's idea. It doesn't hurt to try both, but I'll tell you which one's going to work. Yours. Because yours is yours. You didn't come here to live someone else's life, path, way, outcome. You came out here to figure out yours. This ain't a brochure. You're not in a brochure. You're not in a degree system. You're not a type of citizen in a colonized nation either. You're fucking your own soul and spirit. Trust me, God don't run out of good ideas. So there's no fucking reason. It just sucks that you gotta become an old head to really start getting the wisdom of it, because it doesn't make sense until you need it. What were we just reading? Noel sent me a chapter from what book was that? The Book of Cain. The Vatican released a book in 2019. It was the story of Cain, or the story of Lamech, King Lamech, or some shit like that, right? I already told you they playing too many games with the names repeating on two different trees at the same time, but whatever. But the story was that Lamech, was it Lamech? Oh, that the mark of Cain was actually leprosy, pale skin. So instead of being like the Hamites, mark was the fact that they were black or dark skin or African, or the Mormon thing. Wrong. It was leprosy. And if it made them pale, then that means their default setting was what? All right, stop fucking playing with me, part 5. So the Vatican had that book that, at least if you're looking for those clues, it tells you very clearly that that family and bloodline is dark-skinned. The one that was afflicted with that mark was Ham. But it was leprosy. And it shows up in the daughters of Lamech and them, again, because this is the time where they're sons of God, which they, in this book, said were Nephilim. So the Nephilim are the sons of God. And then you had the giants, which they classified as Rephaim. So you had the Rephaim, the tall ones. You had the Nephilim, which were the sons of God, or the angels in human bodies. And then you had the race of people from Noah's timeline, like whatever that creation was, outside after the garden and after Seth and after Cain. But immediately, though. And they're amongst giants and hybrids and all kinds of shit in between them. And it follows, in this particular book, follows the story of the cursed ones. Because I think they made it seem like, I think it was Lamech and his son, or some shit like that, that they were cursed. And because of that, nothing they can do to get God's attention, if you will. Like, they couldn't reverse that. How? Because the son wanted to undo God's judgment against him. And he was getting frustrated that there's nothing he can do. And the weird thing about this story, because I just read Job the other day on the stream about Leviathan. This story is about Leviathan. Fucking Noel, did you catch that? So what they end up doing is, somehow, because this is the peak magic, peak reprobate, because the angels and the giants are still here. So this kid learned how to get Leviathan to attack a person if he claps, right? And Leviathan is this huge sea creature, impenetrable skin, and like a armored whale that can attack people, right? And he's using it to attack people, and he didn't want to at first, right? He wanted to be the good guy, but he found out he couldn't be the good guy, so he just linked into the Cain thing, right? And they haven't murdered no one yet, like in their bloodline. Only Cain was the murderer, so none of them have murdered anyone yet. So he's getting pissed off for some reason. He can't get God's attention. He's doing the Job thing. And something happens with his daughter, and was very curious to highlight, because this is one of Noah's wives, or one of Noah's son's wives. The story is following these cursed people, and one of his wives are one of these cursed people, his daughters. And he told his daughter to not tell Noah that she used to lay with Nephilim. And I found that to be very fucking interesting. Because that's the same problem Lamech had with his son. He had to take him up to Enoch. He was like, hey, my baby looks like the sons of God. Like, are we good? Like, where my wife been? Like, you told me to marry this woman. Like, that happened just 2 or 3 generations prior. And it's happening again. And it was like, yo, like the bloodline of what later becomes Shem, Japheth, Ham has a lot of shit with it, but is fully reprobate if you add that there's 3 or 4 species doing this. So it's not all the same human family. It's weirder than what we think it is. But anyway, I just find that interesting that she used to hang out with the ballers and the shot callers. Like, she used to be a side thing of the Nephilim, of the sons of God. And now he trying to marry her off to one of our predecessors, and he's like, nah, don't tell him that, your boyfriend used to be a son of God or nothing, man, And it makes you wonder, it doesn't insinuate she was pregnant or anything, but it makes you wonder how many people in the bloodline are not human more than once. I mean, like, these women are fucking wild, bro. Ain't like the sons of God disappeared after they got married either. Ain't like, what I'm saying? They don't follow her the rest of her life either. You don't know when another kid might pop up. You feel me? Like, it's wild that book highlights 2 instances of people being worried. that the girl was laying with angels at some point, the Nephilim version. And I find that to be very fucking curious that the Vatican would want to publish that in 2019. It's just stacking. That book right there stacks on Enoch, that book stacks on Genesis. It's a very different story, man. They're removing the story of the hybrids for some reason. And there's a lot of them. Even after, that's what I'm saying, with Japheth and all of them. It's after. Like, even after the flood got rid of the Rephaim and some of the problems, there's still these niggas and some other ones. And yeah, everyone wasn't being honest with each other. But mind you, it was flooded because they come from a reprobate society too. It wasn't like people were fucking acting up, and their sins for following what the giants were doing and pillages and defiling animals, beasts of the field, bestiality. It insinuates all this stuff again in this book. And the thing with Leviathan, somehow or another, they turned it into a Leviathan worship cult because he was able to control it, and he was basically taking over different things with it. So him and his father, because they couldn't be saved by the Almighty, they ended up doing a Leviathan worship thing, and then something happened where someone made a weapon finally. Someone got mad and heard the voice, like spirits telling him how to create a weapon to kill Leviathan. And he ends up killing Leviathan, gutting him and cutting his head off and pissing off. You know how these stories go. Like getting pissed and taking your marbles home. And then his daughter or something got killed. It was a tragic story, man. I'm glad they removed it from the Bible, because Christians would have a hard time with what the fuck just happened there. But yeah, that's all in the bloodline, man. That's all Cain's grandkids, allegedly. Just dealing with leprosy. Of course, the girl is pale skinned and the most beautiful girl in her land. You know how that shit goes with those light skinned girls. And like, it just tells the same story all over again. It's the same fucking story, man. But the difference was there was no, like, the way it was written, there was no way they could be different. Like, they couldn't pray about it. They weren't redeemed. So it was like, when it came to the big homie in the sky, they were cooked either way. So they're really just telling how those particular ancestors were able to finally get out of idol worship, I guess. Because remember, Job is referring to like who could hook Leviathan and all these things, and Ra, stacking on big homie, like he can treat Leviathan like a pet. But this guy, one of the, Tubal Cain's dad, I think, is actually what the Masons ritualized. Tubal Cain, a giant, Rephaim, or hybrid. Like, it's the timeline of giants specifically. And it's like, yo, this giant had a harpoon for his ass. Y'all ain't gonna mention that. Y'all ain't gonna. Maybe they didn't tell him. Maybe this book was removed from the guy who wrote Job too. Maybe he didn't know this story. But there was a story where someone killed yeah, that's what happened. In his stupid ass demonstration where he killed the male Leviathan with the spear, the problem was there was a girl one too. And something he did caused the girl one to attack the dude's daughter, right? Accidentally, because he had him on command to clap to attack. So something he did caused the fucking female Leviathan to come up and attack the girl. And I was like, sad story. That was the lesson right there. Like, damn, he didn't turn his clap on, clap off. He didn't reset it. He didn't reset the clap on, clap off with the other Leviathan. There was a boy and a girl. He was breeding them too. And giving their offspring, which sounded like a third version. Like, it wasn't the same type of thing when he bred them together. And he was selling them. He was making money, basically. He was hustling miniature Leviathans, basically. And I just thought that was crazy. It also had an industrious endeavor from reprobate activities. Like, this dude was breeding pit bulls, basically, of the ocean. He's the first one of his kind to breed pit bulls, and he started selling them. And then one of the pit bulls that he had, the Hulk one, he killed him because trying to prove a point or something. And then forgot about the girl one, and she ended up eating the boy's daughter. You feel me? Like, crazy fucking story for a Bible. The Vatican's just sitting on, like, all these unreleased gems about the goddamn giants and the Nephilim and the hybrid angel kids. And the bloodline of Cain intermingling with them. Don't miss that. The bloodline of Cain's kids was having Nephilim children. So there's that. It doesn't matter if Cain is Cain or not. If one of Cain's daughters is with Nephilims and they have kids from there, then it kind of just The Cain thing's not the highlight, I don't think. I think the Cain thing's important, but it's not the highlight if they have Nephilim baby daddies. Yeah, I fucking imagine. On Tubal Cain, it tells you right there in his name. He a ruffian. Cut it out. He a giant. So like, yeah, man. Cain had a lot of giant and hybrid descendants, basically. And he said, they would surely kill me, nigga. Like, I guess whatever 360 deal God gave him didn't apply to his grandkids, but his grandkids were still trying something. Lamech and all of them. That's crazy. That's a crazy fucking story, man. Crazy fucking story. Tubal Cain made the weapon. Yeah, Tubal Cain made the weapon that can kill Leviathan. And then he had clapped, and the girl came out and killed the girl. If you're spinning this, it's too late. It's crazy. Mr. Debonair says it gets crazier by the day. Shout out to Escobar. 3 swear time to time. I see you, F1M. Yeah. It's a cool fucking story though, Noel. But if someone in the future was writing that story, they were just telling you how that crazy bloodline got passed down. Don't sleep. They saying that's the story of those ancestors. That's how Cain's bloodline continued. Don't miss it. So Cain's bloodline is still in the dancery, obviously. Especially since then. Of course, duh. Technically, he's the first guy out. Technically, Cain's kids ought to be here, duh. It's just trying to figure out which one of Noah's daughters or whatever the fuck it was a hybrid, secretly. So it's 3 bloodlines. It's Seth, Cain, and the Nephilim. Yeah, they ain't counting it correctly. It's Seth's kids, obviously. Then Cain's, because they still mixed in. And then the Nephilim, the multiplier, the Nephilim, and the Rephaim, the giants. So it's 4 things, actually, but from Adam and Eve, that is. Yeah, their Seth and their Cain multiplied in 2 different ways by the same type of things. So I think the difference is whatever one God used to do the actual military thing versus God just keeping Adam's bloodline alive through Cain just because he created it. I don't know. I'm not in the politics of that story, but I can tell you something. That's what they're saying we come from. Those are our ancestors. All of them. If it's in that book. It's a family Bible. Remember, the bloodline of kings come from giants. That is the beginning of human kingdoms, those stories. There was no human kingdoms before it. That's why that's important. I'm glad that story highlighted the Rephaim were giants. I know they have something to do with underwater, but that makes more sense because they were flooded, but that didn't mean they didn't have technology. So they still might be underwater. So that means if you're looking for the giants today, it would not surprise me if they have underwater or underground bases, given they're the Rephaim. Notice how they have parents that are not Adam and Eve. Notice how there's hybrids and Nephilim kids that these sons of, the sons of the angels came down and took multiple wives. That's weird if they only follow in Cain and Abel or Seth and Cain's kids, because that doesn't qualify for all the Nephilim they're running into. So that means there's other not Adam and Eves that are just as human, which is why I think Genesis kind of skipped that someone did something weird with that scroll, because it tells you like it reset creation twice. He created man and woman, and then it's like, then he created Adam by himself, and he was lonely. And then he had a great idea to use his rib and clone him. That's my sister, ass nigga, Abraham. That's different than everyone else they running into, including the fact that Abraham and Sarah were walking up into fucking Egyptians. So you imagine. It's a very particular bloodline. But the human part of it is that this place has several bloodlines here, and they're not all from the same monkey. That's what we need to fucking figure out. What the fuck does that mean in 3D? We got enough UAPs and technology and paintings and caves to allude to it. And some of the kids. Hi, I'm Dwayne Smith. I'm one of their kids. So I think they're serious. I think they told the truth on that. I'm pretty sure we descend from giants. I want to be so tall and so dark skinned. And yeah, if I'm a descendant of giants, then I'm a descendant of Nephilim. And if I'm a descendant of Nephilim, I'm a descendant of sons of God. And that happened a few times in this story. So, cooked. Cooked. Our bloodline been cooked, boy. Our bloodline was cooked way before Jesus got here, boy. It had nothing to do with Romans, boy. We was just cooked because we just... Every damn angel, demon, and spirit just could not stay away from us. Don't miss that part. We didn't ask for it. We were invaded. We, the human, man. One side created us, another side invaded us. We didn't have a chance in Hades. That's why those stories are funny. You notice they don't lament about why. They don't ever say, like, why is it that I'm created here and God created giants and aliens and demons and shit? And how come we get the short end of the casket of lots? You notice it? They don't ever go that direction for real. They be worrying about why they lost a plot of land or a bad bitch or a flood or something. Like sustainability issues they bring to God. They don't bring like existential issues to God. No one questioned, like, yo, that's weird. You ever notice how sometimes these books say our prophets are just like talking to angels and shit? Where the angels and shit? Like, where they get the idea for Hebrews 13 from? That must have came up, right? Like, if Hebrews, by the time you get to Hebrews, and you get to Hebrews chapter 13, that means that little conversation in classroom, they're like, yo, by the way, angels are still down here. Like, thank you for letting us know. How can we tell? You'll know. Just be careful, man. They have a different type of thing. So what does that mean to a human? Like, what's an angel to a human thing? Like, what do they mean if they're not that? And what does that mean if you are? Everybody gotta be careful in this bitch, I guess. But yeah. Yeah, it's a crazy story, man. Greek and Roman mythology, Egyptian stuff, it's all there, man. It's all there, man. It's all there already. X-Men, all that shit, man. The X gene, all it's there. Dragon Ball Z, Super Saiyans, all kind of shit. Werewolves, vampires, whatever you need, man. Twilight be damned. That's just off the 3 first scrolls of the Bible. That's off the first 3 scrolls. So then when you start reading about David and Solomon, like, people be forgetting, nah, nigga. This is not a Russian army. No. These are giant killers. You gotta go back outside again. They didn't do that shit in Miami. They did that shit in the time of giants, nigga. Yo, nigga. Yo, Israel comes from the time of giants, bro. What the fuck they talking about? They read that book. They didn't read that shit because they can't imagine it. Because how could they? But the crazy thing about our goofy ass generations, how come we can't imagine it if that's exactly where the fuck we came from 400 years ago? Don't play with me. I saw the paintings. And why are they painting it? And they ain't just the Bible ain't the only one that said that. Nope, can't even play that card out here. Fuck her out my face. I seen the paintings every fucking where, every fucking continent. There's giants. Cut it out. They're just giant humanoids from where they come from. Giant monkeys, nigga. Cut it out, Darwin. So anyway, where does giants come from? Where they evolved from? Cut it out. So, yeah, David and them was, pint-sized kingdoms versus giant kingdoms. Jericho and everything, boy, don't forget. Don't forget Moses. Those are Hebrews too. That means there's a Pharaoh of Egypt looking for the firstborn, the Judeans, and he's still trying to kill them, right? So that's that timeline. They said that's a long time ago. Do not go too much longer ago than the fact that same Moses, that same story, that same Hebrew boy, that same time period, that same Egyptian, that same Disney movie. Remember at the same fucking time, cuz The whole fucking reason why they were in the desert for 40 days and 40 nights. Y'all fucking remember why? It wasn't the flood, Noah. Why was the Hebrew Israelites stuck in the goddamn desert, right? Because niggas don't listen, first of all, and they're reprobate as fuck. Similar story to this goddamn Malek story. But you know how it is. Niggas partying bullshit, and they did not want to do what? They did not want to go to the promised land. Why did they not want to go to the promised land? $1 million question, Old Testament. Now you don't understand what the Old Testament means. They did not want to go to they did not want to go to the promised land because that would mean they would have to go to war with the giants in the promised land. They did not feel like battling giants after leaving whatever their version of Egypt was. Basically, they stayed in the desert rather than fighting. But what they were fighting would have been giants on Caleb and Aaron. The whole Old Testament, the reason why it's an Old Testament, is Al-Andaluvian, is because that is the timeline of giants amongst humans. One more time. Called Al-Andaluvian, the flood. Yes. We are after that. We're before that and after that, right? The bloodline is. So far, so good, right? The people writing this book, they're the bloodline of the pre-Andaluvian flood. Specifically, this is a very specific story. And it's very important for every human, in fact, because, I mean, where the fuck else everyone else come from, too? Part 3. But this version of the story through the family, right there, we were like, yo, check this out. In pre-Al-Andaluvian times, we had all kind of wild shit. On God of War 3, we was down here. And then for whatever reason, big homie, Anu and above him, was like, yo, cut this shit out. And that's like Inky and Enlil. And Inky was like pleading with Enlil, like, no, let's not do this for Marduk. And Enlil was like, we'll compromise. I'm gonna have to wipe something out though. All right, giants still survived. But the story is not worrying about them, right? Because the Bible is not about the story of everyone on the planet. The Bible is about the ancestors of the people writing it. And I think that loses people. Because other shit can be going on that's very human history, right? That'll account for why so many other people are here, but that's not what they're talking about. It goes back to, but what did God say, right? But who's God saying it to? God is saying it to the people that he has a covenant with. So the basis of the Old Testament is which of those surviving members of humanity stayed in covenant with God. For all intents and purposes, there is a class of beings above humans that are up there too, that could be gods, that could be demons, spirits, angels, and everything that is not human, basically. Powers and principalities, different levels, different craft, different spaceships, different whatever. I don't know all of the answers just fucking yet, because they keep fucking playing with us. But I'm telling you, they're playing with this. So it's just letting you know, like, there's all kind of wild shit out here, but from Adam and Eve unto us, this is what happened. All right, that's all they're saying. They're saying this is how we kept it popping. Remember, like I said, the fucking American Revolution over there, what the fuck they gotta do with Compton? What the fuck does George Washington gotta do with Compton? I wonder what was Compton doing in 1778, bitch? Fuck out my face. So, like, it's the same type of thing when you read that book. They're not concerned about every other body. Like I'm saying, there'd be like Hebrew Israelites that are not in that story, but they're still fucking Hebrew Israelites in a different story doing something different. But if it did not culminate, or if that member did not lend to Ruth, or if that member did not lend itself to Boaz, or if that family member didn't lend itself to Mary, then it'd be, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's not a yearbook. It's a family tree. It's a mustard seed. It's a family tree. It's a forest of a family tree. It's not humanity. It's not the story of humanity. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. You would think like it should account for everything that's human because it invokes God. Like, God of everything created this place, created us. We all here, we're all playing the same story. And then you do choose your religion. And then you look at the Christians like, yeah, but that, New Testament kind of includes everybody on Gentiles, whatever that means to a Roman with Jews all around. But you know what I'm saying? You start stacking this shit up real proud and you're like, but what happened to the giants? They going to heaven or not? And you just keep going through the story. And like, all right, let's go to the Quran, written by the same fucking people, by the way. It's like, all right, 80% or not. And you just keep going on Isa. And then he's like, Zoroaster seems cool, or this seems cool, or atheism seems cool. Everyone's trying to making something seem cool and make sense to them. This shit don't make sense, kid. None of it makes sense. Wake your human ass up. Life don't make sense as it is. The way that it goes, if we can make this shit up, we could have made it go so much more beautiful, couldn't we? Think about our restraints, our setbacks, and how goofy shit is. If you think about it as terms of created or creation, in all matter, you could create it to be anything, nigga. This shit could be fucking Six Flags Great Adventure every fucking day. I don't think one of you motherfuckers would protest that. You know why? Because you also freely create your brain to not even have the humans suffer through such considerations where they would fuck up a 24/7 Six Flags. I think you would create them to appreciate that, just like you create them to appreciate them to go fishing, hunting, capturing, working. Like, you could tweak those same variables in the same goddamn compound and make this place a fucking amazing, if that's what it's about. So that's how people treat God. Like, God treated it and it tweaked it this way, and like, damn, play. No, 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 no. It's a little bit deeper than that. It's it's different moving parts. And then when you start listening to Einstein and Negril Grass Tyson ass and Braille script, who's that nigga in the chair, Stephen Hawking's model of the universe, and then you attempt that ladder and you overlap it with God, then you overlap it with the Bible, you fuck up. You break your legs every time you do that. And unfortunately, you know, in our modern era and generations, we do that so easily. Like, we're doing metaphors and similes between universe understanding, spiritual understanding, and biblical understanding. They are not compatible. The other two are fucking made up. That Bible older than that. You understand? The Bible itself is older than the systems of thought. So the Bible then cannot be equated to a system of thought. It's not a spiritual system. It's not like hoodoo. It's not like the Orishas. It's nothing. It's not a cult. No, that book is not that. People made it that. People treat it like that. People approach it like that because they come from other type of cult and paganisms. Yes, they're just painting the shades the same. They still go to church on Sunday. That book is about Saturday. That whole book's about Saturday. You feel me? So you can see what I'm saying. Like, they overlap and shit that ain't overlappable, and that's why it's so confusing. And then you have your own personal experience with things that are unseen, I'm sure, and you're trying to fit that in a pretty little box and see what's good, what's bad, what's God, what's evil, how much you're supposed to have, and if you have enough, and is there a sequel, and how does it work, and how come everyone, you know, I get it. Trust me, I do. That's in the Bible too. So I think people have to, instead of integrate the Bible into society, they have to disintegrate it from society. That book ain't about fucking society. A society of what is the question? If the Bible is about a society, it's a society of what? That's so important. Who is the Bible about? Right. What are they? The people of the Bible, what are they? Exactly. You can't answer that. Because then you'll be like, well, so what are people who are not in the Bible? What God created that? Did God create everything? Did God create both? Is there a God above that? You end up in a fucking Russian egg, right? Correct. Hence, the writers of that book wasn't thinking about it from the perspective of everybody, especially not later. So it's their whole world without them being in the whole world. You understand? It's personal. It's personal. Those books are personal. They're about their people. It's not about the world. It's not abstract. Even when they do allegory, like, there's like that Peter Griffin moment. There's a lesson in this. It's like, we're writing this for a reason. Like, not for us. Like, the people writing it already went through it. They already know the lesson, right? They write it after. If you read the Bible correctly, what you'll see happening is that there's people talking to each other, and the person writing it is a scribe, like listening to a lecture, or in a classroom watching people debate something, and they're writing it down. But they're witnessing it. That's why they're quoting it. Like, oh, and he said, and then he said. But that's third party. That's neither person saying it or writing. So there's always a third party in those stories. The conversation that's occurring, and the writer, the scribe. So the only way that works is that if you're passing these down stories orally, and then you're converting it to Aramaic, which turns into Hebrew, Egyptian, all that bullshit. Same story, English part two. Us. We're transcribing a memory. Or they can even be watching a video or listening to an audio tape or podcast. They're writing down what happened. The scribe is not in that story. That's how personal it is. It's not about the world. They're not creating, so they're not imagining something to explain something. They're like, yo, what happened to Caleb's kids and shit? How did they get here? Oh, Caleb was with the Israelites in Exodus, and he moved on with Aaron. So this is the story of Caleb's generations. And they'll just tell that, like, all right, so Caleb, day one, he's the son of him. Now, when you follow him in this region over here that we're going to mention, that's who that pedigree of people is. Like, that's their story. That's their patriarch. Same thing with Sodom and Gomorrah. It's very important to Moab, because like, where does Moab come from? Moab is the product of Lot moving on from the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah, so it's technically Sodom and Gomorrah too, with a phoenix down, go ahead and try this shit again. And out of that, you get Ruth the Moabitess. So you don't get Ruth without Sodom and Gomorrah, right? So Ruth the Moabitess is Jesus' grandmother. So you go Sodom and Gomorrah, Moab, Ruth, Jesus, Genghis. So when they're writing about her, they're not writing about her because like she's Harriet Tubman. So, you know what I'm saying? She's not Hillary Clinton. No, this is the story of Genghis Khan's grandmother. You understand? Like, it's personal. So it's not like how we have to talk about presidents, that we're voting for foreigners and third-party people, and if the United States wins or loses and it gets converted to Germany too, you know what I'm saying? Like, we the person going through that can write a story. You can write about our family too, but when you tell the story of the leadership and stuff, you're writing about it. Like I said, like they're a corporation or a third party or a colonized force. You're not writing about it like that's your dad. Like Trump is not like your people. Like you're not going to go through the DNA of Trump and Barron and this is what happened to his brothers after 2030, right? You just might mention at the time you were 30, Donald Trump was president. Same story. Like so they're not writing about people like they're superheroes. Although it would seem that way if you understand what they are. That's the part that's conflated. Because the book is about gods, right? That's why they highlight that one. I think that's why they translate it and flip it and do all the goofy shit they do with our book. It's because that book in particular, these are first-hand accounts. These are personal accounts. These are lectures. These are scribes. These are all stories that pivot around one theme. Every writer and every scribe that's doing this work to put these scrolls together that later becomes the assembled Bible, right? Because it wasn't written at once. And it doesn't matter how it was written. Fundamentally, if you understand the central theme of it, this writer, this scribe, whether it's the same one from different timelines, they all pivot off of this concept. This is a story about the descendants of God. There's less than 2 pages dedicated to creation of everything, earth, man, all that. Less than 2 pages. The rest of those pages is about how it goes from that to these niggas. And the these niggas in question is these niggas being quoted and whoever's writing. They're listening to these Israelites tell stories. And they're writing them. But these Israelites are in captivity usually when this happens. Just like right now, if we are in captivity and if we wanted to sing songs, we have to sign to a record label for it to mean anything, to be encoded in history, Library of Congress, Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. We would have to go through the official channels. Same story. Same type of thing, same type of oversight is what I'm saying. And what these people in these books, though, what you have to understand is, like in first book, it tells you the genes of ISIS. You're not, so you know what I'm saying. The book ain't start. The book starts with God created everything, but it says Elohim, right? It's a plural thing, right? They did a weird fucking translations of some words to try to hide a hierarchy that's above man, but that's a whole nother story, man. That ain't their problem. It's a kingdom of heaven. Don't kingdoms have positions? Well, if there's a king of heaven, what about everyone else, including the princes? Yeah, so like, what would the difference fucking be to a human between Michael, between Uriel, between Gabriel, between any of those? Which one of those is less than God down here? If we talk about religions, like if you're dealing with men and you encounter one of them, what you saying that's, how would you identify that? Something human from the kingdom of heaven? Elohim, bro. So when you throw that word God around, which one, bro? Which one they talking about, bro? Because everyone in that book don't know about each other. It's not written by the same person, bro. But I want you to notice something. Everyone in that book is aware of God down here, and that his sons have kids down here. You understand how that can be very fucking confusing if you're just calling the same thing God over and over and over again. And then Lord, Lord, Lord over it, and then Almighty God, and then Jehovah God. Like, there's all these other subtitles. It's a kingdom of heaven. The sons of God came down here. The sons of God had kids. All right, so now imagine you run into a son of God kid. What would you call that? Is that human? Ain't that why they tripping on my grandfather Jesus? Because he a son of God kid, right? And they're like, oh no, he's the Holy Trinity. It's the Father, it's the Son, it's the Holy Ghost. So he is God, but he's God's son. And they confuse in that loop, right? They confuse in that loop because they don't understand fucking biology or something. The Son of God is God. So of course, but it depends on context. It depends on who's talking about what level. Is it human talking about anything from heaven? Or is it hybrids talking about your uncle, my daddy, your father, the devil, though? So God said amongst his Kohen of Jews and brothers and sisters, he said, these niggas right here, they daddy the devil. He ain't say nothing about their mother, though. He ain't say nothing about his mother, though. He said, your daddy's the devil. So although we may have the same body, mother, womb, matrix, we don't have the same fucking internal ingredients. You Jew? And this is a Jew telling a Jew that. There's a synagogue of Satan held up by a Kohen of Jews, and he told the Kohen of Jews, which is king, get it, Kohen Khan. They tried it. The king of those Jews, and he told him that you are of your father, the devil, nigga. Go ahead and run it with Rome. Go ahead, king. You king of kings, Egyptian pharaoh descendant ass, Cain ass nigga. Whatever that means. That intonates that it's not a human descendant. And Jesus intonates the whole book of the New Testament after the giants, intonates that he's not human either. So understand everything. People said that because someone killed something not human, they all get a fucking golden ticket to go to heaven with them. I'm just saying, I'm breaking it down to variables for you so you understand the difference between humans and what that story is about. The New Testament, Jesus is not a human. Like, what's the point of calling him God, hanging him on the cross, redeeming keys from death and heaven, like the whole way they do it, the way they taught in Sunday school, the way our generation says interpolated some shit. I don't know why they interpolating our shit, but here we go, right? When it's so much simpler when you understand who the fuck is writing it. That book ain't written by people. If that book ain't written by people, then it ain't talking about people. You feel me? Not in that way. It's what I'm saying is it's a not people book. Man, son of a bitch. It's the point of it is for them. The point of the lessons was for them. It was for them because their bloodline has a very particular repetitive cycle pattern income, outcome, covenant, contract, obligation, authority, purpose, with a power much higher than anything down here. Once you understand that part of the story, then you go like, oh, it seems very militant and serious, and there's consequences. Yes, that comes with the benefits package of being a bloodline of God's sons. Ding, 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 ding. It's like God tell his sons to go downstairs and raise his kids. You understand? You understand? The punishment that he handed after the garden, it was not emphasized on Adam and Eve. That's human shit, right? That's the first two big humans. They're big humans. Like we're smaller than them, but they're big, right? The first of their kind, right? And amongst that kind, there's other kinds outside on Cain, right? Land of giants, cool fucking story, hybrids and everything, and whatever else in between them, right? Cool fucking story. The person writing that, who would know that, who would have access to that memory or anything like that. And the reason why they would even highlight that, they could steal anything they want from any region, but they're telling you this story, and it doesn't stop referencing that story for some fucking reason. The Bible is not written by humans. English is not a human language. You feel me? Mm-hmm. The world in the Old Testament isn't dominated by humans. And the main character of the New Testament is a god. Where we confused at? Old Testament emphasis on supernatural giants. New Testament emphasis on supernatural man that says, is it not written that ye are gods? And he's talking to Jews. You gotta highlight that point. For the whole world to be fake Israel, Jewish, Christian, whatever the idea is that has people going to war today and having the politics fucked up and fucking genocides in Gaza and shit over it. I just hope all humans understand this story one more time. That book that book can't be about them, because that book is not about humans. They say Jesus is a god. Cool, end of story. What the fuck does this guy do with politics? What the fuck does that got to do with humans? What the fuck does that got to do with church? What the fuck are we talking about? Why are we cosplaying in this game? I mean, the New Testament's about a god down here. Come on. How ridiculous is that? There's a god down here, and they killed a god down here, and he came back to life. A god came back to life. Can you imagine? And he came back to life, and he redeemed the whole world for the Gentiles, according to Paul, who never met a god down here. That's weird. And yeah. And then the Romans and the Catholics and this and that and the backflips of the Masons and the Templars and the Solomons, and they all white kids, and that's kind of weird. That's kind of weird. There's no white kids in that story, dear. But go ahead. I mean, that's what I got out of this fucking 40 years experience with these niggas. But in real life, though. That book ain't about people. Ain't nobody in that damn book a person. They make a reference to man. The writer ain't a man, nigga. That's why they refer to man like that. Son of man. They're talking in third person. The writer is talking in third person. That's why he's highlighting that fact. Because if it was just you want to say like Tony Hawk, the son of Caucasians, like you just be like, yo, this dude that used to skateboard. And then you'd be like, the author and the dude that used to be skateboard are the same species. You wouldn't have to break them down like, oh, Tony Hawk, a descendant of the Philistines, and then like the descendant of Cain, Kareem Campbell, like you wouldn't be stacking up their bloodline to note that they have a different background, thus a different species. The Bible's about species. It's off rip. It starts with 3 or 4 of them niggas. Off rip, first page, off rip. You got a God, Elohim class, plural. So you got God and some little homies that are not human. You got the human, you got the serpent that can talk. And then you got someone outside for Cain. That's 5 right off rip, bro. Humans don't talk like that. Nothing in human history, nothing in the American Revolution, nothing goes down like that. But they tell me that the people that set up these countries and these things believed in the Bible in the background in a story like that. But that's very curious that their people would have that Bible at all, because that's not about their people at all. That's about a whole different species than them. First of all, that's why that shit mad disrespectful that they make Jesus white. That Bible ain't about a white species. Like, what are they confused about? This is weird because this is not a General Board of Education book. This ain't for that. That's not a book like a story, y'all. That book ain't a book like, you know what I'm saying? This ain't like James Frey and them niggas. This ain't that. The Bible is about a particular family. It's about a particular species of people that survive the flood. So before the flood, that was the time of giants. So this recollection, this passing that forward is telling you that these people come from those bloodlines that existed before a time period. The bigger question or elephant in the room is that everyone else's here story? And then the question you have to ask is, if not, where is everyone else's story? Who ain't in that family? Like, why does everyone's story start with a Bible about niggas? Incas, angels, kids. Why would it be about them and not them? Where's the human version of the Bible? Where's the human account of time, period? Without all the kingdoms and glory stuff. Like, hey, 50 years ago, humans were doing this. I went to Paris 20 years before that, this. Like, where's the account of anything linear in human history that doesn't pivot off of Abraham or Judah? And then connect them niggas to any time before a worldwide flood. Where's their story at? Why they keep going to Egypt? Niggas. Sumer. Niggas. America, basically. Ola Mexum. Yeah. Toltec. Same story. Worldwide giant civilization. Same story, bitch. That's why they're not the Egyptian humans. Duh. 2 different stories using the same fucking name. Hence species. Right? If you're writing the story about the giants during the time of the giants, you're not going to have a whole bunch of shit about Lamech. But he'll be there somewhere. He'll be there somewhere. When you do Mario Brothers from the perspective of Bowser, you only see Mario once in a while. What is Bowser doing all in between time, man? Right? You miss a lot of details if you're not paying attention to the main characters. The main characters of the Bible are the hybrids. You feel me? It's explicit. It's not a mystery. They're telling it. It's fucking, hey, he's the son of this, and this, and this. And you're supposed to know, if that bloodline goes before the flood, there's a high fucking probability that's a giant or angel descendant. Keep reading, right? High fucking probability that's one of the 3 sons of God that came down, the 3 wise men, 3 magi. They pulled up on Jesus for a reason. I bet you they're related. I bet you they related to him. I bet you they are. I bet you, because that's how you know what a royal bloodline is. It's only royal because it comes from the stars. Sky people, right? You see this theme over and over and over again. It's the same thing that Luke Skywalker has. It's the same fucking story, dog. It's why they have the Force. It's what they call it, the midichlorian or whatever the fuck. AKA they have melanin, right? So they're telling you in Star Wars. George Lucas married to a melanated woman, by the way. that the melanin in Luke and Anakin's DNA it's their blood, right? They come from a bloodline of something that's cross-compatible with humans that allow them to yield the Force. And it's rare. And then every other creature, Yodas and all of them, they have a lot of it too. And even some of the fucking, what are them niggas? Fucking Boba Fett ass niggas. Even some of them, depending on the bloodline. It's the same story. That thing that makes Luke Skywalker, and he's a version of Jesus, right? That makes him that way is that something in his bloodline comes from another star system or something that's much more ancient. So pre-Republic for him. So before the Republic, before they got into space, before they colonized other moons and shit, from a timeline before that, he comes from something like that. But notice that Yoda also has that. Notice that other species also have that. But they all had that same common ancestor, apparently, to use the Force. That's important. That rarity that shows up and expresses itself is what the Bible is talking about, too. The Bible is specifically following the people who have the bloodline of the Force. There you go. The Bible people are the bloodline of the Force. That's all. Like, to keep it very cute and glamorous. That does not mean, other people would not benefit from adhering to what God said. But I'm not. What else can we compare it to? Like, who else God said something? I ain't stressing that part. I'm not talking about the social issue of the Bible, how we use it as a religion or a guideline in a fucking reprobate society. I know, we need it. No. But that's not what that book was made for. This society didn't fucking exist. Our society does not mirror the Bible society at all. We're missing angels, giants, flying creatures, and all kind of wild shit, ain't we? Correct. Hashtag allegedly, though. That's where we are today. That's hashtag allegedly. That's hashtag allegedly. Anything's fucking changed. You just might be under captivity. You don't know what you don't know. You don't know what's here. You don't. It could be giants right down the street. They just ain't pave a road. They ain't pave a road for you that way. You don't know. Those Google images ain't up to date. They're not real time either. You don't know. You don't know what's in that ocean either. Especially that Pacific. They say ain't no more land, it's just all ocean. I guess. Let me know when you 24-hour 4K that shit for me. Until, you feel me? We don't know what the fuck down here for. And that's the problem. That Bible is telling you clearly, the writers ain't the only thing down here, and they're talking about something that ain't down here with them. They're referring you to a higher principle, a higher dimensionality, something outside of the firmament. Keep that in mind. To us, that would mean atmosphere, right? Because we believe in NASA's projection of space. Whatever, fuck their projection. Whatever the case, once you leave Earth orbit, you get to the other side of that firmament, Psalms 19:1, then there's other things. The heavens above. But remember, this place is separating waters from above from the waters below. Then what's above is more water, first of all. Whatever they're projecting space as, it has to be water, because the first people who come from space told they ass it was water. I'm not going back and forth with whatever the fuck these niggas are, because that book ain't written by they niggas. They're not the same species. This book is written about a species that's telling you it comes from space. So I think they would fucking know if space had water, in their tradition systems, given the nature of who their fucking fathers are, up and down and shit. I think they would fucking know that'd be a weird detail to skip. That the water's above, nigga. A bunch of Moors. Can you fucking imagine? Navigating the waters of space. Yeah, same fucking story. That means this one's a safe place if it's wedged between waters. Of whatever else is outside of this. Right? my father of many worlds. And that's not even dimensions. That's just what's outside of this, like in your same vessel. Like if you just keep going up, you're gonna run into a force field. We call that the firmament. It's firm for a reason. Your ass ain't getting to the other side of it. That does not mean that nothing can or don't. That's just you, Bruce. Yes. So on the other side of that, whatever that technology is, whatever that authorization of species is. There we go. Here we go. We're cooking. There's other places like this. It's not a matter of if. Humans figure out how to get to space. That's how they catch you slipping. You can't code switch from the Bible, not about humans, to NASA, which is about mankind. And they're not going to explain to you the difference when they operate with that difference in their mind. They know when they refer to any of those old world religions and traditions, they are not dealing with mankind at all. They know they cannot be their descendants at all because they know they're reading about a different species. That's a researcher thing, though. Like Graham Hancock, he ought to tell you that, but he kind of keeps it in their way of discussing this. Like you can discuss it in the open without going there, and I don't know why they don't want to go there. Even Cliff I, he'll tell you that Israelis and these people today are not Jews because the real Jews are Judean. Yeah, nigga, but what is a Judean? They cannot be Judean because they're not the same fucking species. These motherfuckers are not the descendants of giants. Fuck out my face. Thus, Judeans are the descendants of giants. That's very specific. That's not mankind. That's not all man. That's not. How did you get a hybrid if everyone was? Come on now. So we're reading books about giants, by giants, for giants, and their kids, and then it gets into the little people, and then all the other little people who may not have giants in them is like, hey, me too. Like, no, that's not how none of this works. That's like Chihuahuas and Pit Bulls, like arguing about which grandfather was a wolf or something. Like, that ain't how that happened either. So even in the animals, you see it. You say God created everything. He created these damn teacup hybrids. God created these teacup hybrids. And if you told me God created the dire wolf, I'm like, let's start there. Let's start high. So when God created everything, he started with the dire wolf. How the fuck did we get a teacup Shih Tzu? That's fresh out of heaven, bro? I don't think so. All them weird ass Ridgeback dogs and shit they be breeding. That came from heaven, bro? Nah, not at all. What about the cow? No, not at all. What about the pig? No, not at all. So if God did not create those things and we did, that Bible can't be talking about the God of everything then. It's not talking about it in that way. These people are giving you the concept of God to begin with before your religious leaders and popes. So if they thought there was a God of everything and that was what it was, why write the rest of that book? If everyone's just the same thing, you understand? If everyone's ultimately the same source, the same beginning, middle, and ending, why even go there? If we're going to end on a note, well, God created everything at the end of the day anyway. Correct. That's what religion tries to do. That's not what that book is doing. That book is not trying to make something make sense for a system of belief. That book did not ask you to believe that book, first of all. That'd be impossible. It doesn't invoke belief. These people are gifted individuals because of what their bloodline is, and they're learning how to trust something they cannot see. That's not a human story. If it was, more humans would talk about it. You wouldn't be arguing about which Bible if every human had that story. I don't think every human goes through the the life path of trying to figure out how to communicate, yield, command, or even direct the thing in which they do not see, but which they do know is there, operating to some degree at another. That's not a common human trait, is it? Like when you're in 6th grade at the lunch table, no one's really pontificating about like some supernatural thing they cannot quite describe happening. And maybe we'll call it God because people are going to church on Sundays, right? People understand prayer and intercession, and like when people pray as a collective, you notice they pray for like big things, like pray for peace over the world, pray for Palestine. Pray for Palestine to do what exactly though? Pray for Palestine. What do you mean? What's in the prayer sheet? What are these kids praying about? Have we seen their prayers yet for Palestine? What does that even sound like? Who are they praying to? What are they praying about? What is the subject? What is the conclusion? They can't do 5 sentences for high school. So what is the prayer about? Oh, it's just a fucking hashtag. What I'm saying is the idea of prayer is the hashtag. Hashtag prayer. They don't know how to pray. Pray to what? Right? And I'm not saying that everyone's prayer don't count. No. I'm saying that most people use that, and you hear the people mostly use prayer, and you think that they're doing the same thing you're doing. They're not. They're tooth-fairying this shit, bro. Even people in the secret organizations and all that cool extra shit you gotta do and get grazed, even they're fucking pretending still. Like they're being cute and clamorous, bro. That book ain't written by nobody cute and clamorous though. They are dead ass serious. About the point they're trying to make. They're writing that to make a point. There's no structure for it. They're not doing a genealogy specifically essay. No, they have a point. I'm gonna start you here, I'm gonna take you here, and here's the lesson. And if you have ears here, eyes see. Like, think about it. The writer is reminding the reader, right? Think about that. The writer is not in that story. And even the person they listening to or transcribing is like, yo, if you got ears, hear me. If you got eyes, see me. AKA, if you got eyes to see, AKA eyes to read. Like, read this more closely, what I'm about to say. That means I'm about to talk over most people. They ain't a fucking literary device because they went to college. Now think about how many years ago. Exactly. Very advanced. They're more advanced than we are now. You get it? So if they are more advanced than we are now, just off of language arts, then they cannot be the same fucking thing that we're dealing with now. How would it go backwards? Colonialization and occupation of the whole civilization, bro. That's planetary. So it doesn't make sense to say that God created all of this. If all of us took my whole civilization out, right? Even being descendant of the reader, of the people writing the Bible, right? Like me being those people. Like, we're talking about some story about us and then something not in our story. And someone else now damn near wiped us completely out. Now we can switch this, code switch this back to God as a whole in all of us. I have the unique problem of not being able to do that though. Because I know that's not what the story is. I've been trying to figure out this my whole life, what that other thing is. I'm one of the very few people that I know at least that actually went there. Like, wasn't going to take it wasn't going to take it. It wasn't a brave decision. It was an impossible decision to ignore it. God would be impossible to ignore for me, buddy. Impossible. I've been wondering about this shit my whole damn life. I don't meet too many people like that. It's very rare that that anyone takes something unseen serious outside of the benefits and the social thing and, you know, appearances. No, I'm talking about like dead ass. Like dead ass. Like, nah, I'm not taking none of these fucking answers. Fuck all these people. We know they remix all the books. I want more books. Nah, fuck all these answers. I know they cap. I know this person got the answer. Fuck them. Because you're not looking for, it's not like you know what you're looking for. You just know that the canned responses you're getting ain't the fucking answer. Because it doesn't address the question that you're asking. I prayed as a kid and it happened. What is that? Now there's 5 different versions of how it can happen? No. Let's go back to the basics. Before I had a religion, I prayed and something happened. How did that happen? What is that? You don't give it a name? You don't give me a book? You don't give me I gotta join a membership? And then they're gonna tell me how to use it? They don't even tell you how to use it. They tell you how to behave. They tell you how to live, how to be a good person or something, or how to be acceptable into their creed or their culture and dress like this and eat like that. Like, nigga, I didn't come here for this. I didn't come to fucking church for etiquette school, nigga. Why the fuck is there something invisible operating in the invisible? And why do I notice it? And how come nobody's talking about it? I see them kind of do movies about it, like a crazy white person go to a crazy white person's house, and there's a dead story and some fucking demon worship and a pentagram and blood all over the place, and they summon some shit. Whoop, 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 whoop. I get that. I was like, oh, so we all on the same page then, bitch. We got to stay away from that because it might be real. But anyway, bitch, I know it is because the other side is. Oh, shit. Y'all got to do all that shit with a pentagram, nigga? Nigga, I'm praying about it. Fuck you. Y'all ain't getting answers? That's crazy. Y'all tried it? That's crazy. Like, and like humans have been spinning in circles about that dilemma for what, 6,000 years? Fuck out my face. They be trying to make it like, because then you never get, if you are looking for this answer, you're not going to get it in the damn religious debates, because they start getting into like, what if God, if human decisions and democracies, and if God was a governor. No, no. I don't know, and I know your ass don't know. So how are we going to discuss this further? We're just going to form better human ideas about not the fucking question. That ain't the fucking question. Not trying to imagine if God was like us. I'm still trying to figure out what the fuck us is. The fuck y'all talking about? Y'all skipping steps in this motherfucker. Before you try to figure out the thing you can't see, what the hell is the things we see? They're not all the same. And if they are, then why are all of them fucking killing each other and debating each other about God if they know what the fuck God is? Because if you're a kid, you know what I'm saying, you gotta learn some shit and go through some shit and believe what everyone believed before you even got here, right? Like, this is, like, I didn't start with them. You feel me? We solo leveling out here. Nah, we started from scratch and ran into them. And they used to give us these maps, and they still never answered my fucking question. I said. I noticed something in these 40 fucking years. If I don't like the way something's about to happen, then it's crazy that I know something I don't like is about to happen. But before it happens, if I tap in, I'm pretty sure I can pray and something happens, man. I'm pretty good at that. You don't get no trophies for that. I don't know if I do enough Hail Marys. I don't know if I should pray 5 times a day facing eastward. I don't know what the routine is. And when I was a kid, I didn't have a routine either. But I tell you this, accident happened. You know what's crazy? I read that Bible and they kind of say the same thing. They're like, oh, there's a little bit more extreme situations, a few more steps they had to take, but they were wilding the fuck out. I wasn't wilding the fuck out. I was just a kid. I was just trying to figure some shit out. Man, I don't like this. That'd be cool if, nigga. It'd be cool if, man. Let me ask God about it. Let's see. We'll see. You know what I'm saying? Shit, they had me wondering what kind of things I can ask God about. Shit, I would ask for so much more and thinking about it. I would ask for so much more thinking about it. Then try to put a fucking a pay meter on it. But if you don't go to church, And if you don't pay your tithes, and if you don't, and if you look at that girl with a googly eye, you're like, oh my God. You start losing God coins. I didn't even know we had God coins. That was a crypto. Yeah, they had your worthiness of prayer on a cryptocurrency. Your blessings was on the other side of you behaving correctly. That's a crazy story. What are blessings then? God giving you a new job for the colonizer? The fuck are y'all talking about? God giving you more fiat cash to end up in 2025 either fucking way he did it? What the fuck are we talking about? Nah, those ain't the blessings I was talking about. Nigga. Oh, I should ask God for those things too. I do. I really do. But that ain't the mystery part. That's cool. That's where y'all stop there. You ain't asked God about the UFOs yet. That's crazy. I did. I haven't stopped seeing them since. I didn't see UFOs until I prayed about it. I'm pretty sure I still need to pay my rent though. But that shit was on my head. I'm like, nah, God, I don't like the way these classified super soldier ass niggas is lying, playing in my face. Cause I know this shit real. I felt like I saw some things when I was a kid, but I don't know. What the fuck is it? What is it, Bruce? I prayed for it for real. It was a conditional statement. I forgot what the condition was. I was like, if this, then that, then this, show me that. Boom, boom, boom. It sure as God made green apples. So that's what I was freaked out about. The UFO was freaky as fuck. That's a freaked out occurrence, but I want to highlight something. That shape-shifting UFO was an answer to one of my prayers. It wasn't a random occurrence because I just love UFOlogy and I was like wondering if it was real. No, I took that shit to big homie. I was tired of waiting for the next episode of White People. I was like, fuck this shit. I'm gonna see for myself. Let me ask God about it. I said, what? And that shit pulled up. It hit all the buttons. And I was like, but wait. I prayed and this happened. Wait. Slow down. So this is not a random civilization from another planet wandering into Earth for the first time, trying to see what the fuck we're doing. Because I prayed for it. Meaning they under the jurisdiction of heaven. Then I'm saying whatever I'm praying to, it is connected to it because it shows up when I pray for it, bro. That's a curious story. Now I'll go read the Bible again. That's who was writing the Bible. People who can pray for something as silly as UFOs, and they appear. Yes. Now that's something that all humans do. Y'all let me know, because we should have been had some answers in this bitch. I've been looking for them. Because I know already. Somehow I know. I don't know why I know. I don't know why I knew. I don't know why I was crazy enough to give a fuck as a black kid making hip hop skateboarding, but I was like, you know what? So my intuition is telling me that these UFOs that they keep alluding to in all their stories and movies and TV shows, and ooh, if it's real one day, sci-fi and everything. I'm like, no. It's not an if-then statement. Ain't there some shit? There's some shit like that in the Bible, ain't it? And people always say that, but they don't tell you what. They're like, yeah, the Bible kinda. No. It's if it's in the Bible and it's thousands of years old, then why are they just now doing TV shows? Like, why is this a buzz? Why is this new to humans? It's in the Bible. Ezekiel. Everyone say Ezekiel. No one read Ezekiel, but they say, you start reading Ezekiel, like, what the fuck is going on? Yeah, the Ezekiel's a dust worm flyer thing. No, nigga. It's a spaceship. So their gods visit them in spaceships. The sons of God use spaceships. I pray and I see a spaceship. Huh. Vladimir Putin shows you all those children of Israel in Tartaria. And a lot of those paintings, if you look at the top, there's an angel driving around in a spaceship, and they're usually girls. Yeah, yeah, that's who wrote the Bible. Three. Heading into low reception zone. We'll replay gang neck the rest. Shout to you, brother Jonathan. Be safe on your travels. Shout to the brother Harut, Mr. Now. Hypothecation. You got it. TBFB 13. Mr. Now, going around telling other people too. You may not believe, but he also died for you. Very weird people. Well, actually, those are mega veramums, thalliums, monkus evolutions, Bill Nye, the Science Guy. They're trying to get signed too. They were. Yeah, so we're not, that story is not properly disclosed to people. And I still see people on social media still talking about just the surface level stuff of Jesus and Christianity and God would, like, what are y'all talking about? I hope that's the CIA. Because it's the same stupid shit we've seen on the internet for like 20 years, and people have not matured since. Then they're telling everyone's getting slower and dropping in IQ. So it's going to be fucking miserable if they try to pivot into the Bible again. It's going to piss me off. Because they're never going to read it. They're going to talk about it. They're not going to read it. It's annoying. Because they be subscribing and prescribing about life, blessings, and heaven and stuff. I'm like, where do you get any of that from? Why y'all be making shit up? God can absolutely do all of those things, though. In fact, God will do those things even if you didn't ask. Because they be forgetting the part, like, if you have that call and response with the unseen, then you're in a 360 deal with it. You couldn't do what you wanted to do if you wanted to. It's expensive. These are red bottoms. These are bloody shoes. You can't just walk around. You can't just get it. You can't, it's blood in, blood out. You can't get away from that quantum entanglement because it started before you. That's a believer disease. There's no believing. I understand the importance of faith and belief and all that for our mind, for our human mind, and how it works and how it's programmed. And we have a new language model to describe these phenomenons, whereas back then, it could have been a given. It may not even be that they didn't have this science. This is why I mentioned it. Everyone has this science. You know what I'm saying? It could be so many different ways it happened for them. But for us to interpolate it today, it's like, you can't, belief is not, it's the wrong way to go about it first. You just have to establish that God is real. Everyone in that book knows God is real. That's different. This society is different because of science and the church and politics and money, greed, murder, rape, and all the things that my ancestors seem to have endured recently by the same people. So, no, fucking weirdos. Like, no. Even the bad guys knew God was real. Even the people who didn't do what they were supposed to do were still dealing with another god anyway. They're making idols to gods. Like, that's a default setting. That whole society understood hierarchy. That there is another force outside of them that they can petition to. The whole book, there is no if. They weren't choosing religions. You can say because they worship Baal, that's a Baal religion. Whatever the fuck that means. No, they didn't believe in Baal, nigga. They were dealing in divinity, and it worked. Let's not leave that out. They weren't just picking a team to be on and pray for the best when they're dead. No. That book ain't about people trying to negotiate a soul contract after this is over. No, this is about people manipulating time and space in real time. Those things manipulate reality. They're dealing with gods. What the fuck do they think this is? But if you don't have that, because we don't know what life is again with these fucking people, they're not trying to tell us anything. They don't even give us good clues. You gotta wait for a CIA document or something to tell you, ooh, it's a holographic reality. Bitch, we've been using that word before the CIA had that document. Cut it out. No. Our base level understanding of what this is will cause you disharmony with what those people are and what they're talking about by default. The cognitive dissonance, just to understand, like, they're not at the same level of awareness. They don't have corporations, they don't have jobs, they're not, it's a whole different lifestyle. We're just their kids. So we are trying to remember, like, an ancestor thing, like, what the fuck, what was this like before we were colonized? Right? Off rip, all of us that look like me, we all got that question. Like, what was life like with us without colonization? Like, and what was our God beliefs or traditions? And how did we get started? That's important to figure out how we got here and why we didn't do nothing about it. You know what I'm saying? Like, you have to play this game differently if you're a different character. But with God, at least, global variable, it's, for me, my whole life, it was always weird when people were like, do you believe? And for me, it was never, do I believe in God? It was like, do I believe this religion or this doctrine is correct about it? I don't know if I believe in that. But they make it seem like if you disagree with how they interpret, it's not even their interpretation of God. You're there for God. They're there for, like, the rules of their religion. Do you believe God? And if you do these things too, like, it's a package deal. No, I don't believe in your 360 deal. I believe in God either way. Like, it's not a, I'm just trying to maybe you can help me get a language model and some ins and outs and what's going on, since it doesn't seem like God talks out loud. So is that even God I'm talking about? You can help me. Y'all describe something very similar, and then you find out it's not them describing it. It's the book. These people I met through my whole life, they weren't describing this phenomenon. They were referring to the book describing the phenomenon. That's what the problem was. I was like, oh, y'all believe it because the book mentioned it. Nah, that wasn't my question. What the fuck is happening? I'm talking about in real life. I'm talking about in this time. I'm talking about in this year. Like, this weird shit. You ever notice it? You ever tried it? You ever asked it? You ever thought about something? You ever had deja vu? You never had a deja vu? That's weird. You don't know. You don't understand what that is. That's weird. Yeah, I be having them. That's weird. Your dreams. Tell me about your dreams. You ever notice, like, in your dreams sometimes it just keeps expanding? It's like a bigger story going on. It's like God is trying to talk to you. Themes and patterns. You ever notice? You ever go through, like, a weird time in your fucking life? You're just having a hard time. You flunk the fuck out. You fall asleep, and an ancestor comes up to you. You know what I'm talking about? Oh, ancestors are evil, voodoo, and Africans and stuff. Ooh, oh, rituals and cauldrons. No, nigga, I said that's not what I said. I ain't ask you about paganism. That's not what I said. My name's Dwayne DeSant. I don't know about the paganism thing either, but I want to be mad at paganists. Because I have the same fucking questions. What is that? What forces that? Anyway, I said, did you fall asleep during a hard time and have an ancestor approach you and pray for you? See, I didn't have a chance in the 80s. Because I could fall asleep and have an ancestor walk up on me and start praying. I ain't got nothing to believe. I was like, shit, this seemed like an ancestor to me. This felt like a grandmother. She don't look like my grandmother, but she feel like my grandmother. So she is a grandmother. She's an ancestor, and this ancestor's talking to me in a different language. Ain't that a fucking bitch? And she's talking to me. She's in a different language. She's praying for me. I'm going through something in real life. I'm asleep. She shows up in my sleep and puts her hands on my temples and starts praying in her language, whatever language that was. And I woke up and I felt better. What is that? Is that in Time New Romans? What did Paul say? Paul said something about the church, and even when they fucking oppress you, hurt you, do you like Jesus? I'm pretty sure the United States do niggas like that. We got that down. We got the whole New Testament routine down. Listen, and when we die, nobody gets saved. We go through that every fucking day out in this bitch. You should do the United States history. It looked like all of us was Jesus at some point. So what's next? What's there to believe? To believe that they did Jesus dirty? Nigga, they do me dirty. They do my family dirty. I've seen it. Like, they ain't nothing to fucking believe. What's there to believe? That he's a child of God? Oh, go back to God again. What's the Bible say about God? They insist that the book starts with God, so God must exist if that book exists. The book exists because God exists. What do we believe in? Are we believing that God exists? And thus, if you don't believe God exists, it doesn't matter what that book said. If you don't believe God, fundamentally the issue with people trying to pick something in this story about gods and beliefs and religions and gifts and prayers and heaven and wait, stop. Too much on your chip. You had to get really fucking serious with yourself. And in my opinion, this is my workflow. You gotta get really fucking serious with yourself. What else is it? All right then. So there is something else, however you define it. Yet, would you say your God idea is in that direction or in what you've heard in school direction? All right, if your hunch and your feeling is that there's something else outside of you that big banged and created everything in between us, at least, and there's some other connection to you directly, then you start moving in that direction. Like, wait, it don't matter what nobody, I don't care what these niggas talking about. What did God say? So let me ask God directly. Can I do that? It's an opportunity that if God is what anyone says it is, then God could show up and talk to me because God wants me to do things without talking to me. That don't make no sense. How God going to know what I'm up to and then not be able to answer my prayers? How God going to judge me for things but then not answer my phone? That don't make sense. I know he might be busy. You say omnipresent. You talking about omnisphere, omnivision. Which one? You talking about the God of the third eye? You talking about the superconscious? Where's Sigmund Freud at? Which God y'all talking about? You talking about the Wi-Fi network that humans have? What are you talking about? That's a human experience in an animal. The book don't start with animals. What's going on? What are you talking about? You talking about the people and their skin colors and the advantageous Captain Planet pirateers and shit that came over to steal shit from niggas and Indians? Like, you ain't for them? Like, what God y'all talking about? The God that's on paper that they wrote about and they couldn't read just 10 years before? Like, the fuck kind of God they had the whole time before? Shit, this language old as hell. The fuck out of here, man. I don't want to hear about they damn God. They didn't learn how to write until they met us. Cut out my fucking face. What God you talking about? Like, you know what I'm saying? That is not a do you believe in God? It's like, which God are you talking about? For I'm a jealous God. It's implied. Even if you never read that book, it's implied that you meet an Indian guy, they got a God and they got a name, they got a different God, different name. All right, do all gods do the same things? Let's start there. Let's lowest common denominator to this. But in none of doing that, does it start with if? Nah, there is no concept of if there's a God. Well, there absolutely is. The issue is, what does that mean? It's like defining love. God is the same thing, undefinable. Very curious. Something so universal is so, you don't even know the name. And even if you had the name, what would a name mean to a God? You don't name gods, you name things. How would you, a creation of a thing, come up with a word for a thing that created you? That's not cool. That makes no sense. That would intonate that language belongs to God anyway. Once again, humans then created. Okay. Where are we going with this? If God's real. What? Nah. See, if you can figure out if God's real, then you can figure out whether or not you're on Team Jesus. Because they skip the step. They get you to Team Jesus for the benefits. If you came from nowhere, if you didn't have none of these inclinations or that background in your history, your family, if you start from scratch and you just start with Team Jesus, you miss something. They put you into that New Testament, you're going to miss something. I absolutely believe that Jesus sacrificed was a humane sacrifice, like sacrificed his existence here in order to free everyone from bullshit. Absolutely. That's not I don't that's not if I believe that. I know how we are. I know so many other brothers since then that have died for the same reasons, right? So I don't need to believe that someone like Jesus would do the same. We have tons of those type of people who are trying to do the right thing and a third party didn't like it and then got them set up by their own people to make it look like if they deserved it. That's like saying, do I believe in Game of Thrones or something? Nigga, yes, I believe that too. I've seen how Jews treat Jews to this day, 2025. So I I can believe everything they described in the New Testament being what it is. What gets weird is all the supernatural things. Because in the same society that believes in a God also believes in science's limitations about what's possible and impossible and what's real and what's not real between ghosts, spirits, and aliens. But science, my book, my teacher, my society says, but God's going to get me to heaven. You got to pick a side for real. Pick a for real. Who said science was real? They extrapolated one idea. If you rinse and repeat it and it happens again, that's science. Cool, 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 cool. Who gives a fuck? So science is a category of experiments. Cool. How many of your experiments fail? All right. God don't miss. My whole life is like, what the fuck is going down there? Going on there? Hmm? Well, trust me. Great idea. I pray to God about it too. You know? I try. Like, I can't get the answer from other people. I gotta find out from God. God don't speak English though. Crazy story. Unless he does. I haven't heard it yet. I only heard a girl. A woman, actually. Not a girl. It's a woman. It's a grown woman's voice. That's like once in a blue moon though. Once every 10 years. So, I don't know. Isn't for me it's not if. I'm trying to identify each aspect of what God is. I'm not sure that some of the things I experience is God at all. That's the scariest thing about how retarded religion has made our society, starting from the people that book to who we are today, that is. Like we specifically, just us. I can speak. They definitely retarded our awareness and understanding of everything else besides what we're given today. Like those people had a much deeper awareness of things. Like they went after Elijah and they were calling him Baldy or something. And then the bears came out and attacked and ate all the boys. Like if you didn't play Diablo 2 or 3, you would have missed something. But I played Diablo 2 or 3, and I was like, that's a category of magic. I'm familiar with it. They got Beastmasters in these RPG games called Diablo. Can you imagine? Like, oh, that's where they got that from. Them magicians can control animals. Interesting. You hear about that a lot. Just the other story today. He clapped and Leviathan would attack for him. I'm like, okay. That's a weird fucking story. These motherfuckers in this book interact with animals some way or another. What is that category of life called? What science is that? Because I'm tired of the video game saying, I'm tired of the Bible saying it, and oh yeah, that's right. I can talk about an animal and it'll show up in my life. Yeah, that's a weird fucking story, bro. That's the weirdest story of them all. So I don't know if that's God, but it's definitely animals in UFOs. So we, in a vessel, using our thought, intelligence, prayers, or whatever that frequency is thought form, but it's a type of thought form, and we can direct it somewhere else, internal, outside, whatever, heaven's inside, however you want to cut the pie. But eventually, it'll show up. No rhyme or reason. Except for except for me, the experiencer, you the experiencer. I'll tell you what you should keep track of. When that weird shit happens, it ain't nothing to figure out. Oh snap, man, I'm wondering. No. Question. Did you think about it? Pray about it? Ask for it? Yes. And it happened. Yes. The end. Abracadabra, nigga. As a man think of his heart, so is he. Life and death in the power of the tongue. Greater is he his enemy than he is in the world. Over and over and over and over again. That's in the Bible already, so if I believe, I don't know. Sound like they was on this. They sound like they was on to something though. What else? What other people got? They got something similar like that? Because I actually experienced that. I experienced that. I fuck around, close my eyes, and see a goddamn deer, and a deer appear, man. Fuck my car up too, man. I dreamed of the deer that fucked my car up before the deer came up and fucked my car up. It gave me a 3 to 2 week notice. Notice I ain't been in my car since, man. I'm fucking dreaming about fucking deer, bro. Fucking deer. But I didn't dream about the wall. The wall's the one that took me out. But the spirit took me through the deer. But then also took me through my childhood friend died the same week. And he was in a dream with the deer. So my childhood friend and the deer. All within a couple weeks. Who talks about dreams? The Bible again, right? Nebuchadnezzar or something. Daniel, they were decoding dreams. The dreams, it'd be the dreams, don't it? Them dreams be warning you, don't they? The dreams will foreshadow some shit through time and space. What's science call that? Science got. Oh, I'm talking about just humans, because humans who want to be scientists, and that's how I noticed that there's something different. Easy. If a scientist class of people had those dreams and those correspondences, then there'd be no fucking reason for the concept to be something is or isn't because of science. Because what I am talking about exists whether or fucking not you're a scientist or you have a scientific method of discussing or understanding the phenomenon. The question isn't, if this is a scientific phenomenon. Obviously it's fucking not. The question is, what is it? If science hasn't experienced it, you know what I'm saying? Like, we can't wait for a third party to classify some shit it has not experienced. Thus, science cannot account for things that so-called science hasn't experienced either. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like waiting for science to fill in the gaps on things that is not even observing, it's not experiencing, obviously. And that concerns me. Why haven't none of these people? I don't care what science they're in. They all learned the scientific method. How come they cool just living their fucking whole rest of their life and not emailing their science colleagues about how come y'all ain't fucking figure out what this goddamn deja vu and these dreams I be having and shit be showing up in my life shit. And they're like, no. They got some type of belief system for that. The fuck? Nigga, I ain't talking about the fuck I believe. So you understand early in your life when you dream, you can't wait for fucking scientists. They're not dreamers. Ain't that weird? Your dreams ain't come true yet. Ew. But everyone will say to their kids, follow your dreams, ass niggas. I thought we were talking about the same things, ass nigga. Then what the fuck are y'all calling y'all dreams? Y'all use a different word again. Y'all conflated. If you're fucking around with these people, y'all conflated dreams with goals. Y'all conflated dreams with goals. Dreams are older than capitalism. So if following your dreams meant capitalism, Your ass definitely can't tell me about the Bible or science because you're fucking stupid. Your brain dumb. What are we doing to science if we don't know the fucking meaning of words? How useful is that? Then they use bigger words to describe phenomenon just for you to be confused further. Bitch, break this down simply. You're dealing with humans, bitch. Trust me, we can get the point. What's the point? They never have one. It's foreign, that's why. It'd be foreigners writing those damn papers, so it's like goofy as hell. So for me, I cannot rely on belief, systems, religions, none of that, because it's not going to address nothing I'm going through. We don't live in a society that is even religious, so like, picking a religious sect in order to survive capitalism and AI onslaught ain't gonna have a cultural revival in that for no fucking human benefit. Cause they made that shit up to begin with a goofy ass. But God, if you will, still there, man. 40 years later. 40 years later, I still pray and weird things happen. I don't have enough, and sometimes I do, and then out of nowhere, and I write it down too. And then I write the before and after. I'm like, God is still at it. I'm gonna track this God thing down. I'm telling you, I'm gonna put this genie in a bottle one day. Now, because now I understand that the Bible ain't a religion about. The Bible ain't the prerequisite for religions and gods anyway. I respect that as my family's Bible. A sect of my ancestors went through whatever they went through, and that was their relic after going through it. They talking about the same shit I be thinking about, so I feel like we're closer than I previously ever imagined, actually. So when I read the Bible, now it's kind of like, how much of this have I experienced? Now I understand my experiences. Because someone way wiser than me rationalized that sequence. And I recognize that pattern in my own life. Like, okay, I gotta change my mind, not the sequence. You gotta change your mind about something. Go forth and sin no more. Fear not. Well, that's what's fucking me up. I can overthink worries and fears to sidestep fear by playing out the scenario before it happens. So vain imaginations on King David. On King David, that's a vain imagination. Why would you waste your imagination on a vain thing when you can use that same exact power that God has given you? Create man in our image, imaginations, as above so below. Why not create better imaginations? Like, shit, how the fuck do you do that? They've been programming us and chemicals and all this other extra shit. It makes it hard for you to imagine things, not think. Imagine. It makes it hard for you to imagine. That shit's fucking with your imagination. It's not affecting your nervous system. That's crazy flex, right? They're not feeding people's imaginations, not thoughts. People have a lot of bad hot takes, so they're thinking. But it's the imagination they blocked. All right, you gotta tap back into that shit. Niggas can imagine anything. Can you imagine? We don't imagine the same things, in fact. So then you start to see how important your imagination is to everything. To be Kanye try to give it to you. You gotta be like in a childlike state. You don't talk about narcissism, Kanye. I'm talking about a childlike state is where everything's a wonder. They're not limited by what's in front of them. Some have imaginary friends. Believe it or not, I didn't. Fucking gypped. Some have imaginary friends. Some play with the plane and feel like they're really flying. I knew I wasn't really flying. I knew my G.I. Joes really weren't shooting. And I got tired of that shit eventually. I was like, coming up with new wrestling moves and shit and telling my own storylines like I was Vince McMahon. But after a while, it was kind of like, we really need remote control action figures. Like, what the fuck are we waiting for? For real, what the fuck? Why do we don't have drones and Amazon workers in China, but they still ain't got the fucking. They ain't got the fucking remote control soldiers yet? My nigga. We used to have those ugly ass green plastic kneeling things, and you gotta set it up for some reason. You gotta roll a truck and make seem like some action happening. Why did they just fucking remote control that shit, nigga? Stop fucking playing with me. You know what I'm saying? You can even do the fucking G.I. Joes and put that shit in a fucking aquarium or something. That should be remote control too. Where that shit at? They got drones. They got niggas trying to be Iron Man suits. But you can't get me some made in Taiwan remote control them G.I. Joe ninjas that change color in water. You can't give me Snake Eyes and that whole ice crew with the swords and everything. They change color in water. They could change color in water 40 fucking years ago. But your ass can't put a nanoparticle in this shit, but you want to put a fucking nanoparticle in my mRNA first? You gonna try to program my DNA before you can give me a G.I. Joe that work? You got Oculuses and augmented realities, and your goofy asses ain't create that yet. Y'all ain't recreate the most duh, goofy as hell, dumb as hell. I'm telling you, these people ain't smart. They lack an imagination. So yeah, if I can imagine. You know how they also can do that shit? I seen someone almost fuck with that. Because, Sega used to make hologram arcade boxes for certain games. I was like, wait. And then I seen some white boys playing with a hologram tabletop game. I was like, oh my God, they're almost there. They're almost there. They're almost there. They need a black guy to put it all together, don't they? Listen, you make the whole fucking thing. You make the whole surface a fucking hologram. I don't give a fuck what's going on. As long as you can hear it, needs a speaker. As long as you can see it without special equipment. However they do that without burning your eyes out. You turn that to anything we did in our childhood. And that shit will go crazy. You turn it into any game. You turn it into any fucking, put a bunch of Legos down there. Infinite Legos too. Imagine science. You put as many G.I. Joes as you want down there. Fuck. You got a little fucking army. You can do the fucking toy trains things too. You can do it. You can do it. I know they can do it. Look at what they're doing for war. So if they got to micro scale that shit to Timu so it fits in your goddamn table somewhere, then they should have bended that shit. Goofy as hell, dumb as hell. But you see how I can imagine all that? And it won't stop. I keep going, just keep creating that world. That's a childlike state. That is childlike state. That is an example of it. Whereas an adult, what's that word we use? An indoctrinated or a civilized or a fully indoctrinated adult more so be like, well, what's the point of this if I can't pay rent tomorrow? How does that make me more important? How does that make me more money? It becomes about you, or what people call ego, I guess. Like, you become more ego-centered. Adrenaline, all that shit. Defense, all that. I get it. Because you're more worried about benefit, like surviving at a more extreme, one way to survive, more. As long as I have more, I'll survive, and you get locked in. And anything that takes you off of that is uncomfortable, even. So then they get mad, if you will. It's like, oh, this is stupid, or this is they'll say it's childish. Imagination is definitely childish. Yep. I didn't know you could turn it off, though. Weird. So your imagination stopped when you were a child? Wow. MK Ultra be damned. Hence, so yeah, you don't want to lose your imagination. Your ability to wander off on everything but worrying about something. You know what I'm saying? Not the weaponized imagination I'm assuming every neurotic person has, especially females. They have an imagination for having you fucked up. I'm telling you, they go through all the scenarios of how things are bad, but I'm talking about the creation imagination, where everything I imagined wasn't real. Everything I was describing hasn't happened. It's not real yet. I combined it in real time and created a whole scenario, and so, what if and thens, and you're creating. Whereas you're going through scenarios like, is he cheating? Like, that's how imaginative is that, Joey Greco? Like, no. Abuse of imagination, vain imaginations on King David. So they need permission to imagine as if they were a child again. Maybe that's what they mean. How you used to be able to think of a thing and draw it or color it, or you just think of a thing. Think of a game. Now you got to do yourself a better solid. Think of when you were a child. Think of how a commercial came on. There's a new toy or a new thing, and you're excited by it, right? Childlike. And you ask a parent or a guardian or a sibling somehow to make that happen for you, right? And the answer is like, haha, you're crazy. No, maybe on your birthday. Let's see on Christmas, right? If you come from one of those paradigms. And maybe some of you had a parent like, oh, fuck it, why not? We'll go this weekend. Every once in a lifetime, I had one of those moments. But in generally speaking, let's say skip it. My dad was gonna buy me no skip it. But I was very interested in seeing how it what the fuck, that seems interesting. Skip it. It counts as you jump. I think as a boy I was like wanted to see how that technology works. I was always tuned in with digital. As soon as I was born. I didn't want to fucking hop around. I wanted to know how the fuck the thing counted automatically. Like my brain was like, how did the automation work? That's crazy. Since I wouldn't get a skip it on hand, if you remember your childhood and all those flashpoints, what you'll end up noticing is that because that imagination sparked something in you and you wanted to have it, acquire it, or experience the place or the thing, it'll eventually play out in your life. I end up encountering this skip it. I don't know how long after the commercials were ringing off, but end up going to one new babysitter's house for whatever fucking reason. Always never fun for a child. And then because of that, her neighbor had a fucking skip it. And it's just like, that's the only reason I was there. To experience that inquiry. Oh shit. 4. It broke right after. It was, I think they left it outside, so it was rain rotted. But anyway, we wouldn't know that at 6. So, yeah, that's always happening, right? That's the part you got. That's the part where I think our society has done a disservice, because if that's not everyone's experience, then I don't know. I don't know how else to classify it. Only the Bible can classify it for me then, and that's limited because I don't. Someone else translated it and probably missed some context. You know how this the story goes. But with what I can gather, that ain't everybody's work through in this life or playthrough. So I put that in the God box. Well, that's God. When God let me experience that. God know we couldn't afford it or did this or the scenario I was in. And I didn't look at life like we couldn't afford nothing either. I accepted we didn't have it for some reason. I didn't fight against poverty. I intimately knew as a kid it was a escalator. It was climbing. Like I knew we were, I think because I knew my mom was dead and that was hard, or a restart, literally, I knew it was a climb. So I wasn't tripping on shit like that. But I tripped on everything else that was local. And I'm telling you, man, I have experience with wielding the force for my whole life, in for different variant reasons. And it's not willy nilly. It's not an everyday thing. It's when I need it. And I can't even explain when I would need it. It's almost as if it will prompt you. Like, it's not even, you know what I'm saying? I couldn't do it right now. Like, what am I thinking about? Well, let me see if I can really conjure up this energy and, this will happen, right? Someone knock on the door or something. It's not like a parlor trick, although sometimes that has worked for me. I've done that randomly, being cute and clamorous, and it actually happened momentarily. But these moments, I've noticed, it's like a scene is loading. It's kind of like it's a feeling in it. It's an awareness that it's a feeling. It's not a feeling like an emotion. It's a vibe. The vibe will change, and then the vibe will put you in that state to go, okay, I need to pray or wonder or imagine or change something. And it's usually change based. Mm-hmm. And then the gruesome part It's from when you know there needs to be a change, and then that time in between it needs to change and when it changes. Because then what happens is your time in between is like, nah, this shit gotta go. This shit gotta change. Nah, I'm getting tired. I'm bored. Whatever. Like, it's gotta change. It's gotta change. And I think that's the part where faith comes in. Because you could drive yourself fucking crazy. Absolutely. I can see it. I can see why faith makes sense in that case. Like, you act, or you create, or you pray, depending on what you're trying to do. And it's not instant. So then that means faith is just telling you whatever it is. If God is, if you believe God is capable of bringing that into your life, or AKA, if you believe that you can have that in your life, and then you believe that God will bring it to you, then the faith is just, in the meantime. You need faith for that meantime. That it's going to happen. Not if it can happen. I don't think God deals in ifs. It will happen. So the faith is in the meantime. Then that I can understand. But it ain't the same thing as belief. I can believe in God and still not have faith that the thing I'm asking God for will happen for me. And that's what everyone else does in New Thought. They try to fix that little program that people have where for some reason you don't believe in the best for yourself by default anymore. That's in the way of the other thing, but they're not connected. We got to do that extra step because our society fucking programmed us in a sucky way. But if you didn't have the limitations of being colonized or citizenry, then you would have experienced life like your ancestors did, where it was much more open. You're dealing with God in a much more open way. You didn't have limitations on, like, it'll literally be driven by the desires of your heart. And then you get into the loop, like, well, the desires of your heart come from God. So God is going to nudge you to find God no matter what, then, right? According to those people. If God chooses you, then you're gonna end up curious enough and imaginative enough to lead you to God. That's the whole story, Captain. You call it so many other things, and however you interface with it, or why you start to interface with that, or try to get understanding of that, that thing right there where you're trying to go, I wonder if wishing on a star works. I wonder if prayer really works. I wonder if this is the right religion. I wonder if I need to read these other books in case I'm missing something. I wonder if life after death. I wonder if you're in the wonder if box, and then you take an extra step and you explore the options and you try different things and breathing and meditating. All that shit is trolling you, dog. All that shit. It's a stick up. You got hit by a smooth criminal. That's God. That whole thing is God. Maybe if that's what they mean. I don't believe in that. I know it is. Because that shit gonna work and then it ain't. That shit gonna work and then it ain't. That shit gonna hit and then it's gonna miss. And what's the only thing you gonna be wondering about? Well, if that ain't it, what was it? Try again. Exactly. If it wasn't because you clicked your heels 3 times, then who did it? Come on now, try again. If it wasn't because you were at that particular church, then what was it? All right, then keep trying. Keep trying. Like, what one of those things put that in your dreams? What one of those things taught you what that means? What one of those things put that person in your life to bring you that thing? What it is that brought you here to this goofy ass video? What that is? Oh, that's what they talking about? Nigga, what do you mean what I believe? Nigga, I've been trying to figure this shit out my whole life. It ain't a if I believe. It ain't no damn religion, nigga. I've been trying to figure this shit out the whole time. The fuck? It's my life mission, nigga. I know I die down here. I know life is short, bitch. My mama did. I get it. Like, I get it more than most. My mom did already. She died at 21, so shit. Every year after that, I'm blessed. So fuck y'all. Like, I'm trying to figure out if God is real. Stop it. Like, what is that? What do you mean if God is real? What is the God of Israel? What does that mean? Hold on. You know, they trying to find out. In the meantime, though, in between time, hey yo, this shit's still working. The fuck? And it don't. And what I'm saying is, it's not. My phenomenon is not instant. It's not like I can't think of $1 million and get $1 million. It's not that type of phenomenon. It's subtle. It's like I can go. If I need something to happen here, in this space, in this city. And there's someone in my mind that can do it, like cause that to move. I can call them in my head. Depending on what state I'm in, that can be difficult because other thoughts and other nudges and doom scrolls will cause it to be fuzzy, hard to explain. It'll be a lot of resistance to try to do it. But if I can get clear and I can do it easily without feeling like I'm inconvenienced or rushed, and I can just see myself making that phone call and seeing that number or that name and then just play it out for a few seconds and let it go, which is also hard to do, especially depending on your urgency for why you're doing this thing, right? You have to be able to do it without urgency. You have to be able to do it without panic. You have to be able to use it without this, by like putting your finger in the pond and causing ripples. You just have to put the boat in the fucking pond. When I can do that, like, because that's the challenge. That's the human part of the challenge. Because I can't do that 24 hours a day for whatever fucking reason. Fucking flunked out DNA, I guess, whatever. Anyway, but when I do it, I pay attention to when it happens. And it happens. And before, it'd be like, wow, that's weird that happens. Wow, did you notice that happened? I was trying to talk to everybody else, like, especially when I had like people or family or girlfriends with me. I'd be like, yo, hey, can somebody see this? And I'm geeked up because I thought that's the human experience. I thought, like, if I can see this, then bitch, you can see it. Then you can use it too. Like, shit, imagine we use it together. Hello, that's why I'm excited. Stupid. Why ain't y'all excited? Why ain't y'all even trying? Who made y'all? I see why niggas stay next to their fucking tribes and shit. The fuck? That shit's maddening. They talking about the alchemist and shit, and it like helped them break through or something. Law of attraction, vision boards. I thought they was onto it. I was like, all right, so general consensus, they talking to God or something like it. They're in that box at least. Oh shit, they manifesting visions and shit. Nope. Their vision board turned them into a fucking scammer. Nigga, you could have did that without a vision board. You just needed more money? Oh no. No, that's not what that was. They always end up scammers too. That's the craziest thing about these people. The ones that like say that's what it is. No, it ain't. Fuck out my face. That's called a shopping cart. How did you get the money? You bought your shopping cart. That's hard to do, by the way. Have you seen what they paying niggas? Oh, I ain't know. I'm not doubting you figured something clever out to get that money faster than people would get it ever. No, 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 no. You're missing something in your testimony. What about that journey was supernatural? You went to a conference, you gave your last dollar, you got networked with the right people who set you up with a pyramid scheme, you applied yourself to it, and it worked until it didn't. Where's God at? You could say God entered that person in your life at that time that led you to that Ponzi scheme. I've had a few of those moments too, a couple of times. Even if but I learned something totally different from it. But nah, that don't even sound like it either. That yeah, we could say that. We could say that literally about everybody you meet actually. So that doesn't help us figure out what God is. You manifested it. You said in a dream. You put in a vision board, dreamed about it, stayed kind of sleep. You did the steps Neville Goddard. You did all that. And I didn't hear anything about anything unusual in your story yet from another person just like you using the same words. Y'all all say the same thing. You always hide how you got the money. You don't mention God. I guess because you ain't crazy. And you don't mention where the money came from. You mentioned the before and after. hiding something. Then you find out they're frauds, and then everything, we got that age until we figure that out. See the rest of their story. So that ain't it. That ain't what God is either. Nah, but God is definitely trolling you. God's trolling me. He's leading it. All roads lead back to God. Travel the world in the seven seas, looking for the answers. It just leads me right back to what my current question is my first question. What is this? I don't have an answer. How does this work? I know the first three steps, and all of them require imagination. The substance of things hoped for, and the evidence of things not seen. Faith is the substance of things hoped for. The things hoped for. So let's say if I hope for a car, what is the substance of that hope? It's very important. It's the substance of things hoped for, and the evidence of things not seen. So everyone quotes say, you like, oh, okay, so they fucking with it. They know what the supernatural is. They know, right? The whole world. I mean, the whole fucking world. You don't need a Bible for that. You understand? People trust in the unseen. Boy, don't play with me. Some shit you just can't explain. It's gotta be an unseen variable, right? Right. A miracle, a coincidence. No, I ain't talking about those. I'm talking about the call and response ones. Because faith is talking about an object that you determine. Faith is about what you determine. That other shit, the miracles and saving your life and stuff and the supernatural events, those are, coincidental, if you will. Or story arcs. But no. Faith is about what you decide. Faith is the substance of things hoped for and evidence of the things not seen. I mean, when you pray for a thing, pray as if you have already received it. Hold on. Substance of things not seen. What's the substance of the things not seen and hoped for? Wait a minute. If you're hoping for something that's not seen yet, and if you're hoping for something that's not in front of you, then where's the hope at? See, before I had to believe or figure out from other people if they can believe or not, to my chagrin, in my 30s, my question should have been, do people know how to read or not? Including my damn self. Because that's what's fucking people up. They're debating on the fact they can't read. They're debating things and arguments they created in lack of reading. Hold on. Faith is the substance of things, nouns, hoped for, that's the operative, and the evidence of the unseen. Did I get that correct? I think I got that correct. Shout out to Italy. Faith is the substance of things, nouns, hoped for, in the evidence of the things unseen, of the unseen. So it's unseen things hoped for. That's what faith is. Faith is the substance of things you cannot see that you're hoping for. But it's also the evidence of that. So faith is the evidence of unseen things that you hope for. Let me even mirror it that way. Faith is the evident substance of unseen things. Faith is the evident substance of unseen things. It's quantum algebra right there, boy. Faith is the evident substance of unseen things. So faith is supposed to be evident of something unseen. And hence, I guess that's why they cast belief, because you cannot see it. Do you believe it? In absence of seeing it, right? I think that's what they're saying. So you believe in Jesus in absence of never being there, never meeting him, and things like that. That would kind of make sense. That's absence of seeing, but not just regular seeing, absence of witness. Belief is when you suggest something to someone, and you ask them, do you believe this thing? Well, it's because they were not a witness to this thing. So in absence of seeing a thing or witnessing it, do you believe? That is not faith. Faith does not describe belief. It can't. Faith is the thing you don't see. Belief is saying, hey, a thing you don't see, or no thing at all. Do you just, can't you imagine if? The answer wouldn't matter here. The answer here is always yes. Belief gives you a choice. Can you believe? Yes or no. Faith, as soon as it's activated, it's a thing. It's not a lack of faith issue. How do you lack faith? Faith is something totally different. Faith is the evident substance of things unseen. Your faith corresponds to this unseen thing. Where's this unseen thing? So he's like, you gotta have faith for it to happen, right? You talk about faith and belief in Jesus, or you talk about faith and belief in a thing, or a person, or an outcome, or a prayer. Well, I'm gonna tell you something right here. If a person is on the other side of a thing, let's say he's trying to manifest a fucking wheel. Whoa. It's unseen, so that means it's not there. And faith is some type of substance of a thing that is hoped for. So he hopes he can get new wheels. But the faith part of this equation is the substance of the thing he's hoped for. So how is he hoping for a thing that's not there? It's on the other side of reality. Like, it's not, you wouldn't be hoping for it if it was here. If it was here, there'd be no need to invoke these principles, right? If it was here, you wouldn't be using faith, right? Because you wouldn't be using belief either, because what's there to believe? It's right there. So faith is this process. It's the evidence of the unseen. It's the evident substance of unseen things. So how do you come about this? If there's nothing, if you're in a room by yourself, how do you come up with this? And when you pray for a thing, pray as if you have it. Well, you don't have it. So how do you do that? Faith is describing imagination. Faith is things hoped for. Well, how do you hope for things? In your imagination. So if it's the evidence, the book about, these people who wrote this, by the way, those are the ones who be having dreams and shit, prophecies and shit, visions and shit. Yeah, obviously. It's a visionary experience, hence the unseen part. We're talking about a third eye vision. If you can get the vision into your imagination, then it is as good as there. This is just a matter of time, not if. The quality of this is not about if. The quality of this is this. Pray for those things as if you had them, as if you hoped for. Like, I hoped I had it. So when you imagine it, you got it. You're imagining that you have it. You're not imagining if you can get it. You're not imagining if you will get it. You're not imagining if there's a world or parallel where you have it. No, you have to envision the unseen thing as if it's evident that you have it already. Like it's right there. You would have to imagine like it's right fucking there. And the only thing between this state and this state, fucking decapitated this nigga. Oh shit, nigga. I got it. I'm gonna put some pants on this nigga. Fucking. I'm drawing through the reflection of the camera, my bad. Oh shit, I got a wheel. Oh shit, I had a wheel. Oh shit, I got a wheel. So it's the substance of the things hoped for. So it's the substance of this. It's the substance of this, of the thing hoped for. Substance of the thing hoped for. The substance of the thing hoped for is in your imagination. It's the evidence of the things unseen. So all things unseen are typically in a person's mind or imagination anyway, right? The universe is mind and all is mental. Correct. You get it. Vision is about your imagination. Faith is about your imagination. Pray as if it already happened. That's about your imagination. Fear not. That's about your imagination. Everything in that book, magi, imperial majestics, magicians, it's telling you about how to use your imagination. It's just not romanticized and sexy and Disney because of what your society reclassified these variables as, and what you work against naturally in this life on how to get a wheel and all the work and the new systems, institutions, and education you got. But they didn't have that. They just said faith is proof of the thing you're thinking about. Faith is. It is. Faith is. Faith is. So you have to imagine if it is. That's the difference. It only takes a mustard seed of faith. It only takes a mustard seed of evidence. Well, what's it? So mustard seed of faith is a mustard seed of what then? Let's substitute a mustard seed of imagination. We're doing substitution property. So we want a mustard seed of unseen evidence. You only need a mustard seed of unseen evidence or substance. So if it's an unseen substance or evident of the thing unseen, then a mustard seed of that is like a confirmation. You only need a small confirmation. You only need a small synchronicity. You only need a small idea. Or if it's some of the other visions that come from your dreams, you only need a small piece of that dream. It just takes a mustard seed of these to eventually turn into a forest. Childlike state, like I was doing with the imagination of having the fucking remote control G.I. Joes. It starts with the idea of like, why the fuck don't we do it? To turn into like, well, what would I do if we could do it? And what kind of versions can you use if you want to keep it digital and not fuck up the living room? Like, that's the forest. That's when that one idea turns into a whole fucking slew of ideas. Or The tire idea, once you accept that you can afford that tire, now you start to envision where you want to drive once you put that shit on your car. Or if it's a bike, where you going to go on that bike with those tires? It'll start from like, oh shit, I hope I can get this thing. And then it turns into night after night in the unseen, where you dream and imagine things that you believe. Well, one way to confirm that you believe that you're about to get it is what are you going to do after you get it? So it's step one is to put this thing in your mind, and step two is, all right, once I have it in my imagination, what am I doing with it? Am I doing this? Am I doing that? You know, it's sequential, and each time that's a mustard seed on a mustard seed on a mustard seed. By the time you get to the end of the sequence, that time period right there, it'll shrink. It'll be like, damn, I got it. I can imagine this fully. Yeah. Not only can I get this thing because I really want the shiny thing that I saw in that commercial or whatever, but I can actually think, despite the fact that you're invoking this principle, that means you can't just buy it, right? You won't have to use all of these principles and imagination if the wallet replaces your imagination, right? That's why when you go shopping, it's not if you can get those things, it's if you can afford it. But if you can afford it and you go shopping, then you don't invoke none of this. You're just going to the place that has things, and if you like it, you buy it. You wouldn't use that for that. So a lot of times money has replaced this whole discipline, because instead of doing this type of work, instead of accessing these realms they don't want you to access, they gave you a substitute. Oh, carrots, cotton, paper. No. If you want other things, then this is where you go to get them, and this is how you exchange to get them, and other people will provide them to you. But what happens if you want to do something that's outside of what's provided to you? What if it's something not sold in that food court? Where do you get that from? Well, then you got to learn and do this and go somewhere else. You got to travel. You got to spend more energy. You need money to do those things. So it always brings you back to money. It always brings you back to having, okay, so I got to unlock and earn something, and then I can go somewhere else and finally do the thing. Then I can go, you know what I'm saying? Like, there's extra steps. Those extra steps has nothing to do with you. That is your society. Those are the steps that they put there in their governmente. Those extra steps is your government. They're shortchanging your imagination for some reason. We haven't gotten there yet as a society, so I usually skip it. But on a vision side of things, instead of doing these steps to get the same thing, which other people you know probably did these steps to get the same thing, that's not what this is. This is saying you're hoping for something and imagining something that's not there yet as if it is. That's it. Faith is. And you just need a mustard seed of it. You need a mustard seed of imagination for a thing to be done. And then he said, if you need that mountain to jump into the fucking ocean, it could. If you could imagine some shit like that, it'll do it. If you can imagine some shit like that, it'll do it. Whether it be a hurricane, an earthquake, something's gonna fucking happen and get that mountain out your way. Although the mountain implied is a triple entendre, meaning any problem you have. Because you know that Jesus, the same person putting things in the oceans, he was throwing demons into pigs into the oceans. So he was dismissing problems into the ocean, right? So these mountains obviously can be metaphor for problems. If you can imagine this problem thrown into the fucking ocean, if you can imagine this setback, if you can imagine this dilemma, if it's in your way, if you can imagine it not being in your way anymore, if you can get to the other side of what does this look like? What does that look like? What do you look like on the other side of your problem? Can you imagine that state? Right. Because if you can imagine this state, Edison, then you can skip all this. You can skip dwelling on your problems, your setbacks, and your dilemmas, and what you don't have, the steps. Just by eventually a mustard seed, an idea to enter your head that, wait a minute, I can already see myself on the other side of that mountain. I can already see myself on the other side. That's why it's unseen. You have to deal with the unseen, aka the unrealized. You have to imagine the unrealized to realize it. That's the unseen. The unseen is the unrealized. Once it's realized, it shows up. The unseen is the realm of the unrealized. So faith is how you access that realm. Faith is an act. It is the substance of things hoped for and evidence of things not seen. Well, the act that it implies is imagination. Faith is only done with your imagination, right? Because even belief is like, do you know? Do you believe? Those are different. But all of them are in your head because they're asking the brain. It's not in front of you. So do you believe the thing that's not in front of you? Do you have faith in the thing that's not in front of you as if it is? Those are two different types of things. Same box, but faith is like, nah, the unseen reality is already in my head. Belief is like second party, like third party, like some other idea brought to you. No, faith is your idea. Faith is like, no, I see it. I see it. See, they may work climbing those steps of how to get the thing. No, work is all the steps that's going to take you from vision to this. You don't know what those are, which is why you would need a mustard seed. If you did, if you knew the fucking steps already, you wouldn't be in this category. And if you imagine it and then the steps fucking appeared, we need to write a different damn story. So obviously, the work is not the damn set steps that other people take. No. The work is once you hold on to that vision, that you don't let that shake. You don't let nothing question your faith about it. AKA when you start talking to other people like, hey man, one day I'm gonna be on these rims, man. I'm gonna be riding clean. You're like, man, you don't have to get a job at such and such and do all these things. Like, oh yeah, that's how it works when you climb these stairs. Yeah, man. And by the way, you got these other things over here. Like, you ain't got to worry about that. You still got 3 more steps left before you can even see something like that. Boy, you crazy. You're like, damn, you right. Maybe when I'm 30. No. You tell him to go fuck himself and you go back into your imagination and you go, well, let me see it clearer. Not the steps, not how you're going to do it. See it. The thing hoped for. Not the process hoped for, not the steps hoped for, not the money hoped for, not the agreements hoped for, not the person you're going to meet at the gas station that's hoping for you. No, it's the actual thing you're hoping for. It's the substance of the thing you're actually hoping for. That's what faith is. It's the substance of the thing that you're hoping for. And it's the evidence of it in the unseen, which is your imagination, ideas. So you can tell that you have faith, or that your faith is working at least, if you have ever had an idea and you ended up on the other side of it by being right next to it. Have you ever had an idea and you didn't know how you were going to get it, but after you had that idea or dream or wish or prayer, then you were on the other side of it? That little transaction right there, that's what faith is describing. So faith is not exercising a belief. You know, you have no idea what happened 2,000 years ago. By the way, my grandfather was 600 years ago. But you know what I'm saying? You have to believe that someone knew what they were talking about. You, without being witness. No, you're a witness to this. You witnessed it in the unseen. No one else knew you were witnessing it. And it wasn't there yet. And then over some interesting series of events and actions, you ended up in the forest in which it's there with you. That's faith. There's no if. Faith is. It's active. So your faith is in proportion to your ability to what? See the final reference. The realized state of it. Can you imagine if you were in the unseen, realized version of the thing that you're hoping for? And the evidence of the thing that's in the unseen. Well, what would be evident to you is if you can see it, right? That'd be evident. It's just, and that's why they start with it. He said, even with a mustard seed of faith. So they didn't even quantify like how dope you had to be at imagining things. Like he said, grassroots level, bro. Even if you have just like a mustard seed of the idea, bro, you could tell something huge, like a big problem you have. Get the fuck up out my face. So like, so basically, whatever you plant, mustard seeds are planted. Mustard seeds are planted where? In your mind, right? And then God waters it. So basically, Jesus is saying, if you just plant the seed of the other side of your dilemma, you set it into action. So if you can see yourself out of a situation you don't like, then you already took the first step. You'll notice when you talk to people with problems, sorry sisters, but usually the women, you're like, hey, I heard all your problems, but if I can get you to bounce over here with this, we could probably resolve it. And she's like, no, but I want to tell you about this and this and this and this. And you listen again, you're like, believe me, if I can just get you to understand this, we can get to the other side of that problem. And for whatever reason, that person wants to stay there, or in some cases, more extreme, more like victimhood, or just be like a person that's just like saying shit. Like, they just want the attention of sociology. They don't actually want to fix anything. Well, yeah, they don't want to fix this problem because in their mind, they don't see themselves on the other side of it. They're talking to you about where they were behind it. That's why they're stuck in this loop. When they approach you in their mind, they're not talking to you about, okay, I'm gonna have this conversation about what happened and this is what I hope for. No, I want to talk about what happened, and I don't know why I want to tell you, but I got to get it out of my head, but it happened already. So I want to tell you what happened already and see what you think about it. Yeah, that's crazy that happened down there, but let's go this way. Do. Like, no. I'm still right here with it. Like, oh, shit. You got to push that up these stairs. Like, no. They're just stuck in that same vision. Correct. Oh, ye of little faith. Do you believe you can heal your daughter from wirelessly, nigga? Do. All right, then. So what if you imagine if you were home and your daughter was out of her bed? Then so mote it be. Do you believe if you touch my garment, you will be healed? Damn, let me think about it. Yeah, I actually did. That's why I was scrolling this whole time. All right, then. So be it. Do. That's just a mustard seed. You had a big fucking problem, too. All right. Now imagine if. Well, what slowed them down? They imagined if they saw him and touched his garment. He said, what if you imagine you were healed? Do. Because they imagined seeing him and touch his garment, so much so they did. They imagined that they would see him and touch his garment. And that's what happened. That was the act of faith. The act of faith was they imagined that they would see him one day and touch his garment. You know how rare that was? And they did. Do. And when they finally got in front of his face, he was like, hey, by the way, instead of taking those extra steps there, how about you just believe that you're already healed? Oh, shit. Damn, that nigga got me. That's true. Damn, that's true too. Is it not written that you are God's? Do. And what is God's power? He speaks, therefore it is. Do. What if you were speaking the things that you wanted? Let the weak say he is strong. What do you need to believe? Do. What the hell did God say? Faith is the substance of things hoped for. So even if you're weak right now, you can hope you're strong. Well, where's the evidence of your strength? Do. Do you see yourself strong? Vision, internal vision, imagination. That's what it's talking about, y'all. What's that got to do with Hebrews, Jesus, and anybody else? Good question. We're just telling you the people that related to Jesus thought like this. That's all. Shout out to the brother, Mr. Now. He sent me some instructions for some other shit. Hey. Jonathan L. says, heading into low reception zone. Ascending E says, I can't wait when I leave this world because there's nothing here for me. Oh, ye of little faith. What do you mean nothing here for you? You create anything yet? Better question. Because I know that feeling, by the way. But better question. There's nothing here for you. Are you going to leave anything behind for it? If you feel like there's nothing here for you, then maybe, because I don't doubt it. I understand that. I understand how we are. But maybe that's because you're here to provide something to it, since you recognize it's missing something for you. The game is missing something. Goofy as hell. You're not satisfied with what's offered. Crazy fucking story. Me too. All right. Now, because you're not on the receiving end of this life experience, apparently, or your story would be different. You're unfortunately drafted into the side of the people that have to contribute to the world. Very unforgiving. I know at first. But you store up all of those blessings in the unseen. Same story, part 3. So all you would have to do is, that's why I say that. Can you fucking imagine just imagine fucking if you would. You could do whatever the fuck you want to do in the meantime. And start there. You said this world has nothing to offer you. What did you ask it for? Start there. You haven't seen the brochure yet, have you? Yeah, it sounds like you haven't lived enough. Cool. How do you live? You following steps? Or are you imagining it? Those are two different things. If you already believe there's nothing for it to offer you, then you won't be able to imagine an offering. So you believe there's nothing this world can offer you. And everyone knows that's not true. That's not how this works anyway. There's nothing here for me. Who said you were here for it? Like, what are you talking about? You gotta read that book of Job again. Why do you think you're here to have something for you? Why do you think this world is here for you? There we go. Like, oh shit, I showed up and the world has no benefits for me, man. Damn, can't wait till I leave. Oh, trust me, I understand the sentiment now, but we know that sentiment is not true, is what I'm saying. It's not a true sentiment. It's a valid one. I've been there before, but that's not true. It's mathematically not true, because that's not how it works. So the sentiment is us being dramatic, and it's okay to be dramatic sometimes, but don't stay dramatic. Go from dramatic to imaginative. Imagine if you can imagine whatever the fuck you want. Do that in the meantime. You ain't leaving a lot on the table either. You here in the meantime. So if you're here in the meantime, I would spend every night imagining if something you like, something you can imagine, actually. Like, if you can imagine it and it leads you to a broader imagination, find that. That ain't the world. That's your brain. That's your own imagination. You have to be able to imagine it. Hold on. They tripping. Every time I get the cooking or something spiritual, it upsets someone's coke demon. Ah, what a life. But you have to get into the habit of imagining something you like more than you are worrying about everything and seeing and visualizing everything that you don't like, obviously, up until this very moment, obviously, right? So up until this moment, and I just demonstrated that you cannot refer to the past when using your imagination. You had to imagine as if none of that fucking matters to your imagination anyway. What the fuck's I gotta do with you imagining anything and keeping it in the vision? The difference in the quality of imagination is not a weird imagination as you're listening to someone talk or reading or a cartoon or something. No, it's very specific. It's imagine as if you already have it. It's not thinking about the car. Although that's cool because you'll fuck around, go outside and see it. Imagine you're driving it. Start imagining what people will say when they see you. Take that bitch to the gas station that you always go to. Imagine unlocking the door with one of those fucking keys or whatever, or fobs or whatever. Go there. Imagine getting in that fucking car after putting gas in it. Who gives a fuck about how much the gas costs? Imagine you filled it to the top no matter what is going on. Imagine you got in that fucking car and you drove it to the fucking ocean and did whatever the fuck you wanted to do. The reason why there's nothing here for you is because you haven't fucking imagined anything for it to offer you. That's math and science. If it ain't here yet, it's because you ain't imagining it yet. And if you ain't imagining it yet, that ain't it or the world. That's you. And the steps and the it in the world, yeah, it distracts you with everything else. That's the work. Recognizing that first. Like, oh yeah, everybody ain't on the same court. You wouldn't need a democracy if we were. And even that shit don't work. So that means humans are predisposed to fuck shit in large groups. Now you see why there was 12 tribes of Israel, not one of them. Who is 3? TBFB 3, Italy 3. Get better. Faith is trusting in those unseen things. It's a trust in knowing. Gotta go, gotta go, gotta go. TBFB 3, leave a big fook you life. TBFB 13-3, raise hell to a Tevin type beat. No, hold on. Let me make sure I'm clear about this, because it's the hardest thing to do, actually. This is the advanced degree of it, because the brother Newkind and you said two things that I think Henry Thomas Hamlin kind of alluded to too, but in a language model from 100 years ago. So I've been pondering, without being able to ask him questions, unfortunately he's dead, how he really contextualized that activity or ability, because obviously he already had it if he wrote a book about it. So it's kind of hard to jump there if you're not writing about it, you're reading about it. So it's like, how did they get there? I'll make this shit so simple. It's not a whole bunch of books writing about nothing. This is so easy. The books is describing on how you can practice for it to become easy. That's a countermeasure against your programming. But it itself is so easy. Very simply put, the old life is dead. Let the dead bury the dead. Easier for me to say for a metaphysical lesson after I've already had to master this in a physical dimension. I've had to detach and walk away from so many things in such a short time. So when I revisit these lessons, if you will, although they're kind of automatic now, varying degrees, depending on how I feel, I haven't forgotten it. But I'm gonna try to remember the whole thing. So you understand that faith and all that stuff is not it's not a state. It's a different category of a thing. Faith is talking about something that is. I'll explain it. Hold on. So we gotta figure out what the old life is. So old life. The brother earlier said he was unsatisfied, basically. Bad news, rumors of wars. We saw this somewhere in the book. Lack and limitations. And we'll do one more for good measure. Health. If you have health issues, mental, physical, whatever. Never fun. But in the old life that is dead, why? because that's a sin. What are we talking about? Bro said he's bored with God. Ha! Perfect. That means you're in this world and out of it. So new life is the opposite of unsatisfied. New life would be satisfaction. Instead of bad news, the new life is full of good news. Instead of limits and lack, there's abundance. Instead of bad health, there's good health, right? Or just whatever. What is that called? Vibrance. Let's just use a higher level word so you understand the law of polarity when you do these things. For anything, you gotta find and match. If you can, when you're dealing with negative things, find the most lit version of the positive polarity of it as your reference for words. So it helps your mind imagine accordingly. Old life, why? Almost there. Easy. The old life is dead. Let the dead bury it. So the old life is like the example of the brother earlier. Whatever you're unsatisfied with, whatever the bad news is, whatever the lax limits are, whatever the ill health is, kind of looks like that. That's old life. It's the old life because it's never your present moment. Your present moment is what you're experiencing. So abracadabra. It happens because I say so. So the past, the old life is the past. And this is the future. The only thing that modulates these two things is the word. It's because English is our language and we misunderstood our language. Dealing with fucking colonizers. So the definition of the past is the moment before the word. And the definition of the future is literally the moment after the word. So if you want to change your situation, you have to say, a man who is weak, he has to say he is strong. Life and death are in the power of the tongue, of the word. All the mantras are under the word, right? Let a man say he is strong. Life and death are in the power of the tongue. God created with the word. All abracadabra stuff. So the old life, you dwell on what your problems are. In the present moment, you will be wasting your faith dwelling on the fact that, yeah, you got a cast on your leg. That was the past, though. Something before that caused you to have a cast on your leg. You're not about to repeat that step, so you don't need to keep dwelling on the fact that you hurt your leg. What you should think about is the fact that your leg doesn't hurt no more. Of course, that's going to be in the future. So what it's telling you is in an active state of the present moment, your words should always be aligned to what? Abracadabra, the future. So you shouldn't give to vain imaginations. You shouldn't give to vain conversations or idle thoughts. You shouldn't give any energy into the old life because it is dead, and you let the dead bury the dead. So you don't need to eulogize how fucked up everything is per se if it's getting in the way of your faith to where you want to be one day. But the operator to go from this guy to that guy is that you have to start speaking it into existence. And the difference between existence is the word. The past is before the word, the future is after the word. So if you speak now into the future, that is what's going to happen. So if you're speaking now about this, about this, about that, guess what's going to happen in the future? It's going to loop around back to that. It's going to rain some more if you just keep talking about and faithing about and imagining all the wrong thoughts and sins about the why did all the old life happen to me. Then that means you're using your active faith and imagination about what had already happened in the past. But it told you, let it bury the dead. Like, meaning you do not need to bury everything that led up to this. You are the result currently. So now if you're at this point and you don't like what added up to where you are currently, then you need to start speaking it into existence the way you want it to be. And check this out. What's a word besides a goddamn thought, damn it? So if sin is wrong thought, then what you're supposed to do is correct it into correct thought and imagine it if it's already done. So instead of you telling a person, hey, I'm unsatisfied, you start talking about how satisfied you've become. So I'm saying, hey, man, this is all the bad news in my life. It's like, hey, I got some bad news, or now I got some good news today. Just a few. I'll talk about those. Hey, man, yeah, there's some lacks and limits, but let's talk about all the abundance I've had in the meantime. Hey, man, I'm not feeling too good, but let's talk about how I feel better than yesterday at least. Let's start at the mustard seed this faith just a little bit. Let's just start talking about it like it's getting better little by little, and eventually we'll get the wheel too. Now imagine if you gotta believe in a white Jesus for the common sense. That's what it all is. When you're falling asleep in a state of sip, you're imagining these thoughts. Instead of falling asleep worrying about tomorrow and all your lacks and limits, you're worrying about the cool stuff. Like you about to have fun. Like, I don't know, man. Some bitch about to come around and start pushing me around in this goddamn wheelchair tomorrow. Like, however you do it, bro. However you give it up. The thing is, but if you notice why, if you're asking why and you have a fucking problem, notice that's up to you. Like, people be having way worse things going on, having the time of their fucking life too. But so it's depending on the image of things, on the thought that you have about the thing. Faith. Evidently, you have a faith and an image in your mind that's closer to this thing, which is causing these things that lead you here. Obviously, that's the loop. The only way you can fix that is by speaking different into your situation. As a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. What you think in your heart here, buddy? That's this category. Thinketh in his heart right here, boy. In your heart of the matter. The desires of your heart. Heart's a big difference. Man, it's not in your brain, it's not in your mind, it's in your heart. That means you really mean it. You have to really mean that shit. And the only way you really mean that a little bit is by start imagining it. It could take you 7 fucking seconds if you could just imagine this instead. If you wake up today and you're in the mirror like this, well, when you close your eyes and you're imagining things and you're talking about things and you're looking up things, make sure they line up with this side of it. Like, oh yeah, as soon as I get this cast off, nigga. Like, oh yeah, as soon as this wheel starts spinning, nigga. Oh yeah, as soon as it stop raining, nigga. I'm outside, bitch. I'm outside, bitch. Vibrating high, bitch. An abundance for this day, bitch. I got good news today, bitch. I'm satisfied today, bitch. And that's the thing about this word. You can only do it one day at a time anyway, nigga. So that's why you do it every day. It's one day at a time, frame to frame, baby. We got, what, 24 frames per hour or some shit? I don't know what the fuck going on. But you only do this shit one day at a time. State of kindred sleep only happens twice, man. Not morning and night. So you get 2 good shots, and you can work on it. You know how to meditate and get to the same state if you want to. But usually before you fall asleep and right before you wake up, these are the best times to abracadabra some shit into your mind. And then say it out loud, man. Shit. You look in the mirror, say it out loud for no fucking reason. Just say, yo, bro, today's gonna be a great fucking day. Just make sure, when you invoke that, it matches the image in your head of what that day is, right? You just add the elements as it is, man, as much as you can. And trust me, it'll show up as much as you can. And shit, sometimes it might just show up one thing. That's because your ass only imagine one thing. Well, shit, that ain't its problem. It's you, nigga. Keep going abundantly. Mustard seeds, mustard seeds. Keep playing more, 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 more. And after day at a time, if you can get 365 of these bitches behind you, if you get 365 days where you've committed your mind, your imagination, your words aligned to the future that you want, you understand? There's no way in fucking Hades a year from now that you'll ever look like that, at least. If you're speaking and imagining the exact opposite things that are bothering you or that's fucked up going on, and mind you, you're not trying to do a fucking book report on how fucked up it is. You just need the main thing, and you need to be able to imagine what that placeholder is, and then the opposite of it, and be able to imagine the image of what the opposite of the thing bothering you is. Like I said, good luck trying this shit on people, not impossible. Like if the thing that's making you rainy day is another person and you're trying to confess the opposite life and see that happy person, try it. But you're gonna notice other things move. And if you notice that it's starting to move in your direction and this person in these situations start getting resistant with you, you gotta stop and think again. Like, wait a minute, why is this, what's it, you'll listen, practice. You'll fucking fuck around and find out for yourself. But I wouldn't waste all of that for people. I tell you that right now. That's a toss up when you're trying to move people around, because you can. I've done it, and it's results are very wild and variable. You'd be better off thinking about something else, like this goddamn tire. I'm telling you. So yeah, say with your heart, little nigga, and do it one day at a time. Whatever it is on a day-to-day. Like every category of your mind has to be in this side. That is the work. Because the timeline, even my videos, anything we talk about, any bad thing, if we dwell on it too much and take it to our imagination and we start believing in that being the end-all be-all to what could be over here, then we goofy. But we ain't gotta be goofy. We know we goofy now because it's a goofy ass country, but that's why I'm talking about the shit like I'm trying to imagine my fucking way out of this goddamn future, whether I'm in fucking Philippines for 10 more years or I'm going to Japan, bitch. Either way it goes, I'm not imagining I'm going down with their shit. That's the past. Shit, let the dead bury the dead. Nigga, I already did everything I can do on the goddamn dailies. I try to save you from a rainy day, at least on some of these things. Shit, now I'm in my own rainy day. I'm trying to imagine another way, nigga. I only got a little bit of mustard seed about what I'm going to fucking do, but I'm doing that shit one day at a time, though. All I know is I got one good idea at a fucking time. One black and mild at a fucking time is better than me thinking about anything that just happened, bitch. I swear to God, listen. Trust me, that Arizona and black and mild is way better for future than the shit I ought to be thinking about because it happened a certain way. Trust me, buddy. Word. But I got faith and a better imagination than to be stuck in wrong thoughts causing sin against myself. Because why? Ain't nobody in old life is alive to even give a fuck. So thus, it's all in, boy. This is an all-in wager, boy. Ain't no fucking ifs. This is all in. This is all in. Whatever that image is, that's all in. And what I'm saying is, as long as this image is better than the one you're holding on to on the old life or the negative side of things, that's all it is. And like I said, day by day, you'll get the momentum. And this image will get more details too, because you'll get closer. You're like, oh shit, I got will. Now I got two. Oh shit, now I can make this bitch move. Oh shit, I already did the sun. Let me do the fucking mountains. Like, one day at a time, nigga. But if your day is still over here and the water's still getting dry, keep your faith, keep your eye on the prize. Remember, they say keep your eye on the prize? Yeah, keep your mind's eye on the prize. Because every step you take day by day is taking you wherever you imagine, first of all. So that I'd rather you be hot or cold than lukewarm. What it's talking about is decide, nigga. You want to decide to be on this side, or you want to be side on the faith side? You want to stay on the sun side where all the limits and the wrong thoughts are? Let's keep giving you the rainy day things, and you got to go through a road and a toll. You got to climb the steps of society to fix your problems. That takes fucking forever. What you need a God for if you're going to climb stairs? Or you can be like, nah. I'm going to live all in right here, 365, all of the damn time. Say it with your heart, little nigga. Abracadabra. I think, therefore I am. I say it, therefore it is. Ooh, as a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. Abracadabra. That's what it means. Aramaic, part 3. So word, faith. Boom, boom, boom. That's it. It's not an if. This is what you're doing already. You're already doing this. You're already choosing. You're already choosing. This is a success through a positive mental attitude up and down. This is dynamic thought left and right. This is what life is. It's the wrong thoughts that we imagine too long. And because that's all we're imagining, we get more stairs to it. We're stuck in the past. That's what the depression is and all that. And if you take this image and you make that image your future, and you make him sad instead, that would be anxiety. Because you're worrying that he's going to fall down the stairs. And now you're imagining, yo, what if I fall down the stairs and shit? And, you know, it's bad enough already. But what if I imagine and send some more and create some wrong thoughts about how this could get fucking worse? And I go, I'm unsatisfied. But now I'm unsatisfied. And everything's even worse. And bad news, now it's horrible news. And oh, man, the lack of limits. Man, I can't get nothing done. I'm in prison. Oh, shit, my health, man. I'm about to die in 30 days. You know what I'm saying? Like, people do that, too. They make their new life worse than their old life. Because that imagination is going to kick in. You're going to be thinking about everything that's wrong, and then it's going to start doing, what does it do to you? Every fucking time you revisit these old things, you start imagining new shit that can go wrong again. Or you reimagine the old shit that went wrong, and you create a new scenario like it's going wrong again. Like, God damn, nigga, you worrying about your future or no? That's the only thing that changes your future, dog. Your imagination. I'm telling you. Your faith, your thoughts, all that is, it creates a word. You don't have a word without a thought, nigga. Ain't a word without a thought. You don't got an action without words, nigga. So you have to think it, see it, speak it, be it. Like that is the order of existence, by the way. It starts with an idea. Like, oh shit, where'd that come from? You better stop fucking around. You're like, oh shit, that's a thought form. You know, you could just say it if you want to, or write it, or you can imagine it. That's what I'm trying to invoke here, because imagination involves other senses that need to be active for this to work. So idea, thought, image, and then you start talking about it or researching it or looking it up and doing screenshots. You know what it is. And then once you idea, thought, image, word, and if this is consistent, 300 fucking for the rest of your damn life, eventually you'll get the action. And if you follow certain thoughts and ideas and words and actions, you end up with a behavior. And if you could keep these aligned following good math, you shouldn't fall off the train tracks too much in your life. But a lot of people be capping about some of this stuff. And that's the character flaws we got to work out. We got to make sure our fucking definitions and our words are pure, right? That's the 4 agreements part 2. But don't worry. You're going to learn going all in on this stuff. What part of you is not working. Trust me, buddy. You're going to know. You're not going to have to wonder why. It'll be right in your fucking imagination when you start seeing where you're capping at. Don't worry about that, though. That's part of the human journey. Anyway, so yeah, that is the story. Oh, Cool J says, think it, see it, speak it, be it, got it. Yeah, but imagine all of this is you. That's what I'm saying. Like, this is you and God for real. That's why it's a 2-man. Like, you feel me? Like, and that's all of this space. You know what I'm saying? That's what most of the Bible is about, because it knows if it can get this part right, if you show a child the way he should go, you know he will return action to it even when he gets older, because that's his main operating system. These original ideas and thoughts that are of good value. So when you deal with the Bible and God, and you're conditioning your thoughts and your words and your imaginations and ideas to these sets and these laws and these rules. And if you read the Bible, how it is, the before and after, you start noticing the functions. It's going to get you to act different, and then your action is going to change your outcomes anyway. Because it's the old thoughts and the old words and the old actions that led to this. So if you want to change this, what are you really changing? This. This happened because of this. This happens because of this. So you can use this for the right things, or you can use this for the wrong things. It just so happens, for whatever fucking reason, you'll know when it's a wrong thing because you'll end up over here. So maybe I need to not use my vain imaginations over here. Of course not. Of course not. All that shit's vain. Worrying about what could happen, what happened, did happen, could it happen? Can you fall down steps? Can you go up the steps? Wasting time, kid, because you could be working about this damn tire instead. So make sure these are in line with this. Make sure this is the sequence that's aligned to this. So like it'll sneak up on you. Like for instance, I'm abundant, but you know you have a conversation with someone else like, hey man, bro, I can't do that, man. Today I'm broke, and that might seem like a an honest thing in that moment, or it might seem like a trivial thing. But you got to stop using these words day by day, though. You'll notice it. Like you got to stop claiming and saying I am, especially because that's God's name, right? You got to stop saying I am this thing in response to third party trivial things, because that's where we trip up. Because then you get caught up in that loop and where it goes, and then it starts reminding you of another vain imagination again about being broke, and then all of a sudden you telling people about your dream over here, and they're like, how are you talking about your dream over here when you talking about everything down here, boy? Like, you gotta stop putting yourself into these loops. And then you'll notice when you talk to certain people, they always put you into these negative loops. Like talking to them feels like it's in vain because you're trying to talk about these things and they bring you over here. And you're trying to describe these things and they're reminding you what happened up these stairs. And you're like, damn, nigga, like I am not trying to break and go back to over here. I'm trying to get over here. And that's what most people do, right? They end up in this situation, they start asking for help from other people in their life or who you have access to or reference models. Well, depending on what side of this they end up on, that's useful or not. If everyone that you meet is only on this side and never been over this side, that ain't very helpful. But if you meet someone who's been on that side and they got on that side, then you want to dwell on those people on that side of this thing, not the people still in this thing with you. That's the past. Let the dead bury it. Anyway, it's all of it. It's going to change everything about you. And that's the point. The fact that you're going to notice your limitations when you're trying to confess, like how difficult it's going to be for your mind to start doing this. Like anytime there's a negative thought, you replace it with the highest thought on the other side. Just as like a homework assignment in your head, like freestyle in your mind. Like as soon as you're like, man, this shit's fucked up. Like, and then in your head go, man, actually this shit's getting a lot better. Instead of going, oh man, bro, I'm worried about my health. Going, nah, man, I'm so happy that my health is getting better. In that same moment, in that same thought. Because what difference does it make saying either or, right? You get a choice every second. So you might as well start choosing the delusion of the better future. Because if you keep imagining vain things that ain't even happening right now, and you keep imagining these things, then probably it's going to happen again. So you don't have a choice is what I'm saying. We choose every minute. But what people get interested in is in this bright future part. And then they start learning this stuff and be like, damn, how come my future ain't here yet? It's not that. It's that this and this and this and this is what's aligning. So there's something in your actions, your behaviors, your words, your thoughts that's not quite aligned for this whole picture yet. So you're going to end up finding out what the fuck it is as you're walking out these steps. Trust me. But the better you can focus on these things and these images, the less likely you're going to be entertaining those people anyway. The more you actually are serious and you're not lukewarm about it, and you really are committed to this future or this faith or this idea that you have about yourself, going from point A to point B, the less time you're going to have for any of these things that are on the point A side anyway. But most people fight in the middle. They don't go all in. They get motivated and happy for the moment off the video, off the book, off the occurrence of one of the 365 days, yes. But then before you know it, by the weekend, whether they doing these actions or behaviors that leads them over to these negative Nancy's again, and they're like, damn, by fucking Monday, here I am again, saying the same fucking shit. I know, because this new world is going to cost you your old one, including a lot of the fucking cast of characters in it that I mentioned. A lot of those people along them stairs on the old world ain't coming with you. Because they got to do the work too to be compatible. All of y'all in that vibration together, boy. Stop playing with me. So the ones that are holding you back, you'll know who it is in your story. Trust me. You ain't got to guess who those are. But do not be surprised when you start creating new things in your mind that they start acting up. That's a minimum requirement because they're attached to that vibration and that energy. And their misery loves company. So you're trying to get out of misery's hands, and misery's like, bring your goofy ass back. You coming down here. Yeah, misery loves company. Nah, and including yourself. You hang around with misery so much, you become a misery fucking scout. You with misery too. Like, even when misery ain't even fucking there in the present moment, you remember what misery said, and you bring it over here on a sunny fucking day. Now you gotta be all in, and that takes time. All in takes time. But what you said, start with a mustard seed. You can plant one mustard seed a fucking day. One idea a day, one vision a day. And it can go from your future, and it can go to tomorrow. It can be about tonight. Whatever you dedicate that image and faith into, you'll be able to multitask eventually and create more than one thing at once as well. But whatever that is, however that shows up for you, and whatever your natural gifts and talents are in doing that, just remind yourself that the goal is every day you have more of these moments in your thoughts and your imagination than these moments of everything that happened already, and all the old life, and all the vanity, and all the rain, and what happened to these people in my past, blah, 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 and they broke my heart, and blah, blah. Nah, I know. That's how you get initiated, nigga. Yeah. You don't land in this world without being broken by the world. By the way, nobody's story who gets to this side of life starts with this side of life. It's always sin. It's always the wrong shit. It's always the wrong people. It's always the setbacks. It's always limits. It's always an issue of mental health, sexual abuse. It's always something in the old life that's kind of fucking fucked up. Which is at some point, they realize that they gotta change. And if they could change their self-image, then their self changes. That is why you only need God for real to co-sign some shit. That's why I pray. I pray on top of the cool things I'm imagining, but I pray for all things that just, bad ideas and thoughts and things trying to show up in the imagery of my mind through the day. I'm talking to God about that. I'm like, look, cap, as a man think of his heart, so is he, man. And I'll have a full-blown conversation for real. I'll talk myself off that fucking cliff for real, and quicker than ever. Like, mad days at a time, I finally got to a point where me going back and forth, trying to stay out of this, doesn't take that long. It's not a whole bunch of steps for me to flip some of this. It's more steps for me to get to here, though. Like, I can get away from broken and flat face, but I haven't gotten to fucking cheek to cheek sunny on the wheels yet. But at least I know every day or every step I take in trying to get here, I'm further away from here. I'm so far away from here, right? So now I just gotta, now my game is between the wrong thoughts popping up and then replacing them. Like, that's my game right here. Up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down. I know I can't live there. I know I don't need to dwell there. I know this already. There's no faith or belief. I know I can't afford to be over here. So when I catch myself, I go, all right, nigga, go through the process. All right, yeah, imagine something else. All right, cool. What a time to be a fucking alive again. All right, I remember the other day, shit. So much so, I'll write it down. Like, shit, if I have one of these moments where I'm like, all right, something ain't adding up. I'm lukewarm. I'm feeling somewhere right here. I'll write about it. And then writing about it and making sure you're not captivated and flip it real quick. Like, all right, this is how I feel. Let me flip it. All right. And this is what I'm hoping for. And I'll write about it. And it might take a couple of days or something to get somewhere better. But even if it took 5 days to get an answer, I know that those 5 days are bringing me closer to that and away from that because it fucking happened. So it is one day at a time because you're supposed to do it every day. But if you're going from a drastic to a big one like this, and you've never experienced this science before, and you were not aware that what you're holding in your thoughts and your imagination gives the greatest influence to your life, then I got some fucking news for you, buddy. That's what the God, prayer, Jesus. We're living up here, buddy. We're up here. We're not talking about what's in front of us. Of course, it could be metaphors and stories. No. Good math is going to make sense even in the metaphors and stories, because the metaphors and stories happen from someone's thoughts. that life they went through was because of wrong thoughts. So they could tell you what the right thoughts are. That's common fucking sense. It's a math equation. These are the negative variables. These are the positive ones. Well, if dwelling on the negative variables gave negative consequences, then can you fucking imagine if we worried about the good variables more than the bad ones? So there's just every day, if you just dwelled on delusion of positive things any fucking way, and you find those things that are true, you make them up. But shit, today I had hot dogs and pork and beans, nigga. I'm satisfied. It ain't gotta be fucking Roof Chris yet. It's gotta be better than whatever that shit was. One thing at a time. All right, my timeline's gonna be bad news, but the good news is I'm healthy, wealthy, and wise part 2. You just keep doing it, and that's the rotation of your thoughts and your feelings and your journaling. This is the image ultimately that you want, though. You're doing this every day of your fucking life, switching the old stuff to the good stuff, because that's how it works. But that image, that ultimate image, or that manifestation, or that prayer that you have, you just have to keep imagining that shit as if you already got it. You're not asking God, could he do a thing, or if he could do a thing, or if he found it wise to do the thing. You read that Bible, and you learn how they pray, and you copy and paste that template, and you apply it to your situations, and then you just go for the gusto. Like, this is what I'm asking for, and I thank you for providing the way for me. And then once you're done praying, you spend the rest of your days imagining what that outcome is. And you have to do that. You know why? Because if you fucking don't imagine that, you're still here, right? You're still here. You're still in this space if you don't do that. You're still here no matter fucking what you do, actually, right? So you might as fucking well, while you're climbing up those stairs, put your ass over here. So that's where it goes. That's where the heart goes. That's where the words go. That's where the practice goes. And once you finally get here, you got to remember, like, oh shit, I remember when I was here. I wonder what fucking changed. Your faith changed about what you're imagining. You stop thinking wrong about things. And you start seeing the new life as better than the old life. That's all you got to do. That's all you got to do. That's if we're talking about God, though. That may not work with your society and your you know what I'm saying, how the boss does it at your job or nothing. No. These are two different sciences. L Cool J says heard 3. L Cool J, I'm sorry, that was Rocky Messelbar. L Cool J says keyword he just said that you aren't lukewarm about it. You got it. Just talking about the law of polarity. Raise hell till it's heaven. Come on, if you're going through hell, keep going. Haru on the track 3, Rakim 3, TBFB 3, blah, blah, blah. 3s, I'm 3s, 2s, 3s. We got 21 people and 44 likes. Come on, God. Part 3, part 5. Shout out for the support, and like, comment, subscribe. Your boy, Dayson, is still alive. Oh my God. Johnny Fife is still alive. Why they keep ruining my black and milds in this goddamn desert, boy? But yeah. And trust me, I already know. All that shit easier said than done. I don't know how many books later, how many years later, how many journals later, but I am still working on it. We have a lot of thoughts, nigga. That's a lot of side quests, man. Y'all don't, you know what I'm saying? They say we got, human has what, 50 to 100,000 thoughts a day? And most of them are from yesterday. Like the same thought patterns of yesterday. Like most of your thoughts. So imagine mustard seed of faith is a little bit of your thoughts going the other way every day. That's how you win. You must succeed that shit one good idea at a time, one act of kindness at a time, one selfless moment at a time, one step in the right direction at a time. If it is the will, look them up on Google Images or Mid-Journey to shit. Mid-Journey, you with the wheel, nigga. Put that shit on your fucking wallpaper. That's it. That's one mustard seed at a time. And the trick is to not contradict your wish by speaking against the thing. That's kind of like what Job was saying with God, what they said God said to Job as well. Like, you say, you're spotless, but look at you. It's less about being spotless and more about not having a false sense of pride, by the way. All glory to God. That way you remove your ego from it. Once you know there's a God, right? Once you know God is answering you and controlling you into this fucking secret society of Hebrew Israelite lifestyle, Then you go, oh, that's what the refraction is. Motherfuckers get everything they want, and then they change up on God. So if you think you've been betrayed or switched up on, imagine these fools. A lot of people know. A lot of people know there's something extra going on, and as soon as they get what they want, they leave that out of it, right? They make it about them per se. Nah. It's definitely me doing the work, but it's definitely God responding. I'm only doing the work because God is responding. It ain't me at all, but it is. You know what I'm saying? They be like, nah, there's no God at all. I stayed up late night, and you know what I'm saying? I just always knew, you feel me, like I'd be big one day, and you know what I'm saying? And it's always a weird fucking story. It's a feel good story, but it's a bunch of plot holes in it, and weird contracts and sex parties. They can't say God because they know the sins in between their sentences. They can't say God if they're at the Diddy party. There ain't no way in Hades that they would even have such a fucking vain concept. They can't say God if they had to be one of those little street little levels where you had to set up or hurt somebody else. They can't say God if they did it through Satanism. They can't say God if they did it through any other kind of shortcut or chicanery. So I notice a lot of fucking missing God pieces in everyone's fucking success story. And then you go, oh shit, man, I should just read the Bible. There's mad ways to get to a fucking mountain. It don't mean that mountain's gonna be fucking there when God gets to it, though. That's the difference. Yeah, you can get it fast. You can get a lot of different ways, but it ain't gonna stand if you violating. And that's crazy that people would sacrifice the chance to make it soon, fast, one day, knowing that the other end of it is desolation. Like, that don't make sense to me. You might as well try it the right way. Either way, it's over, right? Like, cut it out. But they blinded. They're blinded. They're blinded by pride and vanity and things like that. That's all it is. That's the difference. You can be successful without being vain. You can maybe even be famous without letting it get to your head. But it'd be weird for any of those aims to be what God is leading you to. Anyway, outside of being recognized for some like godly talent, and it turns out that way. I ain't talking about that. I'm talking about people wake up one day and be like, yo, I want to do this to make a lot of money so I can be in a lifestyle, blah, blah, blah. And that lifestyle includes the bitches, the drugs, and everything else. And it's like, nah, no need to invoke God then. Because if God picked you, you ain't going to be able to do that shit anyway. And even if you get close to it, it's going to be the most miserable loop you've ever been fucking in. Trust me. Nah, I wouldn't waste your wishes for shit like that. But people learn from those moments too. I mean, some people fuck around and find out and do better too. Like, it's not always a boohoo story. Sometimes people need that awakening by getting everything they want and then having God snatch it the fuck away from them. That's only happened to me a couple of times, so I'm telling you, yeah. Trust me, you're gonna keep taking it away until you get it right. And that's the beautiful thing. He don't take away nothing that's right. We're just attached to it. Starting over, resetting, him clearing out the fucking cache ain't really a problem. Because it wasn't serving you anyway. It got you to the fact where you ain't got it no more. That ain't random. That's the end of the course. You interpret how you experience this though, for sure. Like whether it's a lesson, whether it's random, whether it's the people, whether it's the time we're in, there's a bunch of buffers and Instagram filters you can put on the same thing. But fundamentally, at a quantum level, right? God's there somewhere. Find that. Align to that. Pay attention to the shit that works for you. Pay attention to the shit that makes you imagine and happy and glow up and all that. And then pay attention to the people that tell you to pipe that down or threshold it or gatekeep that from you. It's very subtle, man. And like I said, if you're a younger person, do not be surprised that most of the people in your life are actually on the other side of the shit you're imagining. That's why it's so easy to forgive them. You have to forgive them. Because Father, forgive them, A, for they know not what they do. They don't know what the fuck they talking about. They don't even read this shit. Is it not written? They're not even reading this shit. So what the fuck I'm stressed out about? What am I gonna hold a grudge for? They have no idea what the fuck I'm about. Cool. So they ain't gonna have no idea what the fuck I'm about to be about either, nigga. Shit. Easy. Now, easier said than done because of attachments, right? That's an old life, but to me, that's old life. I was attached. I was in wrong thought. I was in sin. What the fuck? I was on the wrong path, obviously, right? So what am I reminiscing about? Ain't nothing wrong with the good times that came with it, though. But I would take those good times and augment them with good math and then do it again the right way. I would imagine not changing it. I would imagine being in those type of things again without all the extra silly shit. I'd start there. You ain't got to redefine, you ain't got to complete a whole different life. You just have to make a better life for yourself in your mind. It could be the same life. You just with the new variables, man. It'd be a new apartment in the same city. Whatever you got to do. Shit, you got to replace a girl or two. Replace her. Shit, the fuck going on with you? Imagine if you already did. Imagine if it's already there. Imagine if whatever it is replaces your need to think about yesterday. I'd start there. What would be better than the past? Because you know what the fucking past is. Don't play with me. Start writing it down. Start writing down all the fucking things you're lamenting about. Start writing down all the things you miss. And start assigning new values and characters, nigga. Part 2, nigga. Try again. On Job, you try again. And then you forgive those old castmates. You let that shit go. You're going to see something, though. I warn you up front. As soon as you do, though, they'll change. We in a Mercury retrograde right now, too. Be careful what you think right now. People from the past, all kinds of things. I'd be amiss if I don't tell you that. The way you think and feel changes the way the people in your life interact with you. Humans were telepathic before they start speaking, right? So that means we pick up on subtle energies even if we're not self-classified psychics. Most humans can sense things, especially if they pay attention to people. They sense people. It may not be clear. It might be in fucking SD 720, but it's a thing. And the way they interact with you is based on how you feel to them. So the moment, especially if you're quantum entangled to people or people have been in your life a long time, the moment you start changing your mind, the moment you go somewhere new, the moment you do something new, you're going to notice that people from the old life tend to appear. They tend to check in on you. They tend to be part of the story somehow, or you tend to hear about them, depending on what your story is with that person. Somehow or another, you will encounter that person or that energy a time or another time again. It depends on how you play the game. What most people tend to do is that they make these positive changes in their mind. They walk it out, whether it's going to the gym every morning, you know, those step-by-step things they do, but whatever it is, the path they're on, and making changes they want to make, they do. And then the old things, like they say, you get rid of one demon and 10,000 come back. Very similar energy. You get rid of one bad thought, and then 10,000 more bad thoughts come to replace it, right? Same thing with people. People will show up, and you will think, because your life is feeling better or changing, or you seeing the sun a little bit brighter. And although right now I'm in the desert and it's still fucking raining, these people will still be the same character. They will interface with you with your new energy, but the outcome likely will still bring your energy back down to yesterday, because that's where they know you from. They know you from the old life. So you're gonna synchronize and fucking even out and back to where they are in that old life. So if that person or that family member or your mother or whoever that is still on that bullshit, and you know that already, and it's been time, trust me, They're going to show back up and you're going to feel better. But that does not mean that time in your life that they're better. Do what you will with that information. Do what you will with that information. Trust me. Like I said, you could try to change people. It's very temporary because they're responding to the energy or that prompt. But overall, they still have their own fucking imagination. They still have their own beliefs in the way the world works and what's possible, what's not possible. And they also have this. Check this out. The image, the old image in their head of you. Regardless, your parent will always see you as a kid. Your ex will always see you as that person. Your old homie from the old town's always going to remember what you used to do on the green box. No one's going to be able to compute for that time in between of what changed. So when they see you with the changes, they'll see it as things. Your energy changed. But they're still going to imagine you as what you were. And if you encounter resistance with people like that, I'm telling you, that's going to pull you back. So miss me with your bullshit in the future, okay? I already fucking warned you. This ain't about people. This is about you and God first. And the people that stick around in that energy, they supposed to be. The people who were resistant to begin with, trust me, if they're a fucking problem, you'll know it. Because you're going to start making progress. And for whatever fucking reason, their operating system ain't going to be updated to your new progress. They still going to be on old shit for some reason. And it could be passive aggressive. You might not even notice it. It might not even be like threatening to you. But check in with yourself. Like, damn, after I talked to that person, did they bring my energy down? Or did my energy stay the same, or did I go up? When I saw that phone ring, when I saw that number, or I saw that notification email on my lock screen, did I get a good feeling? Or was it like this angst or this kind of uncertainty? You know, yeah, it was fine, man, but I got a weird vibe when I saw them. Like, pay attention to that shit. This is going to tell you everything you need to know. And if you interact with them, and you have to interact with them in this particular season, trust me, the moment you start changing your thoughts about the reality in which they're not talking to you, it may start getting a little chaotic, man. I'm gonna give you the Tony Hawk Pro Skater tip in this story. When you start manifesting a different reality or an imagination where the people are the problem, and you're imagining your life without those people, trust me, your problems are gonna get worse almost the next day. But fret not, my friends. Fret not, my friends. That means you're within a couple of hours or a couple of days of them getting the fuck about your life. Here's the trick. Let me help you out. Make sure it ain't you. Meaning, do not overreact. Do not feed into the whatever the fuck whirlwind that's trying to occur. Do not entertain it. Do not worry. Do not argue. Do not prove a point. Do not get to the bottom of. Just simply okay or no. It's either okay, whatever, or no. You know what's going on. In your mind, you already set the intention that this coworker, this boss, this person, this family member, this person in the neighborhood, whatever, I ain't gonna spend too many more days worrying about these niggas. I imagine my life without seeing this nigga. You understand? I imagine a life where they're not there. I imagine a life where I come to work and they got a new job. Shit, you could even pray they get a fucking promotion, bitch. However the fuck you get that problem, that mountain out of your way. If you could imagine that mountain in the ocean, then imagine that mountain in the ocean somewhere the fuck else. Blessed and prosperous out of your fucking scene. Within a week, if something got to shake up in your life and it moves them or you, trust me, do not be afraid. You caused it. Thank God. Thank God. And that's why it's not scary at that point. Because, like, whatever the shaking is, you know, on Aaron from Attack on Titan, whatever the rumbling is, you know that you initiated it. So, like, all right, so if I initiated this change and things are rumbling, then it means I'm getting closer to what I imagined, which is why it's so important you don't overreact to the meantime. Don't let that reaction change your imagination about where you're going. Because if you stop and look at the rumbling and go, oh, I got to stop this from rumbling. Oh, I got to fix this. I got to put out this fire. And all of a sudden, you back at it. You back in the old life. And what you're going to do, you can repair the fucking parameters that repairs the old life. No, nigga. The old life is dead. This is like Inception. The rumbling, like when you start to wake out of one dream and the other dream the other building starts showing up. No. Let it fall. Keep praying. Wherever you see the danger at, confess the opposite. See yourself landing. See yourself landing out of that fall, and then go back to the original imagination that fucking started the rumbling. Like, oh, I'll make it through this. That's the rumbling. Dark night of the soul, about fucking time, nigga. I was waiting. I was waiting for this shit to fall apart. Thank God. That means I'm entering a new chapter. Yeah, you don't enter a new chapter without a dark night. You extend the story you're in day to day, like on some normal shit. But nah, when you have a rumbling in your life and shit gotta change because shit ain't adding up and you ain't happy. No, all that shit gotta go, nigga. That ain't what the problem is. The problem is it had to go. And it is. Detach yourself from how it goes. You have to detach yourself from how it gets you to your new life too. It might move some people around you didn't know was going to move. You got to trust that if you initiated it. You ask God, you integrate it with your spirit. Oh, trust me, they know what's going on. You got to go one day at a time. And that's why that's work. Because some days, some shit still comes up and you got to make sure they don't throw you back into the past. That don't throw you into a fucking survival mode. That shit don't throw you into those thought patterns longer than it should. Ain't nothing wrong with those thought patterns. Just know that what they are. Like, all right, let me write these down. Let me go ahead and do the work and reverse them real quick on how it ought to turn out and just keep it fucking pushing, nigga. Yeah. This shit ain't easy. This is God mode hacks, but this shit's still Grand Theft Auto, nigga. These cops shoot back. So, just keep that in mind, man. Shit, I feel like the cops get me more when I got the cheat codes on because I'm doing too much, right? Same story. Same story, man. It's the same fucking story, no matter what. It's on you. It's on us. That's what they probably were trying to do with religion, get so many of the people in the same accord so that they could all jointly imagine or create a lifestyle and, a community or tribe that, goes towards good more than bad. But when you want to be a fucking dickhead, fake paper emperor and control everyone's life, you can't blame that on God or religion because that is not what that's set up for. And they overstep their boundaries. Thus, it's not going to work for them. And a lot of the shit that people are imagining, you're starting to realize the government is in the way of that manifesting. So the government is going to fucking move regardless because people are trying to imagine a better life right now without it. So, you know what I'm saying? It ain't going to matter how many fucking ships they got in the Caribbean, nigga. They'll lose the war because people are trying to manifest a better reality in which this war would cause a worse one, right? Peter Thiel could cause a worse one. Bill Gates, fuck him and his mother, could cause it. But if you imagine a life where they're not the main actors dictating the flow of time and energy, then guess what the fuck happens, guys? They move the fuck out the way. They're not on God's team. Those are the easiest ones to move the fuck about the way. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, be careful with people, man. Hebrews 13 too, man. All the people ain't people. Even the bad ones, man. Keep that in mind, man. That's why I say I'd rather worry about tires. Unless there's a fucking person in my life that got me fucked up or causing disturbances, then I have a special case for those. But I'll leave everybody else the fuck alone. Shit. Shit. I got enough of my own shit to worry about, boy. But yeah. Rakim Escobar says 3 Truth. I'm moving that now. Squad. Kingdom World 3. Yeah, hopefully that helps somebody in the future, man. Like, comment, subscribe, support the support. Again, it's your boy, Dayson, aka MG the Future. Today in Metaphysics. In Rain in the Desert Part 3. So, yeah, man. I'm packing up 7 o'clock, man. Figure out something, get something to eat, or wait for this rain to stop and get another black and mild. You know how I do. But yeah, man. Peace. Until next time.